We are live on YouTube. We are live on YouTube. We are live on YouTube. We are live on YouTube.
Video. Oh? Yeah. I'm checking. Let me put it. I'm not sure that would like it. I'm not sure I didn't get it. What's the okay. This one. Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Oh,
Yeah, where's everybody? The hall is empty. Where's everybody?
Just about what's present now.
You're about to what?
Four, only four present.
Where are the rest of the people and all the other invited guests and everyone? Alright, what a disaster. It's 9:15 over there. Is it 9:30 over there? And there's nobody there. Not even
wata mata da mai kira ka mata ta ce na ba ta nan ok to za ta zo my office za ta zo ita ce za ta hello hello
Yeah,
hello
yes?
let me call you on phone.
No, don't call me on
Hello?
Don't call me on What's happening? Where's everybody? You have to start doing it. And let people watch.
Oh, yeah, that's
Where's everybody? Wait, now.
Suna sama. Wasu suna sama. Welcome. Oh, thank you, sir.
Yes?
Let's start. Let me this call. Yes, I call you.
Forget about that. Switch off your phones. And if you want to go, because I can see now, watching now, somebody just entered and this is live on YouTube. Just I'll share everybody in the file in the next 2 minutes so that we can have time to give it back to Abbas. Abbas. Hello? Abbas.
Nice. That was not like that. Most of my
the session will we kindly remember to place our focus on silence just in case. Where are the introduction?
Hello? Me? Yes, but you have to introduce me. Let me click on first. Let me get my Zoom up, not yet.
Yes.
Am I showing on the TV? Huh? Yeah, but have I? Okay. I can't be showing with this thing on my. Okay. Right. Okay. So are you ready now? Are you ready? Okay. So I'll come.
Hello?
Yep. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're not so audible.
Okay. What about now? Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So, ready to begin when you are.
Yes, we are set.
Okay. So, distinguished guests, my colleagues from academia, my colleagues from other organizations, members of the general public, very good morning to you all. My name is Dr. Suleiman Yerima, and I am the project director of WoSTEG. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this first edition of the WoSTEG, which is our international workshop on secure and trustworthy e-governance, which we call WoSTEG2020.
With you.
Today, the workshop is happening in Abuja, Nigeria, with participants at Work and Connect, 50 Ubiti Ikwe Street, Jabi, Abuja. But we're also joined by numerous participants online from around the world. Indeed, I'm here right in Leicester, in West Midlands, in the United Kingdom, joining you from the Montfort University, and I'm very excited, just like you are, about the history we are making on this day. This is because WoSTEG2020 is the first workshop of its kind, not only in Nigeria, I dare say Africa, and anywhere in the world. WoSTEG2020 is organized by the STEGA Project, and STEGA Project stands for Secure and Trustworthy E-Governance for Enhanced and Accessible Public Services in Africa. The STEGA Project is multidisciplinary. It aims to advance the state of e-governance provision in Africa. The project will focus on approaches that enhance availability, coverage, policies and legislation, as well as addressing the emerging issues of security, privacy, and trust. Therefore, our ultimate aim is to advance e-governance in African nations and achieve significant enhancements of public services administration through enabling secure, trustworthy, and accessible e-governance systems. Our scope at the moment is Zambia and Nigeria, which we are using as the case studies. Hence, the STEGA multidisciplinary team consists of academic researchers of various disciplines from De Montfort University, Federal University of Technology, Minna, University of Zambia, Lusaka, as well as partners from NGOs, namely Paged Initiative, Abuja, Zambia Road Safety Trust, Kima's Care Foundation, and also members from the private sector such as Microscale Embedded. We also have members from the government sector who are namely from the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning. So STEGA is funded by the Global Challenges Research Fund through De Montfort University, Leicester. GCRF, the Global Challenges Research Fund, is part of UK's official development assistance commitment, which is monitored by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. STEGA's work is aligned with a number of UN Sustainable Development Goals, which include UN SDG 16, Peace and Justice, Strong Institutions, UN SDG 8, Decent Work and Economic Growth, UN SDG 3, Good Health and Well-being, and UN SDG 1, No Poverty. The WoSTEG2020 workshop is one of our activities with many to come in the near future. Indeed, by this time next week, God willing, we should be having another one taking place in Lusaka. And as you can see from the agenda that we have today, the event is packed with a variety of topics to be delivered from experts from across different disciplines. We have also invited a distinguished keynote speaker as well as a distinguished panel discussant, which we are indeed privileged to have here with us today. On that note, I would like to, on behalf of the entire STEGA team, extend a warm welcome to everyone present here today, whether you are in Abuja or joining us online from Lusaka, Leicester, or anywhere in the world. Thank you very much. Hope you have an enjoyable workshop.
Thank you, Dr. So we're now heading to Dr. Henry Mumbi. Is he there? Hello, Dr. Henry.
Dr. Henry will be on in a minute.
Okay. In the meantime, I think I should go to Mr. Ulama Yayawes.
Dr. Henry is here.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Henry is here. Need a keynote from Dr. Henry, please.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, everyone, for coming to this event. We have been waiting for a long time. Sometimes we say that despite the COVID-19, we can still face the real challenges of technology. And indeed, this morning, we had some technological issues. However, we have overcome that. So welcome, everyone. My name is Henry, and I'm the senior lecturer at De Montfort University, Business School. My specialty is human resource management, HRM, and organization behavior. However, we all know that these days, due to the increase of internet use and e-commerce, we are facing a lot of challenges regarding, e-governance of cybersecurity, not only in Africa, but also in other areas of the planet. Therefore, we understand that we need to engage stakeholders, not only academics, but all those who are in the field, to ensure that we can explore factors that embed or that obstruct our progression. As you know, Africa has been facing a lot of challenges. However, we have people who are able to deliver. And I believe that Africans' problems can be sorted out by ourselves, Africans. So thank you very much for all of us who have made it today. And we have wonderful, interesting presentations. I don't want to go through them, but I hope that we are going to have a fruitful workshop in Abuja today. Thank you, my colleagues.
The next on the agenda is a keynote address to be delivered by Mr. Bulama Yayanus Dauda. Mr. Bulama, briefly, is the Chief System Analyst, Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning. Distinguished guest of honor. Let's welcome Mr. Bulama. He will give us a brief introduction of himself before he continues. You can sit.
Okay, just thank you so much. Good morning to you. And then you're all welcome from all over the world, joining us through this history-making event. Just like the first speaker said, this is the first of its kind in the world, or in Africa, where you have stakeholders from the academia, from the public sector coming together to discuss issues that relates to e-governance. Now, in Nigeria, e-governance has been championed mostly by the federal government, which the federal government look at its services to see how it can deliver its services to the stakeholders, generally to people, to business, to itself. And initially it was motivated by looking at the rating, how you can rate your just the competition. But today we know that it changes the dynamics of the world and how technology has been pushing everybody in the world. We know that without e-governance, no government can survive. E-government has brought up government or have moved government to a realm of success. We have seen the internet or the use of technology. If you remember the Arab case the other some years back, it broke down Arab, and then there had to be a change. So, and if you look at the history of things, before government, when government wants to render its services, it goes to the marketplace, that is where people are gathered. It goes to the shopping mall, that is where people are gathered. But today, when we are talking about reaching out for government to reach out to people, the people are on their handsets, on their mobile devices, they are on the internet, they are online. And so government has to change its ways of, government cannot continue to deliver its services through the old way of doing things and expect to get results. Government has to change its way. So the federal government of Nigeria, right from the government of President Goodluck Jonathan, went into action, and a full Ministry of Communication was established, which President Buhari now changed it, upgraded it to Ministry of Economy, Communication Technology and Digital Economy. Now, there are series of activities that have been going on in the government. There are e-government policies that have been designed. There are digital transformation policies that have been designed. In the different MBAs, there are what is called the Digital Transformation Technical Working Groups that have been pulled, and they have been trained through a parastatal in the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. That's the NIDA. NIDA handled that training and is still going on, who are given responsibility to champion digital economy, and policies were outlined on how to go about in all MBAs to bring effect the digital changes that is expected in Nigeria. All this effort is at the federal level. The question is, how do we cascade it to the state level? How do we cascade it to the private sector? How do we cascade it to the banks? But with this federal meeting, it kind of gives me a hope. It gives everybody a hope that there can be a bridge between the effort of the government and then the effort of the private sector can meet at one place, and then we can work together, both private and government sector, to see how we deliver services to our people. There has been an issue of data security. There has been an issue of data privacy all over the world. Right now, there are so many reports we are getting from Galaxy of hacking, from the national security advisors, that websites are being hacked. So we found out that the protocols that guide people way of doing business are not adhered to, or we don't have enough protocol that will guide the business of the day. But I'm very sure with this state workshop, we'll have people that will begin to think. There will be programs and policies that will be rolled out. There will be cooperation between government, partnership between government and public sector to roll out policies, to implement these policies that will roll out, to cascade it to the ordinary person on the street, to see that, yes, our e-governance, our data, our services online are secured, they are trustworthy. So I would like to stop here, and I expect that we'll have a fruitful deliberation, and I truly believe that some of the communique that we'll be able to draft will help us achieve the goal of Mr. President. Thank you so much.
That's a keynote addressed by Mr. Yayanus Delta. He's the Chief System Analyst, Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and Planning. The next is we're going to the session share is supposed to start by okay. Let me call on Engineer Ahmed Sadiq to supposed to share this in just 5 minutes. Just to chair this section.
Engineer Ahmed.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. I think we're meant to move to another Zoom link
Oh, yeah. We should
to begin the other session. So I think it would be good to take a couple of minutes to do that, because we still have 7 minutes before the session starts.
Okay, that's fine.
So that we can all get onto the other Zoom link. So thank you very much.
have no idea that it's possible they're waiting for the session to start. She's here. She's here. So what's happening? What's happening? Camera. Zoom in the camera to the face of the screen. There is no zoom feature. There is a zoom, you have to manually be in the unless the person wants to sit in front of the camera. Is it 10 o'clock?
Yes, it is.
Now it's 10 o'clock, so we're about to start the first session. This session will be chaired by Engineer Ahmad Sadiq of Microscale. Let's welcome Engineer Ahmad Sadiq, please. And Umi Kota. Umi, it's online. Is she here also, Umi? Okay, so Engineer Ahmad Sadiq is here.
I can hear you, but not very clearly.
Okay.
Okay. They can see me, but okay, that's your situation. Am I visible? I don't think that. Yeah, somehow. Good morning. So my job here is to introduce the speakers for the presenters rather for the first session. And we are going to start with Mr. Oli Obonna, Vodafone New Zealand. Mr. Obonna is an experienced telecommunications network professional and is currently working with Vodafone New Zealand. He has a bachelor's degree in electronic engineering from the University of Nigeria and an MBA from Edinburgh Business School, Elliott Ward University. He holds certifications in various aspects of process improvement and project management. In his 15 years in the industry, Oli has been involved in the design, deployment, and technical support of information and communication technology solutions, working with varying consulting firms, regional equipment manufacturers, and mobile network operators. Oli's current research interests are in areas of technologization and adoption, telecommunications, policy formulation and implementation. Oli Obonna is the author of the Laggard Zone, a perspective on telecommunications technology availability in very late adopter nations like Nigeria. So that's something like an interesting book. I hope it's available, I don't know, online. It is available, very clear. In Nigeria, that's what it tell us. So, and also the migrant, a perspective on human population migration, both of which have been purchased from Amazon. So the links are actually there. So the Amazon is there. So I think we can check that out. So Mr. Oli, what do you?
Thank you, Mr. Sadiq.
So please, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Sadiq.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Oli. Please go on with your presentation.
Okay, I will need to be able to share my screen. Can you enable that?
Yeah, sure. We have it.
Trying to share.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I must thank the organizers for having me. Like he said, the name's Oli. I spent a number of years in the ICT industry. I'll probably say that at my penultimate year in the university, I did a seminar on computer-aided learning. And in my final year, I did a project on computer-aided instruction. So I decided to develop a computer-based tutor using Visual Basic to teach a first-year engineering course. And so I felt that that would be a good time to pursue passions in applying technology to education. However, with time, I decided that it looked like it was ahead of my curve. And so I moved into the telecom industry proper. I'd worked in different aspects of the industry, rolling out radio designs, implementing cell site designs in different parts of Nigeria. Okay, I'll start by saying that e-governance is in line with using technology, but in a particular aspect. Now, I'll state this. If you want to deal with anything, there's probably an underlying philosophy, and the philosophy is the way of thinking. And the e-philosophy believes that you can bring together digital electronics in the different ways the internet works, the communication systems, and you can apply this to different aspects of human life. It could be in commerce, which is where you have the e-commerce. It could be in education, which is how you have e-learning. It could be in health, which is where you have e-medicine. And of course, we know with COVID that's going on now, there's no other better time than to be talking about e-health than now. And when it has to do with governance, you'll be talking about e-governance. So the impact of digital technology can actually be evaluated. In trying to evaluate that, particularly with respect to e-governance, the United Nations came up with this index, is the e-government development index. However, there's an African proverb that says that if you don't know where the rain started beating you, you definitely wouldn't know where you got dry. The second statement is, interestingly, says that the most difficult person to wake up from sleep is the person who's pretending to be asleep. Now, you may wonder, why am I saying these things? If you want to evaluate anything, there are certain questions you would have to ask yourself. The first is, where am I? The second is, where do I want to be? And what are you dealing with here? You're dealing with reference points. Now, when we speak of the e-philosophy, the extent to which electronics has become part of different aspects of human life and society, there is a concept called the digital divide. And that divide means that everyone is not operating at the same level. You could compare different nations and you can ask yourself, what's the extent to which digital electronics has been applied in their national life, in the economy, in the health sector, in education? So when we look at it, we can say that at a national level, you have the high-income nations and you have the low-income nations. And that's something you see in the e-government report. And the level to which these nations have applied electronics, digital electronics, varies. Now, the richer ones seem to have more access to digital technology, and that may appear very obvious. Another level where you want to evaluate things would be with respect to age. Now, this is a bit tricky. Even among the rich countries, the younger population seems to be more in tune with new technologies than the older population. So age can actually be a basis for which you can compare and say there is a divide. The other one, which is where I have a lot of interest in, which is why I talk about diffusion of technology, is with respect to production. If you look at the reports of the e-government put out by the United Nations, there are probably 193 member states. Less than 10% of those people drive design, development, and delivery of ICT products. And so you're looking at a very difficult imbalance. And that makes me ask the question, as a country, if you want to evaluate your level of e-government development, can you actually do an assessment without asking yourself, this infrastructure, this philosophy I'm building on, how strong is it? Okay, now like I said, there are different ways to evaluate what you do. And with the e-government, the United Nations has come up with what you call the e-government development index. Now there are three major aspects of this. One is with respect to the online services. You look at the different countries, you evaluate the level of deployment of online services with respect to government activities. Are the different aspects of the government agencies operating online? Can you go online and engage with government officials? Can you go online and make requests for certain services? One can be applying for a passport, another can be applying for a birth certificate. Are government agencies engaging with people online? Now that deals with the online services, which is one of the aspects of the e-government development index. The second one is the telecommunication infrastructure. And being an engineer, I can be a bit biased here, permit me. And like I said earlier, the philosophy is built on digital electronics. Digital electronics evident in telecommunication infrastructure. However, the e-government development index in the telecommunication infrastructure index only deals with access and availability. It talks of the number of telephone lines that are available for 100 people, the number of fixed access lines that are available. So it deals with the penetration of telecom services. A third one, which I would say is very important, but maybe, in my opinion, non-core, is the human capital index. The human capital index says, if a child is born today in 18 years, what amount of human capital would have been accrued by the child with respect to what are the chances that the child is going to survive? And if the child survives, how much education will the child have? So if you had two children born in two different parts of the world, in 18 years' time, based on the resources available in their growth environment, what amount of capital would they come up with? And will they be able to compete at par? Now, there is a statistical computation with these three different values, and then an EGDI index comes up. With that, there's a ranking, and different nations occupy very high values. Some occupy high values, some occupy medium values, and some are quite low. Now, I decided to do a bit of an assessment, and I said, let me stretch this a little more. I'll pick up different dimensions and I'll look at the same countries. I'll pick the results of the EGDI survey that was released by the United Nations in July, and I'll compare it with certain other indexes that exist, put together by different international organizations. So with the e-government development index, I have the online services index, I have the telecommunication infrastructure index, and I have the human capital index, which I had mentioned earlier. Then I have a human development index, which also is released by the United Nations. I have a doing business index, I have a foreign direct investment index, and I have a corruption perception index. Now, if you look at what we have here, the first three of them are constant from the UN report, EGDR. The human development index is also a bit of in line with the human capital index. And then you have the doing business index. And when I talk about the doing business index, what is the likelihood, based on ranking, that someone will want to come to your country to do business? The next thing with foreign direct investment is how attractive is a nation with respect to foreign capital. Now remember, when you're dealing with telecommunication infrastructure, is high capital intensive. If you look at the Nigerian experiment, a number of the large telecommunication firms were financed with foreign capital. And finally, we talk about the corruption perception index. Now, this is the fun part of it. How likely is anyone to go to do business in an environment with a high level of corruption? Now, these other things that listed here are associated with the environment where the business is being done. Okay, I did a bit of an analysis and I noticed that like we say, numbers don't lie, but people lie with numbers. And if you're a pessimist, you say there are three kinds of lies, damn lies, and statistics. But I noticed a pattern when I ran a bit of a correlation analysis of the different indices. I noticed a high positive correlation. So what it appeared is that countries that are good in Human Development Index had high EGBI scores. Countries that were good in Doing Business Index had high EGBI scores. So there was a bit of a pattern. And we have to be careful. In statistical circles, they say that correlation doesn't necessarily mean causation. So you'd have to be able to disaggregate the data to look inwards and say, okay, what is responsible for this? Now, here's the thing I noticed. And this is a pattern. The top countries, and I decided to take the top 15. Whether it's an e-participation index, online service index, telecommunication infrastructure index, or human capital index. Now, if you look at these countries in the slots, you will notice a pattern. And the pattern is that most of them are in Europe and North America, and they are high-income countries. And if you had listened to Dr. Suleiman speak, he mentioned OECD. A lot of them are OECD countries. Now, if you come back again to the HDI, Human Development Index, Doing Business Index, Foreign Direct Investment Index, and the Corruption Perception Index, it's almost the same set of countries that are doing well here. Now, you would be wondering why the comparison. The reason is this. If you want to rank yourself as a nation, you would have to place yourself in a context. Where am I in my development status? Overwhelmingly, the nations here again are nations, Europe, North America, and a few Asian countries. So here are my observations. Most of the countries who perform extremely well are high-income countries. Same countries are among the top performers. But a critical thing I want us to look at here is this. Most production of ICT equipment are handled by companies in a few countries. And these are the countries that do extremely well too. Now, other nations are heavily dependent on others for their ICT infrastructure. And these nations need to ask themselves a question. We're talking about secure, we're talking about trustworthy e-governance in Africa. You see, security can actually be quantified. You can run empirical analysis and give a figure to security. You can look at a house and say, oh, I have burglary proof. You can look at your IT systems and say, I have certain things placed that can deal with vulnerabilities. But trust is a social phenomenon. Now, let me take you back to the indicators as I mentioned. Now, I've come here and I've said, if you are heavily dependent, and that's where we find ourselves in Africa, on almost everything technology and ICT from some other countries, if you are heavily dependent, if you compare all the nations, and there are about 193 of them in the report, 90% or 80 to 90% of them are dependent on a few countries for the entire ICT infrastructure. That's stage one. The second stage is there is a migration globally for everyone to adopt an e-philosophy, which is use digital electronics in almost every aspect of your nation life. that technology can be used. And I say, as an engineering person, if you wanted to build a house, you would have a good foundation. If you wanted to use a material for a structure, there's what we call a strength of material tests. And you subject those materials and be able to tell the extent to which they can carry your load. Everything in the environment is built on ICT infrastructure. A lot of the nations who use ICT infrastructure do not produce them. The question now comes, if we want to evaluate e-government, my point is there should be a component that deals with the resilience of that infrastructure. How strong is that infrastructure to be able to carry what we want to put in it? How reliable is that infrastructure? How trustworthy is that infrastructure? Can we digitize and go to sleep? And for me, I'm proposing that we look at the entire thing and say, let's split it into two. Let's have core components for evaluating EGDI, and let's have non-core. And I call them non-core for the sake of an entry point. So we leave the OSI as it is, we leave the TII as it is. However, we introduce an infrastructure resilience index. And this is my part. It's going to have three parts to it. It's going to have a market structure index, supply chain index, and infrastructure vulnerability index. Now, the infrastructure reliability index is going to give you a measure of the reliability of that ICT infrastructure. But I'm going to say something here. When you look at the market structure, a few years ago, the NCC in Nigeria decided to do a health check. I had mentioned that in my book, and I said, look, how many telecommunication firms are providing services in your country? What is the amount of market share that those firms have? If one of them were to suddenly go bankrupt, what would be the impact? And that, for me, deals with the structure of your market. You have to ensure that no one is too big to fail or even too big to exist. And that is the job of the regulator, to look and say, what is the balance? Is anyone becoming too big that I need to say, no, this one is now a risk to the system? And the supply chain index. A few months ago, the President of the United States decided that he was unhappy with TikTok. And another thing they said, and if you were following the news, a few days ago, the United Kingdom decided that Huawei was not going to be a supplier to them. While the conversation about Huawei was going on, it set up a boomerang effect that were affecting other companies that were already using Huawei products. Another way to look at it, COVID-19. If you were completely dependent on Asia for your supplies, you were almost in trouble. A situation where, as a country, almost all your infrastructure comes from a particular supplier. And I'm not talking about the main producers. I'm talking about, for us in Africa, there is a net consumer. You need to hedge your risks. So you look at a supply chain index and say, what is the balance? If we were to suddenly have a political crisis, what's the implication on our IT infrastructure? If we suddenly had a supplier go out of business, can we easily swap out his technology? The final thing I spoke about here is an infrastructure vulnerability index. There are different network topologies. When you look at your nation, there are countries where the fiber infrastructure is government owned, but we are looking at a market-driven economic system. Then you ask yourself, is the design of your critical infrastructure such that you have a single point of failure? I'll use the Nigerian episode. If I have a core network node in Abuja, I have another one in Kano, I have another one in Maiduguri. If I took off one of those, what are the chances that the others will be impacted? Now, that is what, from a risk point of view, the infrastructure design deals with. What is the architecture of your network equipment nationwide, such that if something were to go wrong for just about any reason, services have resilience? Now, I've observed, and I'll end with this joke before if you have a question. I was in a workshop sometime in Nigeria, and someone said, one of the colleagues said, our job is not to bother about the network. Our job is to sell airtime. And this was happening at a time where in a particular part of northern Nigeria, due to insurgency, the cell towers were switched off and there was no GSM service in 2 or 3 states. So one of the participants in the workshop said, well, if your job is only selling airtime, then go sell airtime in those states. Now here's the point. Everything about e-government, everything about the e-philosophy runs on an infrastructure which is digital electronics, telecommunication infrastructure. And if it does not exist, everything else collapses. Now, for people who do not have the liberty of manufacturing this equipment, and that's where I speak of a divide, they're on the other divide. For them, there is a need to be able to constantly evaluate the resilience of that infrastructure. And that's why I am moving that there be a change in how e-government is evaluated. I'll end by saying that if the HCI, which is the Human Capital Index, deals with the human factor in this conversation, what is the likelihood that a child will survive? What is the likelihood that a child will get good education? What is going to happen to the child within an 18-year period based on the circumstances here today? I think it's only natural for us to start looking at our infrastructure in the same way and consider what are the risks associated with building on an e-philosophy and how can those risks be mitigated. Thank you.
Okay, so we finished right on time. I was beginning to have a lot of fear that we are going to exceed the allotted time. So I will move on to the next speaker, who is Umi Yakubu, Creative Director of Griot Studios. That's difficult to pronounce, you correct me when it comes. Umi Yakubu is a multimedia developer by training, and she's the Creative Director of Griot Studios. She's worked on non-fiction narratives, including Gender and Urban Poverty, which is a video series advocating for the rights of women and girls in the settlements surrounding the FCT. She has also worked on Silent Tears, a documentary on gender-based violence in the FCT. So several documentaries here. Uprooted, a documentary that sheds light on the changing gender norms and cultural practices as a result of the Boko Haram conflict. She is the executive producer of Fourth Republic, a political thriller that addresses the importance of a strong and fair judiciary in democracy. As a game designer, her work includes motion sensor games used for tourism and medical rehabilitation, web-based games used for advocacy on the impact of healthy eating, and mobile games used for children's education, emphasizing citizens' role in civic engagement. Umi holds a first degree in interactive multimedia and design from Carleton University and a master's in social psychology from the University of Surrey. So Umi, I think we have another Surrey alumni here, which is Dr. Masisi. He just came in. So I think I would like you guys to meet one another, each other. So Umi, please, you can go ahead with your presentation. Is you come forward? Okay. You want to put this? Okay. Okay. So you can put it in front of you. Not just switch. It's on there. It's good. Thank you. So we can go on. Let me not slide this. You can see that.
All right, good morning, everyone. Apologies for the delay. Some sort of as already been introduced, my name is So, next slide. The first question that you usually get is, what is gamification? Which is basically the application of game elements to non-game activities. So if you think about points, levels, leaderboards, these are all examples of different game elements that we have within games. And when I say games, I'm not talking about strictly mobile games or console games, even with physical games that people play as children. I think the popular one in Nigeria, 10 and all of these kind of physical games. There's still these game elements within that. Okay. There's still these game elements within that. So a couple of examples of points is, I'm sure some of you play with loyalty cards or word cards, where for every service or product that you engage with, you get some of your points are being recorded and you get to reward at the end of the day. That is use of gamification to get customer engagement. So the thing with gamification is typically used to encourage engagement with something. So whether it's a product or service or a process. So you see most cafes, even airline companies, as you can see, that's the use of levels. So you can move from bronze level to silver level to gold level. That's also part of gamification that uses to get people patronize the airline over and over, so to engage with the same airline because they want to move from one level to the other level. And another game element example is leaderboards, and a couple of apps usually use this. So you see the ramp. This is an example from Nike Run, which is a physical activity app. It's supposed to engage people to go on runs or walks. So it shows you who has covered the most distance amongst your friends, or if you want to go public amongst people in the area, and so on and so forth. So all of these are, well, they're none of these examples are games, but they're using game elements to be able to encourage engagement with whatever product or service or process that they are interested in. So if you go to the next slide. So back to what civic entertainment is. I've explained what entertainment entails. So at Career Studios, we have a project whose objective was to emphasize citizens' roles and responsibilities in civic engagement. This was a project that was funded by the author Nigeria Foundation, which is they have this project called the On Nigerian Bets, which is to try to see how they can support the government on a bigger scale, and we came in through gamification. So like I said, our objective was to emphasize the citizens' role and responsibility in civic engagement. But because civic engagement or participation is an activity, whether political or non-political, that any person or a group uses to address any particular issue of public concern or to protect public values and so on and so forth, or just make a change in the community, there is no clear definition or delineation of what it could possibly look like. So thankfully, at Career Studios, we use something called user-centered design or human-centered design, which is basically just the process where for any product or service, the user is involved throughout the creation process through various research and design techniques that allows you to create a highly usable product or service for that particular purpose, that they have been involved throughout the creation process. So you know that this works as well as it's very accessible to these people because they participated in the creation process. So that's for us to find out what citizen role and responsibility and civic engagement is for us to emphasize that, we had to do research for this game, which is usually unheard of because people think games, you just put together something fun and then send it out. But because we had this objective that required this user input, we had to do a bunch of research that included citizens, civil society organizations, and civic engagement advocates. So we did a countrywide field test, which meant we actually traveled to different locations across the country. We had various purposes. So one of the first things was to find out what exactly do these people meaning our target audience, understand by civic responsibility. And what exactly are the modes of engagement that they currently have. us do something using technology that emphasizes it, we have to understand what it is that they actually do or what it is that they actually understand. And we also wanted to find out, because again, like I mentioned, we've spoken to society organizations, civic and advocates. We know what the official ways were, or the official avenues in text and theories and academia. These are the ways that you're supposed to do it. So we wanted to find out if these official avenues were being used, and if there was any unofficial avenue that the academia and the more theoretical would be aware that on the ground was actually being used within the people. And then we also wanted to, because again, we're storytellers. I think you got the name right. Yeah, so Abuja basically is a West African storyteller. So as scarcity is a storyteller, if we're going to do anything with gamification, we need to have some sort of narrative or story around it. But then there's so many stories you can tell. So we kind of favorites, and then when we want to test the which ones did they find more engaging? Because again, user-centered design, we want them to engage with the product. We need to find out what it is that they actually like, so that we use that provide service or process for it. So our target was citizens between Nigerian citizens between the age of 14 to 15 that own personal smartphone. I think the last speaker, Dr. Okonga, mentioned digital divide. This is something that you see within this age bracket. These are the age bracket, this is the age bracket that has the most user engagement in terms of mobile phones. And then also in terms of ownership, below that age range, you don't really get, they might be caregiver or parents or siblings phones, but they don't really own those phones, and so their engagement is limited, even if they spend the most time on it. And above that, usually now start having technical education, and you start having technical literacy issues within that. So that was the optimum age bracket for us. And like I mentioned, it was nationwide, so we went to Sokoto, Kogi, Oyo, just to try to get a good sense of the geopolitical that our information we're getting isn't only, it doesn't only fit within one context of a region, that it applies across the entire country. So another thing that we needed, another thing that we needed to take into consideration was the fact that we needed people to own smartphones meant that we had to eliminate people from the rural communities. The chances are, given the data, percentage of people that have smartphones within rural communities are digital. So again, these are all the things that we had to use in terms of the boundaries within this objective that we had. And again, the people that we had, people with a wide range of educational backgrounds, perspectives, work-wise, and so on and so forth. And we want to next slide. So in terms of our findings, we were using a behavioral insight approach, which meant that we only focused on the behaviors, which was more measurable, and they helped design our strategies for how these existing behaviors can be linked to the desired behaviors that we wanted to do. So because there were a lot of behaviors that we found on the field that were not optimal that we wanted to change, it didn't make sense to gamify one process. There were tons of different processes or different aspects that needed to be addressed. So we moved from just gamification of this to creating an actual game, because within a game, you don't just have one element. You have different elements. In any game, you can see point system, level system, the challenges, all these other things that come in. So we moved from just gamifying our objective to actually creating a game. So because we're creating a game now, we had to select strategies that would work effectively, given the boundaries of using a mobile game. So one example of the boundaries of that is with group dynamics, you need to have, for games, you need to have what's it called? You need to have multiplayer activated. But because our target audience, we're looking at semi-urban and urban areas, we have to consider access to internet. And because we know internet cost limits the people that can have access, we have to create a game that is completely offline. So even if you have internet or you don't have internet, you can still play this game. So these are the examples of the boundaries that we had to work with, still to tie up to whatever our objective, which is the emphasis on the specific activities are. Yeah. So in terms of implementation, one of the ways, yeah, that's fine. So again, I know I'm talking mostly about behavior or whatever, but we're coming back to the tech aspect. So but like I mentioned, we're using a behavioral insights approach, which meant that we had to look at the behavior and then find out what strategy we can use to implement the gameplay so that we can get the desired outcome that we want. An example of a behavior that we found on the field was that people would not take action because there's perceived risk. That if I do this thing, there's risk to me, whether it's myself or my family. And I say perceived risk, but in some situations, these are valid risks. In some situations, it's just a perception. So one of the strategies in which we used to implement with our objective was that the player's life, because again, we're looking at the player's life would be negatively affected. But if they do something, no matter how small, there's a reward for that. So that is also using a strategy to show that yes, they are a risk, but there are still smaller steps that you can take, especially within the context of civic engagement, that can lead to the bigger insights of governance. So that's one of the ways that we did that. So one of the gameplay aspects that we added to that was we had a narrative where there's a timeline possibly to see that, and if you're wasting time, you lose life, etc. Those are the ways that we implemented it in gameplay. Another example of behavior that we saw was calling out. When we say calling out, it means speaking up when it comes to citizens would not speak up if it wasn't a crime. So if somebody wasn't killed or somebody didn't steal, people would just speak among themselves, but there was no action within that. And that was one of the behaviors that we see. But for civic engagement, it's sometimes not always a crime. It can be an injustice. So one of the strategies that we had was we needed to make it explicit that injustice isn't always one big crime. Sometimes it's a bunch of smaller, strong doings that lead to a crime or that lead to an issue. So again, for the gameplay, we had a storyline around because again, the game is focusing within Nigerian context, so we're looking at different villages. So we had a narrative where one of the villages, we didn't do anything when all these small things were happening and how it affected the context. So these are the ways that we're taking the behavior, creating a strategy, and then imputing it into the game. So outside of just behaviors, there were a couple of concerns that were also raised on the field. An example of that was women and youth representation. So across all the sections all the regions that we went to, and all the different people we spoke to, everybody agreed that women and youth were identified as the majority of people that participated or that engaged in civic responsibility. However, when it came to representation and in leaders, they were missing. And then also another situation, in some of these spaces, the women themselves were not welcome to speak or to show up. You give the example of places where the meetings for civic engagement happens in religious institutions, traditional institutions, where the rituals of the place mean that women cannot participate. So across all the regions that we went to, this was something that was evident. And so one of the strategies was to show that we had to make sure that there was representation of gender and age differences within all the characters and roles that we had, even within leadership. So one of the gameplay ways that we did that is our main character is the one character. Within every party or group of people that we had, we made sure that there's a mix of young people and there's a mix of women within that, so that there is representation within this microcosm, this fictional world that we're building, to counter the concern. Again, this is not a behavior thing, but it's a concern. Because one of the things I think Mr. Ogunna mentioned is we are looking at processes that exist and trying to find a way where tech can support or tech can take over in a better way. But if we're replicating the same barriers and the same issues, we're not really moving forward with that. So one of these, again, I know that I'm just going to do behavior insight or focusing on behavior, but these are the concerns that you have to keep an eye on, so that when you're moving into tech, you don't take the same issue and expect a different result. So another example of that was societal differences. We had situations where people felt like, especially, I think the most prominent one for us, if they weren't indigenous of that state, maybe they had moved there or their family had moved there, they didn't feel like we belonged whenever people were having discussions around civic engagement or civic participation. So one of the strategies that we had was removing language. That was the thing. I was speaking their language and also indigenous, so I don't feel like I belong. So removing, one of the key things is that we remove something where within the game we have dialogue, but we're not using audio dialogue, we're using text dialogue, because that can easily be replaced with any language. So that barrier of dialect or language has gone. And then also another thing is that within our characters, the main characters, we have a person that is not an indigenous of that place, but yet is still championing for that place. So again, this is just to show you how we're taking these issues and finding strategies to implement it within the game. But of course, there will be limitations. One of the things we found out within our research is Nigerians do not want to play a game about Nigeria. They are looking to escape Nigeria's problems, so they do not want to do that. So one of the things that we had to do was make sure that the narrative was subliminal enough that if you really think about it, to see how it relates with Nigeria, but it's not in your face, so that it doesn't deter people that if they came about Nigeria, I'm not interested kind of situation. And then also another thing is the very nature of civic engagement requires some sort of communal or community or group or some sort of social interaction. But playing a game on your mobile game is isolatory. So there was that divide in terms of how do you do something that is isolatory and then merge it with something that requires social interaction, especially because we're doing completely offline so that you cannot communicate with people online. And then, so for us, there are also certain behaviors that there was no way to replicate it online. So there was no way to replicate it in the game. One of the examples was citizens were not participating in anything unless it affected them directly. That requires a group dynamic. And again, because we're going offline, we cannot facilitate the group dynamic because everybody's in their little side. Next slide, please. So coming back to the main thing about using tech to improve e-governance. For us, this is where civil society organizations and civic engagement advocates come to the rescue. So for us, we are using civic engagement, we're using this game as an advocacy tool. We're making it available to all of these people that we've mentioned to be able to use this game as an advocacy tool. And then for that, we're using that by creating an advocacy manual. So for example, if this is one community, and everybody here, or majority of people have played the game, I can come here and say, oh, remember in this part where you had to do this. In Nigeria, there's something similar where we have to do the same activity that they're used to doing and bringing it into real life. So we're creating an advocacy manual to allow these different groups of people to be able to take this online game and take it outside of the fictional world that we've built. And another thing that we found is success stories really relate to success stories. So when we have these little groups of civic society organizations and advocacy of civic engagement advocates using this game as a tool, they can incorporate success stories within that community's context. And that increases the ownership of the story. That increases the ownership of, okay, you know what, since this has happened and this is very similar to what I've already used to what I'm familiar with the game, why not? Or at least start that conversation, or at least start looking at the avenues that we have outside of this game that could work with us. And then we also consider like the things that we mentioned that we cannot do on the game. In the advocacy manual, we encourage the CSOs and advocates. For example, the group dynamics that I mentioned, if you're having any congregation, there's a group dynamic already there. Use the game and facilitate that, because the game on its own can't work. Which leads me to my next one, is the tech. And as much as we talk about tech for improving e-governance, for us, the way that we see this technology is a support tool. There is a limit to what it can do without existing structures, and I think Mr. Obi also mentioned that there's a limit to what can do without existing structures, existing processes, and so technology really supports that or works in tandem with that and helps us become more efficient, smoother, and whatnot. If not, it becomes like a necessary step or a necessary bound obstacle to prevent people from doing that. So for us, what we're doing is we know that there's only so much, especially given that we have to do subliminal stories. There's only so much our game independent. But in the hands of people that are already on the field and are already doing this field, this game can do so much more in terms of the objective, which is emphasizing citizens' roles and responsibilities towards good governance. And on that note, these for us in the game, these are the support, these are your elders that we can most about. And one of the things that we try to do was make sure that we sort of kind of make this familiar with the represents the people that we know, people that we see within our villages and communities. And we did kind of replicate the geopolitical zones around Nigeria in terms of geography. So we have like a desert area, we have a swampy area, we have a just to kind of make it more familiar within the Nigerian context. So yeah, I think the last slide, that's it. Thank you so much for listening. Hopefully,
Thank you, Umia. That was an interesting presentation full of innovative ideas. So I do hope that we'll have access to those things when they are available. Then on the App Store. Okay, so by March. Okay, so we look forward to that. Okay.
You can miss the team. Pardon? Let's go ahead. Okay. So let me look at the schedule. Yes. The next question. So we have 10 minutes. I think for the team break, we can be together. That's all. So let's be done with this. Just large it.
So the next speaker is Idris Yusuf. So Idris Yusuf is an IT consultant. And he is an actual researcher and IT consultant with more than 50 years experience across multiple industries. He's a graduate of computer science and later on economics from Yaba Available College and the University of Ibadan. These are two of the oldest in 2009. Idris also earned a master's degree in information system management from the University of Wolverhampton, London. On the career side, he has long and varied experience across many sectors and has been trained and certified on the use of numerous technologies. He has also worked in many big firms, including Airtel, ITS, Jais Bank, IBM West Africa, Ernst & Young, Great Minds Concepts, JKK, and Intel for GLT. He's a data expert in many industries and applications, among which Oracle certified expert, ITIL. He has passion for the structure of digital governance, and other areas where the public can be used to engage and drive social needs. He has also attended conferences and seminars in these areas. He's making up the doctoral program, which other on this research work in pertinent areas. On a personal ground, he is a language hobbyist, avid reader, and active volunteer for initiatives. He's a lean process management practitioner and mentors a number of career and personal development. So Mr. Idris, is the okay, so I'm right? Yes. Welcome, Mr. Idris. Okay, this submit. Okay. If you can hear us, you need to unmute. Hello.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, and I want to appreciate the earlier speakers. It's been a very nice learning experience for each and every one of us. Today, we are going to look at digital economy and e-governance, a review of Nigerian preparedness. And we are actually looking at how exactly we've been able to harness the potentials of e-governance to be specific in those things that really matter to our nation, Nigeria. This research work actually has a very short, this is overall summary or the abstract. The driving factor here is that despite having over 47% of the continent population, there are a lot of things that make us to be the giant of Africa. One of such is our large population. And we have a very good age side of age range of youth on our side. And that means that under the age of 30, and I see Mr. Oli Obuna trying to allude to that as well, that the age actually has a role to play in technology appreciation. Having said that, we also have a very good internet penetration. As at the last report, we have nothing less than 96 million active users on the internet. And by 2023, the projection is that going to be hitting 131 million. And by 2025, we are going to reach 152 million. And that is the projection trend line from the statistical data so far. So it means that we have everything that is available for us to be able to harness and exploit the good things that we can see from e-governance. So for the sake of this project, we are actually basing our work on two major theoretical frameworks, and that is the technology adoption model, the TAM model, and at the same time the passive, the technology organization and environment framework. These two frameworks actually, they talked about technology adoption. What are those things that hate technology adoption in a particular community? Is it passive sense of usefulness or passive usefulness? Is it the technology, or is it the environment or the organizational setup on its own? So this model looked at several areas, how technology adoption being affected either for the good side or for the other side in a particular country. So the summary of the entire engagement is that we did a lot of interviews. We tried to do a purposive data gathering and people that meet a specified category of expert level, and we noticed that there are actually lots of room for improvement in what we have now currently, going by the fact that we have a team of active users that we can actually exploit or we can actually use to attain more in our e-governance rating. So, and that will take us to what exactly is the major objective of this project. The major objective of this project is to assess the level of e-governance initiative in our anti-corruption. Talk about the anti-corruption drive of government, because if you look at it very well, anti-corruption or corruption as a menace has actually been a major setback for the entire world as a whole. It's not something that is so pertinent to Africa alone. And when people talk about this, they forget variants of different forms of corruption. But for us in Africa, it's more pronounced because of the lots of infrastructural deficit and other gaps that we've seen. In the analysis of Adeleye and Ebuagu, they observed that ICT development has a positive impact on economic growth, with mobile users having the largest elasticity. So if you have a team of active internet users, what it means is that you can actually use that to develop ICT in your country. And when ICT develops, Mohammed et al. And Zhao et al., they said that when you look at e-governance and digital economy, they actually move together in the same direction. So they are positively correlated, that when A goes in this direction, by default, B will also go in this direction. And we are now in a digital economic trend. So any nation that want to assume or that want to rise to stardom in the committee of other nations, there is something that must be pivotal now, and that is your strength and your prowess in using the modern day technology. So this study seeks to assess the level of our e-governance initiative in our anti-corruption drive. Now, historical development, e-governance in Nigeria has actually been something that the government have been trying over the past. And in 2003, to be specific, President Olusegun Obasanjo made a presidential declaration to kickstart the national e-government strategies. And afterwards, you also have the National Information and Communication Policy that was launched to help to achieve all this. So now the government has actually done quite a lot of enormous tasks. And even the last United Nations e-governance and development index that was released in July, the United Nations specifically singled out the Give Me initiative that Nigeria has done. And that is what we've done in terms of what government integrated financial management system. So we are never lacking ideas in the country, actually. And if you look at it very well, Nigeria has been playing a role that shows that we know what should be done. We actually have to see how we can do it in the best of all manners so that we can get the best out of it. So now, historical development, the works of Lane and Lee 2001 on stages of e-government happens to be one of the most recent one, one of the earliest one, wherein they classify government to 4 different categories: the cataloging, the transactional, the vertical, and the horizontal integration. Starting from the cataloging, they said that, okay, it's e-governance initiative starts from you putting something on the website, then you move to transactional, where people can actually deal with their government at the comfort of their homes. Then you now start integrating agencies. Agencies get integrated to agencies, and at the same time, you can have a one-silo shop, wherein once you give in your data at one spot, then it goes on to a non-stop shop. That is, if I've done this here, I don't need to supply my data in other area. This is actually where the development is going. Now, beyond that, there is now a new trend that is called the preemptive e-governance. That perhaps somebody should actually SMS me, somebody should actually send me a message earlier before the time I will do one or two things with the government. That is preemptive. That is what? A kind of a proactive form of e-governance. And that is the trend now. In a recent study by Skolter et al. In 2019, they said that attention is actually moving from the reactive e-governance. That, okay, I need to do something, let me go to the website, let me find which website will I have to log into, so somewhere can actually tell me that my international passport is going to expire and send me a message telling me that, oh, we observed that your last national passport was acquired at so time, perhaps you may be planning for a renewal, follow this link. That is proactive e-governance, preemptive. So somebody somewhere should actually say that, okay, so person should be due for immunization at so time. Going by the schedule of data we have that your child was put to bed at so time. So going by what we have, you should oblige for this form of medical assessment, for this form of vaccine and others like that. And that is where the world is actually going now. That's preemptive e-governance. We all know where we are in the country. Now, going from that, we see that nations now, they are trying to do more with very little. The sharing economy and the emphasis on financial assets. That now we don't need to think too much of financial assets before we establish a business. It is a common thing now in the world generally that the largest houses or properties of their own, and yet they are able to achieve a business goal of making profit. The same thing, anything that is based on sharing economy, the Uber, the Airbnb and the likes like that. So what they're trying to tell us is that the major problem of financial assets is not the foremost thing now. Rather, what we see now is intuition, the initiative, and how we can drive this to solve easier in a country where e-governance has actually gained a lot of traction, support from both the government and at the same time from the populace. So now the world now is saying that digital appreciation is now a business imperative. Gone are those days where you can actually guarantee a competitive advantage. It's a standard. So what exactly are we basing this work on is the theoretical framework, the first of which is the technology, organization, environmental framework. This is a famous work by Tonazzi and Fletcher in 1919. They are saying that for adoption of technology in any country, you must look at several things. It's not just enough for somebody to acquire the technology. Beyond the technology, the organization that is actually acquiring that technology, that's a role. There is an organizational behavior. There's something that is so pertinent and so specific in terms of ideals, in terms of culture, organizational asset value, that a specific company will have in the way they do their things. So that it's also beyond technology, that's also a factor in that will contribute to how technology will be adopted in a particular community, in a particular organization, or even in a particular country. The other one is the external environment. Environmental factor is very key because nothing actually works in isolation. Nothing actually works in isolation. Because when you deploy anything, you need to make sure that it is appreciated and it is put to use in the best form. So we are basing some of our work on this theoretical framework. The other one is technology adoption model. It's the work of Davis in 1989. Basically, this one is looking at two, unlike the other one that was looking at three. Perceived usefulness and perceived ease of usefulness. They are those things that actually drive adoption. And a lot of work has been done on this one. For theoretical framework of technology, organization and environment, one of the most recent work that was done is by Chen and his team on fiscal transparency in the United States in 2019, just a recent work. They showed that the level of fiscal transparency is actually driven by some organizational impact of how each of the 50 states of the United States are actually displaying their figures. Now, what do you mean? What do they put online for the citizen to see? What are the level of details that the citizen can see? Can this even make a thing from what has been shared online for them? So all this one, they noted that it actually drive fiscal transparency in their own study. The same thing, technology adoption model. A lot of work had actually been done in this area too. One of such is the one that was done by Robai in 2016, where it showed that passive usefulness is the strongest factor that is driving Kuwaitis towards e-governance. Passive usefulness is if a technology is deployed, what is people's perception about it? Do they really perceive this thing that is productive and should be embraced? The perceived ease of use is that do they really see this technology as something that's easier for them? Why will a Nigerian decide not to apply online and go to the passport office to stay under the sun, getting a form to be filled? If you ask, maybe somebody will say that, okay, we don't consider that easy. If you ask somebody, say, okay, we don't even consider that. These are factors that has been had, things that affect adoption of technology in the country or in any community. Now, our research design, quickly, relativism and constructionism are the ontological and the epistemological perspective that we deployed. We also use the MIS method. That means that we use qualitative dominance and we use quantitative method at the same time. We tried as much as possible to gather data from experts, people that are actually working close to the government. And to be specific, we reach out to NITDA IT experts and other IT professionals. For the qualitative side of it, we actually sought to seek with people that are in the know of what government is doing, and that is NITDA. We engaged their professionals, we spoke with them, and we did lots of interviews. And at the quantitative side, we gathered more data aside from the questionnaire filled by NITDA experts. We also gathered purposive experts from some other industries, IT industry, but with a minimum level of qualification. And that speaks to the fact that that person must have minimum of 3 years industry experience in e-governance projects. He must also be a resident of the country and must not be active politically, so that we can actually avoid inclinations. So what have we seen so far in our research work? On the qualitative side, the government, the issue of e-governance was perceived as work in progress. Our expert that we spoke with, they said so much about what the government has done. To be specific, an example was given about how NITDA was able to rescue or to save the government from a project that was about to be done by a particular agency, and that apparently was needless. So, and some other initiatives that have been done by the government to make sure that what proactively, because that will guarantee option of catching thieves, stopping this, stopping that. We can actually stop the bleeding. So our qualitative studies shows that our experts acknowledge that there is room for improvement, and the pace is also too slow. That the pace of our e-governance appreciation compared to what we need to do to be able to kill corruption in the country is too slow. Just some couple of months ago, the United Nations e-governance index was released. Nigeria moved from 143 to 141. So, and we are just classified among the middle e-governance development index country. And we see some other country that is moving up so high. Initially before, in fact, our rating is just between 0.25 and our rating, to be specific, is 0.4406. And that means that we are still less than 0.5. We are still less than 0.5. It's a work in progress, but all our experts acknowledge that there is room for improvement and the pace is too slow. On the quantitative side, we notice that even though our data can predict to us the capability of what anti-corruption drive can do through the e-governance effort, it is evident that many have not seen the government being deliberate to use e-government to reduce corruption in the country. Even though we can actually predict from our data analysis that when we continue on this trend, when we do this, we could have stopped a lot of exposures. And that is the summary of our findings. But having said that, there is not too much drive to make this happen. The pace is too slow. And from our data analysis, the findings in the research work show that the anti-corruption drive of the government is not being perceived, is not being felt by the masses, especially along transparency, efficiency, and openness. the work of Abuja, he was saying that for e-government to be able to fight corruption, and in his famous work, he said that transparency is very critical and efficiency is very critical, at the same time openness. He said those three things are very, very important when you want to use e-governance to fight corruption. There must be transparency. People must know what is going on. There must be efficiency. Efficiency also has a lot to do with having the trust of the citizen. When you want to do something with the government, you're able to do it seamlessly through e-governance mechanism. You seem to be motivated. So he premised his discussion around transparency, efficiency, and openness. And all these three things are actually the areas through which we gathered our data. And we actually put question along all these areas to be able to get feedback for the sake of the project. Now, for our discussion, we noticed that our findings is actually in tune, in line with some of the earlier work, one done by Asma and Maniam in 2006, that e-governance requires much more than technology for it to be able to do something wonderful in any country, in any company, in any organizational setting. In his own analysis, he said that from the web presence, where you have the technology jump, you put something on the web. Going beyond that, you also need to be able to interact with the government. For example, if you fill a form, as simple as getting an acknowledgement that your so has been done, you can go back to update, you can go back to see feedback, you can go back to see something is going on, something like a workflow. You know what is happening. You know where your business is, or you know where your file is. So these are technological imports in e-governance development trajectory. But beyond that, there is also the cultural leap. You see, when you deploy technology, and you don't actually look at the cultural mindset of people, you may not see the full value of the technology. For example, how will e-governance flourish in a country where, well, people feel that you need not go to the system, you can't do it online. Why? Because you cannot just do it. And all of a sudden, people feel that there's really no need for doing it online. So you deploy something online, and people do not actually get to use it. And beyond that is the political leap. The political leap is what? Is the transformational side. A transformational leader is actually a level 5 leader. A leader that sees how to change things. It drives a new paradigm entirely. Takes people or a group of people from a particular mindset to another one entirely. And it is possible. It's a lot of job, but it takes only a transformational leader to be able to achieve that. So technology don't just solve the whole thing. There must be the cultural value, the cultural leap. We must change our culture, our attitude, what our perception, what really do we see when we see things being done by government. And the other side is the political leap. There must be deliberate efforts to be able to make sure that government investment in e-governance is actually put to the best form of all use. In a similar way, NAM in 2018 did something so great. He said, well, e-government maturity, that is, at what level are you applying e-governance in your home country, has to do with a lot of things. The first is the economic capacity. The other one is the human capital. The other one is the political capacity. Most often than not, we write a policy framework. We have lots of, the last Minister of Communication, I think Mrs. Somobola Johnson also, he set up a committee some time ago to harmonize several ICT documentations that we have in the country. So many of them. NIPOS has its own, NCC has its own, NITIDA has its own, almost a whole lot. So ideas are actually there. They are probably the best of all brain putting up some of these documents. But beyond that, and we also have the economy wherewithal, even though it costs us fortunes, it costs us so much. But the other one is what? Is the political capacity. When you put these three together, it drives your e-governance maturity. Remember that when e-government maturity goes higher, it also stops corruption. It stops corruption. As little as the fact that we know how much is being released to all the tiers of government, especially the local government, makes people to ask questions. Makes people to ask questions. If people know that X amount of money, and that falls on what? on openness and transparency as espoused by Abuja, that for e-government to be able to fight corruption, openness must be there, transparency must be there, efficiency must be there. Now, in all these three things, there's also what we call the national culture, also affecting e-governance maturity. The first of which they test in their hypothesis is the power distance. By power distance, we mean that how do we relate the leaders and the led? Do we have this kind of and scholars have said a lot about power distance. There is nothing that says that our power distance culturally is bad or good. You may see the Prime Minister of UK maybe working along the folks and some others like that. It may not be our culture here. But it doesn't necessarily mean that leadership is so far from those that are being led. But the most important thing is that what exactly is the perception in terms of the relationship between the leaders and the led? Even when you are miles apart, is there that common understanding that questions can be asked? Is there that common understanding that things can actually be corroborated or what? Or maybe you have a different view. The other one is individualism. Now, what is the struggle like? What is our perception like about ourselves? Is it we alone or the community alone? The other one is masculinity. The other one is society avoidance. All these, they are part of our national culture, and they affect how our e-governance maturity is being pushed forward or is being pushed backward. For example, society avoidance. People sitting to drive e-governance project, for example, may decide out of fear of unknown, says that, if this project should mature, I'm going to be taken away off this desk. And that means that I may not see some things again. Because of that, they may cripple the project. So it said that it's not just the technology alone, and it is not just the human capital alone. Even beyond the economic capacity, we must look at our national culture to be able to get the best from this thing. So in all this, we have a lot of recommendations to make from the project based on the path findings that we had. Leadership, setting an effective tone at the top is very, very important. Beyond the leadership, persuasive cultural embrace. What exactly is our own cultural disposition? As a family unit, as a state, as a local government entity, even groups, organization groups, our cultural embrace must be such that we'll be open to initiatives that will be able to push us forward. Because at the end of the day, everybody really matters in fighting corruption. At the same time, is the investment in digital infrastructure, as the World Bank report suggests. Last year, the World Bank made a report about the digital infrastructure state of Nigeria, and they advised a lot of things, part of which is development of human capital. Development of human capital, because that is when your own community will be able to appreciate what you have done. A very critical recommendation we must also make is that NITDA should be adequately supported to be able to diligently review all IT spendings of any government establishment as stipulated in its mandate. Now, if you look at the mandate establishing NITDA, you see that it is meant to serve as a clearinghouse for all IT procurement and services in the public sector. And a typical example was given during our fact findings in NITDA. They actually stopped the bleeding, what could have been a kind of a project that would give the country nothing that an agency was trying to do. And they said, no, you can't do this. And that was able to save us a whole lot of money. But I want to tell you that the power and the relevance of NITDA is a function of the proximity of the leadership of NITDA at any point in time to who is who in the country. And beyond that, we must empower NITDA very well beyond this. Statutorily, they must be able to do their job. And what that means is that when we allow NITDA is doing a very wonderful job now, then they're trying to do quite a lot of things to be able to harness all the resources in the government in the government environment, in the government climate, so to say. The last boss of NITDA has now effectively been promoted to the Minister of Communication and Digital Economy. And we've seen a kind of a considerable level of consistency in the drive of NITDA. But the NITDA boss should be able to have a say on IT projects that different agencies and MDAs are doing. Because most often than not, you see that things actually, you could extend a particular project rather than proliferation of or doing the same thing that will even cost us more and problem of management and some others like that. And so we feel that if this is done, Nigeria can, all these recommendations, if it is done, the e-governance impact in curbing corruption in Nigeria will go a long way. I want to thank you all for your attention. And for now, I'm going to halt here. Thank you so much.
Your presentation is particularly very interesting for us in the private sector because I mean, these are your basically expressing some of our pain points, things we would like to see happen in the regulatory environment that will help the entire industry do a lot better. So let me move on to the next presentation. We have to switch Salim to come first before Dr. Yerima, because Engineer Salim is going to travel. So it's going to be the next presenter. Okay, so you have your.
That's a brief introduction.
Okay, so I think I'll call him to introduce himself and continue with his presentation.
Thank you very much. This permits me to stand on the existing I'm Salim Oluwafemi. I'm staff of the Federal Ministry of Finance, Budget and National Planning. Well, in governance, let me just say, joining the Nigerian government, I was informed by the need for us to make a change. And that was in 2014, after 13 years outside government, private firms, both as a staff of a number of companies and also as a business firm owner. Presently, I'm a PhD student too, while I still work with the federal government. And I'm on secondment to a project CSDP, which was before now the presidency. So that's a brief about my bio. I think I believe that's okay for now. Thank you. So my presentation is already sent to the organizers. I'm going to try if I can share it here. consented. Thank you. Okay, apology for the short delay. The presentation is on the 20. Okay. Okay. The 20 years review and classification of e-governance in Nigeria. Before I start this, let me recognize the contributions and previous papers presented by Dr. Bona and Dr. Yusuf Idris. On the level of granularity, they have actually mystified what I call the process component of e-governance. This particular presentation is going to be focusing on the operational component. Really, the question. So this is the content. So mainly the question is, when we are talking about security and trustworthiness in e-governance, the basic connection with the society is the impact. So the question will be, and so what? I'm talking from the government angle to the citizens, because our main focus in government is provision of services that enables good governance, or what about societal well-being. That's what business of government is. Government is expected to provide enabling environment by which business are done or carried out effectively. So this particular study is basically on, interrogating what has e-government done to the people for the past 20 years. So that question, if we look at it, we can just look at it from the surface and say, okay, fine. We can easily see that people have been using the internet even before the year 2000 in Nigeria, and you can see a kind of dynamics between 2000 and 2020. But when you look at what is on ground and the engagement of the people, when it comes to the real impact, then you don't have any option but to ask questions that what is the position, or where is the position of e-government? So that is the question that arrived. Now, as a form of introduction, we look at the antecedent, the terms that are connected to e-governance. Yes, some use it interchangeably, talk about governance, government, e-governance, e-government. As a form of summary, as far back as 1998, even before year 2000, we find out that there has been efforts in defining and also differentiating between the word government before even we talk about e-governance or e-government. Palmer in 2009, for example, defines governance as a consideration of processes and mechanisms with institutions of exercising political and economic authority. Now, that's not just enough to define governance, but it has to be in consonance with the effects of these mechanisms and processes on the management of countries' affairs. So as we are defining governance as it is, we should not deviate from e-governance. So the concept of that small e, just like we used to differentiate between in cybernetics, for example, we look at the small e and that is attached to governance as a space of people. So when you are translating people's space, that is the society, into the E, that is the digital environment, then you need to focus on what you deliver. That is the services that you deliver. And that's what X is talking about. That big governments have to deliver good governance. It has to have at its pay good governance. So if e-governance cannot impact on the citizen, then the opposite will be the case, the reverse will be the case. It probably is now a bottleneck to the people. So now, e-government now is now the functionalities that are used to improve the societal well-being, the functionalities, the exact services that are being provided through the use of the cyber space to provide good services to the people. And that's what the United Nations e-government survey actually stressed, that you cannot have e-government except that there are services that are attached to it, and these services are connected to citizens. So the business of government now is how to use e-government to provide services to citizens. Next. So, just like I said, the aim of e-government is to promote more efficient and effective government, facilitate more accessible government services. That's what Adema said. And also there are other people that have talked about e-government. Now, most pronounced is the dimensions of e-governance. And that is one of the key components that is being used to do this evaluation. And I'm calling it evaluation because of the time space, 20 years. So 20 years is enough to evaluate services that the citizens receive or get from government through e-governance specifically. So researchers have actually shown that we have 4 components of this dimension of e-governance. We have G to G, G to B, G to C, and G to E. These are not new to us because when we're talking about producers to consumer components of interaction or contracts that the government has with the citizen, then we have to divide, we have to break it into perspectives. So we talk about services that are provided from government or within government, services that are provided from government to businesses, then from government to citizens, and from government to employees. So from 2000 to date in Nigeria specifically, Nigeria has been part of the e-government society. Yeah, there are a lot of initiatives, just like the keynote address as mentioned, and even the last presenter as mentioned, that in this country today, we have initiatives in terms of e-government. In fact, Nigeria is a member of the Open Government Partnership, and that shows that Nigeria has been part of the global participants in e-government. So, what's next? So, this is a short background about, yes, the e-government, e-governance, and Nigeria participation in e-government. That's what, just like I mentioned, one one of the initiatives is the partnership, e-government partnership, which is being pioneered by the NITIDA. So the functionalities are what this particular presentation is going to be using as perspective by which the evaluation, 20-year evaluation is done. So let's go. I'm going to just browse through this literature. The literature in full and in full paper. By the time we have access to the paper, read more on the literature. But specifically for this particular study, we have the Clark and his colleagues, 1989. They have given us a parameter, yardstick. Dr. Oguna has given us a more granular perspective by which we evaluate e-government in terms of process improvement. But particularly, Clark et al. Has given us a way by which we evaluate the operational results of what e-government. So it talks about efficiency, effectiveness, and contribution to well-being. And Abuja in 2012 adapted the Clark framework, also carry out its own evaluation, particularly on if e-land administration in Nigeria. That's e-land administration. We've had about ages, about catches. These are functionalities that are attached to e-government in Nigeria. And I think that this specifically actually focus on that and did what we call operational evaluation. The nature of qualities of e-governance was also dealt with by the oral and its colleagues. Here the literatures. Here, what I want to pick out here is Ghana. Ghana e-governance four-phase maturity model, which the last presenter actually taught was how do we assess the level of e-governance in the country. So this is a country-wise. When you are looking at a global perspective of the improvements in e-governance, then you will not have any option than to ask what's the level of e-governance in your country. So Ghana provided an evaluation structure for that. So let's go to the next slide. So for this study, the conceptual framework was based on the e-governance dimension, combined with a perspective from the e-governance maturity model by Gardner, and we have Jordan and the Switzerland program evaluation framework that was combined with it. And the one that I actually mentioned before is Clark. Clark was also used in combination with the e-governance dimension, the form of participants. So the methodology for the assessment is specifically understood that it's a form of an impact review, which maintain the group. It's compulsory. The basic idea in longitudinal impact review is that you maintain your samples in the population, and for that, the survey is descriptive. And the model design method was e-governance evaluation framework. Okay, the collection method, just like I mentioned, is that the digital collection method was purposive. The questionnaire was designed, it's a semi-structured questionnaire, and it was administered accordingly. Also, in addition to that, our respondents was actually spread among both government staff and the general public. In-depth interview were carried out by meeting the necessary government officials that can provide specific information on the functionalities, because these functionalities were good. By the time we get there now, we're going to see the way it was grouped. So we consider 72 applications from 4 federal ministries. We used to have 42 ministries, but right now they have been trimmed down to 24. So the idea here is that at least a ministry in this country today, because if we should be looking at what are these applications that are existing, there are so many. In fact, in education alone, you can't count them. But the concept here is that which one do you pick when it comes to evaluating or reviewing the development in e-government in Nigeria specifically. So we looked at picking at least 3 applications per ministry, restricting ourselves to 3 applications per ministry. And these 3 applications were spread around those. Some ministries don't even have representation for more than one of these dimensions. Because when you look at, okay, if you pick a ministry, for example, and you look at what applications are you, what services are you giving or are you rendering to people, then you want to spread this across these functionalities, you find out that probably can only get maybe government to customer, government to citizens functionality. You may not be able to even see a tangible government to business benefit. So we try as much as possible to make spread 3 applications per a particular ministry of each of the 24 ministries accordingly. So next. So how do we did the analysis? The analysis was based on simple descriptive statistics. A lot of analysis were performed. When I saw Dr. Obuna's correlation analysis, I looked at it as that's probably maybe the next step in this particular evaluation, maybe the next 10 years. But specifically, all those were also tried, so we have some observations on them. But on a very snapshot, we find out that when you do a matrix, a 4x3 matrix, that was a quick result that gave us a very clear picture of, because when you do correlation, then you are looking at this affecting this, or you do regression, maybe this has more impact than this. But we want to just have a clear cut in terms of operational analysis. So we did a matrix of 3x4 matrices by crossing a kind of a cardinality between the domains, which is the efficiency, effectiveness, and contribution to societal well-being, and the cardinality, which is the dimensions. So it was crossed, and some statistical analysis were performed. Next. So results. 20 years review of e-governance in Nigeria. It's a clear-cut categorization. The dimensions were used to categorize, and it was the functionalities were classified based on the 24 ministries, MDs that were assessed. We also came up with some socioeconomic characteristics of the system, but that actually made the result very interesting. The issue now is about, we're talking about 20 years review. Are we talking about the child that was born in year 2000 and reviewing e-governance in year 2020? Now, if some of us, we can easily say, okay, in year 20,000, we were at that time, and where are now? Are we in the best position to say, okay, we want to give information about performance of e-government in Nigeria, or providing services in Nigeria. So when we looked at the socioeconomic characteristics of the respondents, and it was redistributed, we got some interesting results from there. So e-governance, efficiency, effectiveness, and contribution to social well-being. So let's see the picture. This is the picture in terms of categorization and classification. Out of the 24 MDAs, we sieve out a number of them, and according to the functionalities. So you can see in terms of providing government-to-government services, the focus of these ministries and departments and agencies made them to fit into government-to-government based on the survey. So the survey shows that Federal Ministry of Budget and National Planning, which I am anyway, I can't really go behind, Federal Ministry of the Environment, Agri and Water Resources. Now it's Agri and Water Resources. Then before it used to be Agri and Rural Development and Water. So you break them, they still separate them. But because of the uniqueness and the independence of these two parastatals, I separated them. So MBS also was actually part of the G2G because the services that these people provided, these MBAs provided, are specifically government to government. And this is the description and the number of applications that were gathered from that were actually identified. So we have the government to citizens. We have power, finance, yes, environment appears again. In terms of applications provided, and also humanitarian and education. Education appears very often. Then we have government to business, we have public enterprises, communication, commission, science and tech, and the rest. Then government to employee. How has government impacted or applied e-government services or providing government services to improve or service own employees? So these are the MDAs that we considered. So let's move on. And in terms of efficiency, effectiveness, and contribution to societal well-being, these are the indicators that were considered. Let's move on. Socioeconomic characteristics of the respondent. It was very interesting to know, to discover that the highest percentage of the respondents are average 48 years, which you can say that, okay, these are people that can give you the real situation on ground. And you have 32 years of 11% of 32 years. And in terms of education, most of them, 58.3% have a postgraduate degree, while 38.9% have bachelor degree graduates. Yes, for this particular analysis, the granularity in terms of, okay, what is the picture of the result, we're not giving that. It's very interesting. These are the details we will get in the full paper. Let's move on. And in terms of occupation, 100% are employed. So when you look at the data you have, and you find out that most of the respondents are employed, and most of them are actually public service personnel. So you will now have to you have an instinct that in Nigeria today, if you ask the public, about employment, okay, are you engaged? What are you doing right now? What nature of business? So you find that Nigerians are very enterprising and they find something doing. But to know that 87% or 88% are public service personnel shows you that Nigeria is a public service country. And in terms of formal sector, the formal sector are just 12.5%. That's the picture that we got. So the income is about 63, that's 64% male and 50% female. So this is the result in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. And as a form of conclusion here, and as a form of observation, is that government to government and government to citizens application is where Nigeria has actually improved when it comes to the overall analysis. But if you look at in terms of efficiency, effectiveness, and social contribution to societal well-being, you find out that overall, e-government or e-government services has only marginally contributed to societal well-being. But in terms of effectiveness, yes, it has been effective, 75%, and in terms of efficiency, it's efficient, 56%. And when we talk about efficiency, we're talking about operation, we're talking about processes and satisfaction that people derive. And when you look at it, these are the effectiveness. We find out that these government ministries and MDAs have not been efficient enough. They are not measured to effectiveness. So it means that gives us an idea that most government institutions actually focus on internal operation more than the services that the citizens derive. So you find out that in terms of effectiveness, the citizens can give you that, okay, this is 75%, but in terms of the satisfaction that is being derived, the citizens can tell you that it is 56%. And for the fact that most of the respondents are government, that is 89% of the respondents are government, shows that the government within themselves knows that the satisfaction that the people derive, the citizens derive from e-government services does not measure to its effectiveness. And overall, it's marginally contributing to overall societal well-being. So that's the discussion on the results. Now, I think that's the end of the presentation.
Oh, you've not discussed the results. Oh, is that
okay? So just like I've actually combined it. So just like I said, from the analysis, we find out that the e-government personalities were compared on the effectiveness, efficiency, and contribution to societal well-being. It just shows that G to C, that's government to citizen, and government to employee, functionally have more contributed to societal well-being. And equally, why the G to G and G to B functionalities are lower and contribute to societal well-being? When you look at it in terms of efficiency and effectiveness, the government to government and government to business are actually contributed to, they are actually improved in terms of effectiveness over the efficiency. And that is what is responsible for those marginal contribution to societal well-being. Because just like the clerk says that the efficiency has to do with satisfaction that the customer or your client derive from your operation. While effectiveness has to do with careful transactions in terms of time and costs. Yes, we can say that in terms of effectiveness, yes, people believe that cost doesn't matter, it's still okay. Time has been reduced because in the full paper, you look at banks, for example. Banks has the highest in terms of transaction time. The transaction time has reduced drastically compared to before 2000. So before 2000, people believe that banking institutions, transactions take more time, and time value of money also count in terms of the cost. It's also very high before 2000. But between 2000 and 2020, right now, the banking institutions, the financial institutions, has improved in terms of their effectiveness. That is, in terms of transaction time and transaction cost. That is what this result shows up. But in terms of the overall contribution to societal well-being, that is just marginal. And in fact, you find out that in the result, you find a considerable number of respondents that says they are neutral. They cannot really say that that's contributed, the government has contributed to societal well-being. And where that one is also considered, is weighted against those people that believe that that's contributed, then you find out that you may be scoring the e-government in Nigeria very low in terms of contribution, overall contribution to societal well-being. So that is the focus of this particular presentation. And thank you very much. If I have more, if there's time for questions, then we can take it. Thank you very much.
Welcome when you come to the panelist discussion. Wow. So 4 minutes over the yes. So I think we'll so that was a very eye-opening presentation. At least we know a lot about with respect to governance in Nigeria right now. And I can't wait to see the full paper. So let's move to the next presenter, Dr. Suleiman Yerima. Do I need to introduce him?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm looking for his profile. Thank you. You have to do the no, on screen. It's not bad. So Suleiman Yerima is a senior lecturer in cyber security at the Montfort University, here in Leicester. He's the program leader of cyber security technical professional degree apprenticeship and deputy program leader of digital and technology solution professional degree apprenticeship at BMU. He holds a first-class B.Eng in electrical and computer engineering from the Federal University of Technology, Mina. I think he says how holds the record. I don't know. As the highest cumulative GPA. He also has an MSc with distinction in personal, mobile, and satellite communication from the University of Bradford. After obtaining his PhD in computing from the University of South Wales in 2009, he worked at the University of Ulster and then moved to Queen's University, Belfast, Northern Ireland, where he led the mobile security research team from 2012 to 2017. Dr. Yerima is a certified information system security professional and a certified ethical hacker. Wow. His current academic research interests are in applied machine learning, data mining, malware detection, mobile network security, and digital forensics. And he has supervised several master's projects and PhDs in these areas. He has published more than 50 papers in international conferences and journals. And he is a regular reviewer for top journals in the field of cybersecurity. He's the project director and principal investigator of the STEGA project, which is funded by the GCRF DNU grant. So, Dr. Yerima, welcome.
Thank you very much, Ahmed, for that introduction. I hope you can see my presentation on your screen. And I hope you can hear me well over there.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Alright, so let me just get my screen right here. Okay, so here is an outline of my presentation, which is going to be on recent cyber attacks on e-governance. So I'll start by giving an overview of e-government and cyber threats. Then I'll move on to focus on a few recent data breaches from 2019 to 2020 that have been high profile in nature. And then we will talk about why is it that this type of attacks are successful against e-government services. And at the end, we will look at what can be done to mitigate this type of cyber attacks. So, to begin with, as we all know, cyber attacks can impact all tiers of government, whether it's national government, state government, regional government, or local government. And there are many distinct public sector agencies ranging from tax, healthcare, education, environmental protection, police, the justice system, including courts, the military, so on and so forth. They are all vulnerable to cyber threats. And why is this the case? This is because all these agencies would definitely be holding sensitive data, which is wide in scope and variety. Salim was mentioning different types of services or different types of application within different agencies that we are providing citizen to business, citizen to employee, and citizen government to business, government to employee, and government to citizen services. And basically for each of this variety of services, there will be lots of personal data that have to be collected from people, from citizens, from employees, from businesses. So that makes the type of data that public agencies hold very, very attractive to various adversaries. Now, this fact is backed by the latest data breach investigations report from Verizon, which found that 16% of breaches were in the public sector, excluding healthcare. And the reason why Verizon's report excludes healthcare is because of the fact that one of the major areas being looked at, which is United States of America, doesn't have healthcare as part of a public service. Now, if you factor in healthcare into that that statistic, you find out that the breaches that are targeting public sector is actually going to be much more than 16%. Now, with new government data breaches being reported daily, the security of public sector organizations is definitely very important now. And there's one thing that is very unique about government data, is the fact that it is both commercially and politically attractive to adversaries. So what I mean by this is that the people who will want to get their hands on government data, they could either be financially motivated, or they could have a political grievance and a point to prove. So you have a situation whereby you have different types of adversaries that might be interested in breaching government services. Now, who are these adversaries we're talking about? Who are the threat actors that government services should be worried about? We have numerous classifications of them, but one of the common ones is what you can see on the screen here. We have the so-called script kiddies, as they are called. These are the people who are actually quite technically savvy and don't really have a particular motivation, rather than just trying to see how far they can go with attacking different types of targets online. They may not really know exactly what they're doing, but they know how to use these tools, and they are equally as dangerous as the other types of hackers. Then we have the organized hacking groups, who are highly motivated, skilled and will normally have some specific reason why they are targeting the kind of organizations that they are hacking. So there are numerous hacking groups, some of which are very popular, like groups like Anonymous and so on and so forth. Then we have the hacktivists. An hacktivist is someone who, similar to an activist, will have something that is political to prove. So therefore, because of a certain grievance, they might decide to, for example, deface a certain website because they don't like the values that that organization that has those websites represent, or they might want to do something similar online to be a cyber threat to their online services. And then we have the insider threat. The insider threat is someone from within an organization that might have a reason from their own perspective. Maybe they want to get back to the organization and may end up either exposing data from this organization or doing something that is harmful to the ICT infrastructure of the organization. And then we have these cyber criminals who are largely opportunistic in nature. They don't normally discriminate who their targets are because they are financially motivated, as long as their targets are going to get them the financial financial reward that they seek. They will definitely be very happy to go after that target. And the last group is the state-sponsored actors or the nation states. So these are, of course, the most well-resourced, the most advanced, and the most highly skilled cyber threats. And they normally will have a reason. It's normally one country having a reason to go after another country, or to go after another country's resources, intellectual property, or critical infrastructure for one reason or another. So, looking closely at the data from the Verizon Data Breach Report, we find that 70% of the breaches were caused by outsiders. So I've just talked about the insider threats. Now, when it comes to government data, their report is showing that most of the breaches came from outside. So it shows that there are attackers out there that think that there is value in government data, to the extent that 86% of those breaches were actually financially motivated. So it's basically a cybercrime activity rather than maybe hacktivism or nation states targeting one another. And 43% of the breaches were attacks on web application. And as Yusuf Idris was talking about in his presentation, was talking about the type of maturity level that you get from government services through interactive web applications and so on and so forth. So because government services are accessed primarily through web applications, it's not surprising that a lot of the breaches were successful through the web as an attack vector. That report also shows that 27% of malware or malicious software can be attributed to ransomware. Now, ransomware is, of course, the deadly type of malware that basically takes over your system, encrypts your files. You are then not able to access your data, and if it is a service that that system is providing, then that service becomes unavailable. So this is really a very costly type of malware attack, and which is very, very impactful. So 27% of malware could be attributed to ransomware, and this is growing. Now, let us look at some of the recent data breaches from different government or government agencies from around the world. The first one I want to talk about is the government of Quebec in Canada. So basically, they reported a data breach in February this year that potentially impacted 360,000 teachers that were employed by the Quebec province. The personal information of these teaching professionals were obtained from a database using a stolen username and a password that was used to access a database. Now, I have a question to everyone that is listening. What could have been used to prevent this data breach? Basically, what kind of mechanism or what kind of technique could have been put in place to prevent this data breach? Because to me, it looks like simply using a stolen username and password to access a database is something that is preventable. So I want someone to give me an answer at the end of the presentation. It's something you guys all know. You guys all use this type of thing in so many of the services that you use or applications that you use. The second one I'm going to highlight is an attack on the government of Brazil. So this data breach exposed personal details of 92 million Brazilian citizens, and this happened in October 2019. And there have been reports that these data is being sold in the dark web and being auctioned across multiple restricted dark web marketplaces. So basically 92 million Brazilian citizens, that is almost the entire working population of Brazil, had their data stolen and compromised in October 2019. The next one in focus is the Bulgarian Tax Authority, and this breach happened in July 2019. So basically their tax agency had its servers breached, where the finance minister admitted to actually losing 3% of the agency's database, which was equivalent to data relating to 5 million taxpayers. Okay, so financial data nonetheless of 5 million taxpayers were breached in July 2019. It was the first publicly known major data breach in Bulgaria, and in this case the attacker claimed that what really motivated them was the fact that the government was corrupt. So this is a case of we can say this is a case of hacktivism, basically, because what they did was to compromise 110 databases, get a lot of confidential information, and then started releasing this information to journalists. And then we have the Ecuadorian incident. So this is actually not a data breach, but a discovery by some two security researchers of a server located in Miami, Florida, which was owned by an Ecuadorian company, and they found out that this server actually was exposing 20.8 million records belonging to 16.6 million people of Ecuador. So that is the entire population of Ecuador. Now, what is scary about this was that the database contained a whole lot of information from several Ecuadorian government registries, Ecuadorian National Bank, and automotive associations. So to give you a flavor of the type of data that was exposed, some records were found that was related to the country's president. Within the same data, records about citizens and their family members, including their children, spouses, and parents, were exposed. Also, the type of information you could get included full name, gender, date of birth, place of birth, home address, email, home, work phone numbers, marital status, date of marriage, level of education, employer name, employer tax ID, job title, salary information, job start date, and job end date. And if the individual had an account with Ecuadorian National Bank, you could also see their account status, you could see the current balance and the amount of finance that they have, as well as their credit type. Now, if you put all of this type of information together, one can only imagine what kind of risk you can put an individual into. And you can see this is not only going to be a problem in the cyber world, but also in the physical world. Because if you put all of this information together, then you can have a very, very feasible kidnapping and ransom scenario. And of course, it makes identity theft and fraud very, very easy, because it's very easy for you to reconstruct a whole identity online with all of those information that you get, impersonate somebody else, take over their financial, take over their accounts, and so on and so forth. So that was actually one of the high-profile incidents. Which it wasn't a data breach, but it was an exposure that was really that really captured the imagination of the cybersecurity world. Now let's come closer to home. The city of Johannesburg, South Africa, last year experienced 2 high-profile incidents. One of them was the hacking of the city's computer network, while the other one was a ransomware attack on City Power. And City Power is Johannesburg's electricity company that supplies electricity to its residents. The ransomware attack actually led to shutting down services, the website, and some billing systems as a precautionary measure. Now, the incident where hackers accessed the computer network of the city was actually carried out by a group called Shadow Kill Hackers. So they claim to be responsible for that. They did send a ransom note warning that they had control of everything in the city, and demanded $30,000 in bitcoins. Now, the authorities had to respond by shutting down their IT infrastructure, including their websites, payment portals, and other e-services. And they confirmed that indeed there was a breach through their Twitter account. Now, this is what was discovered on one of the computers of one of the employees' computers, and you can see there the screen came up to say, "Hello, JBug City. Here are Shadow Kill Hackers speaking. All of your servers and data have been hacked. We have dozens of backdoors inside your city. We have control of everything in your city. We can shut off everything with a button. We also compromised all your passwords, sensitive data, financial and personal population information, and so on and so forth." The demand was made, and so many other threats, and even leaving them with a polite greeting, "Have a nice weekend." So that must have taken place on a Friday. Now, they posted screenshots on Twitter to show that they had accessed the Active Directory server. That was because of the claim that was being made that it was actually a fake attack. Now, there was also something else that happened on that same day, which was the fact that in the private sector, several South African banks suffered what appeared to be a distributed denial of service attack that brought down their services. Now, this is what Shadow Kill Hackers posted to try and prove the fact that they actually did take over their systems. So, according to them, this is the Active Directory service within that network. And then they came out with a tweet saying that, well, according to what they are reading in the news, they have actually obtained sensitive data, but then they said they had nothing to do with the DDoS attack on the banks, but they did turn off the services of the websites of the city. Okay, so you can see all that online from ZDNet if you're interested in knowing more about that incident. So all of these breaches just goes to show that government data is becoming more and more targeted. Of course, we know that disclosure is something that is rare within the public sector because there's no incentive to do so. In places like Europe, where there is a mandatory regulation and laws that compel anyone who has suffered a breach to expose that breach, and will have that investigated, and if they are found to be at fault, they will be fined. And not only will they be fined, they will have to compensate their customers. For example, if it was a bank, for example, they will be compelled to compensate their customers. But you have a different scenario here where government data, when it gets breached or is lost or exposed, it may look like, okay, so then who are the victims here? Like when you compare that to the scenario where, for example, a bank gets compromised, or banking data gets compromised. So let's look at some of the common causes of government data breaches. So from a technical perspective, we have so many things that can cause this, and some of them are basically from the way your systems are designed and developed. For example, if you have an insecure API, or you have misconfigured systems and services on your networks, or you are attacked via the web as a vector using techniques like SQL injection and so on, and using out-of-date software, which is a problem in many organizations. So you do have a situation where most of your operating systems and applications and even your browsers need to be updated constantly. But then in many organizations, you find them using out-of-date systems that are 10 years old, 5 years old, either for the reasons of cost or for other reasons. So this leaves them particularly vulnerable to attacks and allowing this type of breaches to occur. And then we have employee errors and carelessness. For example, sending mass emails without checking first to see that the people who should not receive that email have been excluded, for example, by using the blind BCC function. Now, zero-day exploits, those are techniques that are used by sophisticated attackers like nation states. So basically, those are the type of attacks that are not yet known, haven't yet been exposed. Therefore, your defense systems can do nothing about them. So they basically know about some vulnerabilities that exist in your systems, which you don't know, the whole world doesn't know, and then they exploit it and attack you. So basically, this is the highest level of attack we're talking about, which is at nation state level. Then another source of government breaches could be compromised email accounts. And last but not the least is social engineering, which is a very, very big one. So you've all heard of phishing, and you know what scam emails are. Now we are in the era of COVID-19. So this is what social engineering looks like in the era of COVID-19. With the type of anxieties that people are facing and changing working patterns whereby people are now working remotely, hackers, cyber criminals have come up with COVID-19 themed ways to lure victims into either going to websites where they then have to give up their credentials, or downloading malicious software onto their systems. And this is also a source of breach. So you can see the one here that you have emails. These are all emails which were in circulation during the peak of the pandemic, and you can see the one at the left here talking about awareness about coronavirus. The one at the right is talking about community transmission, and if you look at it, it uses World Health Organization logo, and the one at the right claims to come from the Center for Disease Control. So basically, by clicking on the links here, you are exposing yourself either to having your credentials stolen or to downloading malicious software onto your system, which can then be a backdoor into your network. Here are a few more examples. The one on the left is talking about COVID-19, everything you need to know. And the one on the right is coronavirus safety measures. So this was as far back as in February. And you can see there's an attachment there which is actually carrying malicious software. Another form of social engineering was driving people to fake websites where they, for example, the one you are seeing on the screen here is actually a fake website that was embedding a real website into what we call an iframe, and it is supposed to be a coronavirus COVID-19 tracker. So this was during the peak of the pandemic, and because people were curious to know what the situation was in their area, of course they'll be attracted to this kind of websites. If you look at the top there that has been cycled, it is saying for Android users to get real-time number of coronavirus cases based on your GPS location, please download the mobile app version of the website and enable accurate reporting for best experience. So by clicking on that link, then you will download an app called Coronavirus App Tracker, and that app claims to be able to give you a better version of what you're seeing, that is the map of coronavirus infections in your area. And then it also will tell you when you have come close to somebody who is infected with coronavirus. So basically, that app contained what we call the COVID lock ransomware. And what it does is, as soon as you try to activate the app, it just takes over your smartphone or your Android device and asks you for a ransom in bitcoins. So this is another form of social engineering using fake websites, which we are seeing increasingly becoming prevalent in this COVID-19 era. Now, lastly, let's look at what ways can we mitigate cyber threats in public organizations and government systems. The first one is training and user awareness. This will effectively mitigate phishing attacks and accidental data loss. So you have to train users to be aware of the risks there are with online activity, and how to recognize phishing attacks, and how to prevent themselves from carrying out acts that will lead to loss of data from the organization. Another thing that can be done is for civilian organizations to look at what the military are doing, because the military tends to have very strong security culture, and they usually have this type of security first approach even in their cyber operations. So civilian organizations have a lot that they can learn from the military organizations. It's also important to engage cyber teams when making decisions about e-government and citizen communication. When you're building any systems, upgrading systems, and extending them or what have you relating to e-government, it's very important to have cyber team involved so that you can become aware of the risks that are involved in building those systems or launching those systems or what have you. Then another thing is investment in housekeeping. So basically, your housekeeping is patch management, changing older systems, and so on and so forth, maintaining a good security culture within your organization. Data classification is another tool that is important. Why is that important? Because it allows you to know what data that you have is most important, so that you do not need to protect everything. Indeed, you can't protect everything. You only need to protect the most critical data. So this is where data classification comes in as a tool. Information and sharing and best practice sharing between public and private sector. Protecting data through legislation. So cybercrime should be recognized as such and not just a victimless incidents that are interesting to talk about. So there should be consequences of either deliberately or carelessly doing any activity that leads to a breach or theft of information and whatnot. Due diligence is important, because most of the time you don't carry out your own ICT work yourself. Sometimes you have to involve third parties, so you have to make sure that those third parties have good security culture as well. Regular auditing, security audits and security assessments, and last but not the least, having a business continuity plan in place. So basically, you should be able to know as an organization, if I suffer a cyber attack or a breach, how can my service continue to operate? How much time will I need to recover? So these are very, very important things that need to be considered. I think that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Is there any question for me that I can answer? And I know we're the break period now.
Yes, so we'll populate that immediately after the break period, and we'll get back to you.
Okay, no problem. So see you after the break. Don't forget that there's another link that we will be going into for the second session. Oh, for the panel discussion, sorry.
No problem.
Yes.
So see you then.
See you in the panel discussion.
Okay.
Hello? Yes? No, I'm trying to put some things together. Yeah, and people are trying to come in, so I'm trying to make sure we have a smooth transition. Yeah, how is it going at your end? Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not on ground. It doesn't matter. They figure it out. It's not on ground. Yeah, somebody will. Is it you and him that are doing it? Okay. Let me talk to them. If I'm able to get them within the next 15 minutes, I'll ask them to ask you people to specifically read them out. Yeah. Yeah. I'll do that. That's in session. No. Okay, but no. So somebody will read your. We will figure it out. Don't worry. Yeah. Yeah. I want to find out what's going on. I want to find out what's going on with them. No problem. Okay. Cheers. Bye. Hello? Hello? Hello, Khalil? Khalil? So, Muna, yeah. Hello? Hello? Khalil? Yeah. Okay, so we got 20 minutes go to. Yeah, we got 20 minutes to. Hello? Okay, now, okay. I drafted some questions. You can add them to the ones that you have. Who is going to moderate the panel discussion? Okay. Now, which one are you going to do? When it comes to the next section, so Shafi'i da Olabisi Sasi reading Abunga biographies go. You can ask them to read biographies. Now, so just hold on, stay on the line. I want to share some questions with you, so you tell me how they are. Okay? Yeah, by the time Kuka Masala, you take a look at them. Or do you already have questions? Okay, I'll send them. Is he populating some? Okay, does he have his WhatsApp? Because I'll send it to his WhatsApp as well. Okay, I'll send to his WhatsApp as well. Okay, talk to you guys in about 15 minutes, okay? Okay. Hello? 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 Hello, doctor. Waalaikumsalam. Okay. You have are you reading the biographies for panel discussion? Or for session 2? Session 2. Let me see. Do I have that in front of me? I have so many things in front of me. I know session 2 is starting after the panel discussion call. Let me see. When the challenges and opportunities of e-procurement, the blockchain, Abanga Ibrahim Abdullahi, Abdul Basit, Ibrahim Abdullahi, then Chinwe, and Olabisi herself. Yeah. So Nasan Gams that when it comes to that session, they should hand over to you guys to read the biographies, that if they will remember to do that. But yeah, this is just Allah. Let me see. I think because Olabisi is doing the last 2, maybe you should do the Cope and Azat, but it might if she wants to forget about reading the biographies and just allow you to do it, all of them. Since she's presenting, it might make her, jumping between one thing and the other can be a bit abanga, distracting. Just like it has been for me since morning here. Not to zufa binanga, alhamdulillah. Okay. Okay, but you didn't see the email, but the link. Some people were not even aware of where the links were. That led to the delay in the morning. Oh, Allah. No. Okay. Yeah, luckily for us, we are on time. The Safet in the Fara do Liba. Alhamdulillah, we still cut up, which was good. Yeah, so far so good. Yeah. You have all of them, Ko? Yeah. Yeah. Do you have the latest? The latest the latest program. Then I don't have it on my screen now. The latest. What Dr. Chingwe Tenach is the last person. Is that? Are you looking at that? The last person is Dr. Chingwe. Am I in that one? Am I in that? No, that's not the latest. And it's from the group code. It's from the group. Is it from the group? I hope I didn't make a mistake to post it. So, but in Duba in Turamaka the latest. So. Salam alaikum. Hello, salam alaikum. Not yet. It's Mahmoud, Suleiman Mahmoud on the panel. Yeah, I'm not there physically. I will just give the instruction because yeah, okay. So you want all of them to be on the panel, 5 of them. Yeah. No, I agree with that 100%. I just want to be sure that they are happy to do it. Okay, fine. Yeah. So, but okay. So Dauda doesn't have to be there. Okay. So we have Alaka, we have Roland, Alaka, Mahmoud, Roland, and who else? Okay, then the 2 other guys. So there'll be 5. There'll be 5. No problem. Okay. If you can reach him as well, if you can call him and tell him as well. Okay. Okay, good. Hello? Can you hear me? What's not ready? Abichi is not ready. Naza. Hello? No problem. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, social. No, ko za ku introduce din su ai. Kamar yadda aka yi na first one, za ku yi, you will read their bios. Kana da bio na all of them. Instead of Mansur Ahmed, wannan ne zai Abdul Basit. Amma na Mansur an tura na Mansur, amma na Mansur is a bit long. Ina iya tura maka. In za ka yi reading duka biyun. Bari in tura maka, amma through WhatsApp. An turo mun. So in za ka yi reading, Abdul Basit is presenting, but ya turo na Mansur. So bari in tura. Suna da matsala where their lunches, their food is not ready, so ban san me za a yi ba yanzu. They haven't had the lunch, so I don't know. Ibrahim Abdullahi. Yes, Amma Ibrahim is going to. Ibrahim, yeah. He has his own this thing. Yeah. And then Chinwe, we're expecting her to join. Either she's on her way. She traveled from South Africa. I don't know whether she has reached the venue yet. If she hasn't reached the venue, she will do it online. Will I be yes. Okay, no problem. No, but they are there. Look at everybody's bio is there. Everybody's bio is there. Yeah. Okay, no problem. No problem. Hello? I just wanted to say, forget about doing the session share thing. Even if they mention it, if the other guy is going to do it, you read everything, so you just focus on your get ready for your presentation. The main thing, I just even wanted people's name to be in the what do you call it, in the schedule. That's why I put it there. Yeah, just get people's name appear, you know. So just put it like that. But it's not like it's crucial, it's a critical thing. You know, maybe in the future it will become a critical role, but now it's just, you know, for people's name to appear. Alright. All the best. Bye bye.
is finally here. Salim is still there. I see. This one not take you right.
You're supposed to motivate.
Okay.
What's that?
I don't know the back. So, the values. I don't have the values.
Oh, finalists. Everybody is there.
I like that. Two decades of practicing IT, both the academic and public sector. He is a registered member of Computer Professionals of Nigeria and a member of pioneering team of most innovative ideas in Nigeria and tertiary institutions. He works now with the Ministry of Budget and National Planning as Chief Information Technology Officer in charge of web services and other essential services. So that's a very short bio. I briefly met him during the commission. I was quite impressed with some of the ideas that he has. So we hope that we will share some of that with the meeting. So the next person is Roland Okon. And then, what's Roland? Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is first degree in electrical and computer engineering. So he had done in 2006. And he gave an MSc in Information Technology Management from Coventry University, United Kingdom. So everybody here is supposed to do it after me. He is certified as a project manager, as a Prince 2 practitioner, IT service management, system architect at TOGAF 9, business process integration SAP, and managing for result-based monitoring and evaluation. Mr. Okon has worked with the National Monitoring and Evaluation Department since 2014, supporting the federal government in developing and strengthening the national monitoring and evaluation system. Mr. Okon has advised several ministries on managing for results on the one, economic recovery and growth plan, implementation of national social investment program, the implementation of economic sustainability plan. Mr. Okon is also a member of the Secretariat for the Geo-Reference Infrastructure and Development and Demographic Data for Development with 3 Nigerian projects. So that means you don't work for the government.
No, I do work for the government.
Okay, are you employed by the government?
Yes, I'm employed by the government.
Okay,
It's currently the principal planning officer of the Ministry of Finance, Budget, and National Plans.
So it looks like we have a lot of people to do that now. Okay, our government.
Yes.
Because they improve them. So for the other cities, we are really here to make sure that.
So it's a pleasure meeting you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that's
Yeah, so panel discussion will begin. So I think the format we're going to follow. Let me see. So I had to steal the format from Google. So what we have done so far, I think we've done the panel introductions. So they should send it to one Dr. Muhammad Ali when he comes around. Yeah, we can. Okay. So I think I will just let the panelists make the initial comments one by one. before we go into the questions session. So how many minutes should we give to each packet? 2 is okay. 2 minutes? Yeah, 2 minutes, okay. It's fine. Not a very big or 5.
No, 2 minutes is a very long time.
So who goes first?
Okay,
okay, so the last
Right, thank you. 2 minutes. Let's say we'll go in 2 minutes. Well, let me, the topic says opportunities and challenges of state of e-governance in Nigeria. To actually paint a better picture of what the state of e-governance is in Nigeria, it would be good to look at it from a global perspective so that we can actually know where we are. And I always use United Nations e-government development index. It's very good. It's good for one to actually look at that perspective vis-a-vis what we're doing here in the country. Because yes, nationally we're doing very well, having a lot of ICT policies and all that. But when you look at it from a perspective, let me quickly say what the total weight average of 3 key ingredients of e-government. And that's 1, open services index, of course, and we're very lacking in that area. I'll try and probably elaborate on that. Then telecommunication infrastructure index, we've done so well. We have optic fibers, undersea cables landing at our shops, but the challenge is lack of intercity metropolitan optic fiber system to move these huge capacity additions to hinterlands up north and all of that, to see the difference between a place like Abuja and Lagos at the seashore than somewhere in Maiduguri and all of that. Then, of course, the last one is human capital index. You get it, ICT and all of that. We're still within the range of 0.255 mid-level at the moment. But when you now look at other countries like Kenya and all of that moved. Recently, I was going to Kenya, and I just sit at the comfort of my home, and I got my visa to Mombasa, really. Sense of the online services. So where are we in this? Yes, we've done so well in infrastructure, local taxation, that has been an issue. You get it? Then, of course, another challenge is road construction. You see optic fiber being turned off. One happened in my estate recently for lack of GIS information of where you lay the fibers. We're trying to fast track, the telecommunication infrastructure backbone, but of course, doing things haphazardly and all of that. You get it? If I want to have Nigerian, for me, I think there's a need for us to begin to look at, which is part of our national infrastructure, integrated infrastructure master backbone. On the ICT, we actually proposed single window service, as obtained like Kenya that I mentioned. You just go to one government portal, and we're doing a lot. Netcomsat is part of the communication, one of the things you get it. But of course, the approach before now has always been silo, Ireland, the need for, there's urgent need for MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies of government to begin to harmonize. And that's part of what Pantami administration is doing at the moment. You saw recently the movement of the National Identity Management Commission to Ministry. Of course, we started by saying it's not just longer Ministry of Communication, but it's now Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. And of course, that harmonization has been helping so that government institutions can begin to do the needful interaction, begin to synergize so that we could silo approach isn't the way forward. This is the time to begin to I should be able to go to one portal and address and get my company registered. CX, this is what I said. You get it? And of course, language barrier too could also be addressed quickly there. Archiving
the three most important and major languages in Nigeria: Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. You get it? Because the literacy level is high. You get it? So once you have this kind of single window portal, we begin to address a lot of things. I could go there, register my business, tax issue, FIRS, so many things. My national ID card and all of that. It's a step in the right direction. We just finished the 8th national communication retreat in the world. And I'm sure a lot will also come out in that direction. Yes, let me stop here. 2 minutes.
So actually, only got to know that it's discussing last night. So and then I say, doctor is always ready. So move on to this program, right?
Yes. Okay. So I think I'll before I piggyback on Dr. Baptiste's points. I would like to approach the e-governance challenge from a result perspective. After all, that's what I've been doing since 2014, managing for results from a result perspective. And I'll start with a simple question. If you're familiar with Christian, I think to some extent in Islam, so there's this cultural adage of Noah building the ark. Yeah. And then there are two big miracles in the ark building. Is it building the ark itself, or that animals from several thousand species of animals moved into the ark orderly, 2 by 2, and then stayed in the ark for 40 nights, and then disembarked. So when it comes to e-governance projects in Nigeria, that's the question. What is the big miracle? Is it building the ark, or getting the animals in the ark? So that is the dimensions in terms of looking at results, because a lot of time government focus is on building the ark. How about the operationalization? And that will lead me to second sort of like strand of my a lot of times to get e-governance working in Nigeria, there's a lot of advocacy. And a good example I'll give is what we've done with the Between Nigeria project. The Between Nigeria project, I'm going to share the flyers with those here. We've been able to get NASDA, INEC, and MPOPC and OSGov to work together to harmonize Nigeria's administrative data, which is very, very important in terms of getting applications and services out. We've also helped helping people like UBEC build use cases using your special data. So essentially, through advocacy, because not through a lot of money investment, but through advocacy, through getting people into the room, we've been able to improve services to the Nigerian people. And then finally, I would like to say that let us also remember that government, not just federal government of Nigeria. So when we talk about e-governance, we also remember that we're talking about state government, we talk about local governments. What's happening in the local government state? Because a lot of times our conversation is at the federal government. This is not the government, this is not the federal government trying to, deflect attention from itself, but it's a good conversation. Because, for example, there are a lot of, like Dr. Latisi said, there's a lot of data, there's a lot of information around. But how federal government, state government, local government leveraging on this data to improve the economy, for example? It may be interesting to know that I think about 1 million farmers and their farmlands were mapped, the soil tested, but in terms of results, so what? How are we able to leverage on this? And that's where I think I will push my conversation. So I don't go over 5 minutes like myself. I've known Dr. Latis for a long time, so I don't go about 5 minutes. I think I'll cut it short there. So that's how the conversation going forward.
Thank you so much. I think there already see a lot of synergy that don't feel that big. I mean, the people that poisoned the world synergy for me is the people at Facebook when they employed this woman. What's her name again? The one from Google. It's Sarah, what? The CEO. Okay. So anyway, so I think they interviewed a lot of candidates. They were looking for somebody that would handle locations. And so a lot of Harvard MBA guys, they were there. And so during the interview, they used a lot of big words. So what's funny that when they came, they said, well, she used very simple terms that everybody could understand. She used a bit like synergy. And that's what manager. She's been 2 days later. I can't remember her name now. I think something Sarah something. Very popular lady. Very good. So I try to avoid synergy. Okay. So let me call on Mr. Kanaka for one brief.
Talking about e-governance, Nigeria challenges and opportunities that come. My view about e-governance is that Nigerian government that invested a lot of money to make sure this thing works. The challenges we usually have around is that most citizens, I would say citizens, when we're talking about governance, it is we, civil servants and the likes, that usually encompass what you call governance. We do it in such a way that we don't encourage governance results to be seen by the public. We'll also share a little bit information about it. For us to get to know some one or two other things, we need data and information. Very critical. In this country of ours nowadays, there are data scattered all around, they are not, they are in silos. You can hardly find them together. If you, like for example, in the federal WoSTG office, experience has shown that recently they keep asking civil servants to bring the same information every now and then. Most times I will not look at that. You collected this thing last year, why are you repeating it the same again? Maybe they don't have the backup of it or whatever. Or maybe sometimes they're trying to get some one or two information about it. Most of those things, if we as civil servants of the public, the citizens, enforces our stand and do what is right, I'm sure this governance will be able to help the nation move forward.
Thank you so much.
I want to relate here.
So I think one last point that he raised there's a very funny discussion that I had with somebody a long time ago, maybe more than 10 years now. I was at this concert. And HR, exactly what you said now. So they keep asking us for the same information, something you already provided. So a lot of the time you have to even go to them to get the information I ask you for a president back to them. So one of my colleagues was saying that, okay, the reason why they are like this is because they are not efficient. So they are not, I mean, if they are efficient, they would have had a database. And I said, no, I think it's the other way around. That, no, that's not what he said. The reason why they are not efficient is because they don't have a database. And I said, no, it's the other way around. That if they are efficient, they will have had a database. Mm-hmm. Right? So it's not that they will make you efficient. It's efficiency that make you have a database. So anyway, so I think it's time for the panel discussion question. So I have a few questions here that we want the panelists to discuss. So I'll ask the question and then any of the panel member that wants to answer it will indicate. If they don't, I will probably call on somebody based on your presentation. So, what are your thoughts on how the level of participation of citizens in e-governance can be improved?
Thank you for that, because that also now takes us to looking at all the ends of e-government. E-government actually relies on three perspectives: government to government, government to business, government to citizens. Now, when we talk about government to government, we're lacking that signage between government agencies. Government to business to a large extent, a lot of services are online at the moment. You get some services are coming up, based on the EGRP implementation plan 2017-2020. A lot of issues were addressed on how, the number of days it should take to address to, register a business entity. Corporate affairs was involved from the Office of the Vice President, did a lot of work, and of course, it takes about 2-3 days now to do that. But we're still not there, but we're trying to move e-passports, in silos and all of that. Then you look at the most important aspect, government to citizens. You see, this is where the issue of addressing one single window portal comes in. I've looked at countries that moved in Africa. I've looked at countries that have moved from mid to high. High is 0.75, 0.5 to 0.75. I was shocked. Kenya is there. In West Africa, Capo, West Africa. He's a leading West African country. You get it? Mauritania, Seychelles, and all of that. And I was like, what are they doing? And I realized this online services, which is part of the e-government index. The online services addressing that via a single window portal. This is what Kenya has done. This is what other countries. I was trying to look at. Including Denmark. Denmark has even dropped Korea. Wow. Correctly. In 2020, so the e-governance that we get is, and I was like, what? Denmark? What? And I realized what you just mentioned here. You see, e-government is not just about looking at national level. What are states doing? What are local government? Local government is even the key. It's a big challenge here for us. You get because I was looking at survey of 774 local government headquarters in Nigeria, and I realized more than 70% are in rural area. You get where you don't have optic fiber infrastructure. So how do we address this? You get it? So it's I'm happy.
That would be an issue of like taking optical fiber there or shifting the local
which is not even viable for some of these business operators. So now this is where you begin to see the services of universal access provision fund that's supposed to actually help, the operators provide infrastructure. USPF happily is now under NCC. But the current minister is trying to institutionally be able to actually really do the primary mandate. You get it? Primary mandate actually to help the operators, deploy infrastructures in areas that are available. The global comes of this world and MTN will not go to one village and deploy fiber. It's not easy. And of course, again, some countries like Canada and all of that also addressing these using satellite infrastructure. This is why that comes in. You get it? Providing affordable services to some of these hinterland, rural areas and all of that. But of course, government also has to intervene in terms of cost, in terms of, because if not with the recent approach that we did on K-band, where currently with K-band initiative, which is part of the policy of the ministry, that we can utilize K-band at the cost of 75,000 naira deploy services anywhere in the country. You get it? Because with just a handy 0.75 meter dish and some small CPEs, delivering service. But of course, there still has to be some kind of subsidy. This is what we're saying in countries like Canada. In other countries, you get it subsidized and after a big government agency. But of course, the way we are now is all about commercialization.
So I was when you were saying something, you was making sure you was pointing at me. Because our combination of audience and we see that in government, we're trying to like subsidy, but I agree with you subsidy in that direction. But I think that's a very, very interesting question, and I'm going to it from just 2 points of view. One, in terms of, I'd like to comment on National Broadband Strategy by the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. I think that strategy, if implemented, I think it follows this kind of thought process. I think the government is thinking about that with what it can. They have to be strong advocates to state government, to our government. So think about it in a terms of result area. How do we improve the results? We improve the results by one, having a common language. For example, if I'm going to get citizens to, for example, monitor a budget, for example, the Ministry of Health will see that they are repairing a road, they are repairing Lagos Ibadan road change 250 to change 350. To the ordinary man, that makes no sense. So as part of the Open Government Partnership, what we're doing in the ministry is trying to develop a solution to that where these changes, the names of budget items are sort of linked to things that are tangible. So it's 250, is it from Jibalande to Edo State or, so we now try and name these things in places where people that are working in national, road transport workers, they understand what this project means in a way that they can respond. And two, if we do a little bit of advocacy, a little bit of work with the state government to coordinate this, to try and coordinate services, whether it's collection services, whether it's education services, to try and cascade it to them. Because, to be honest, we are not that bad when it comes to information, when it comes to data access. We're not that bad. We're not that backward. But
we have statistics.
Oh yes, I don't have that with you right now, but I can tell you that as a monitor, in most rural areas that we go, we can use things like Kudu, and we can still get access and upload from villages. So that tells you that gives you that up to a good 65 to 70% of Nigerians have some access to it. It may be expensive, but there is still access to internet services in most, up to 65 to 70% of Nigerian communities. However, the services, that is the e-governance services, is what is now missing. So you go to local government areas, for farmers, they are not allowed to access fertilizer to get inputs using e-services. So they can't just send the text to the local government chairman, and then on the 6th they go to the park, for example, and pick up fertilizers, herbicides, and things like that from their farm. So those services are non-existent in most states and local governments, and it's things that we have to look at. So I said two things. One,
I think that this topic actually brings up to my next question. Okay. So maybe I should take the questions like I just answered it. So what are your thoughts on ensuring that e-governance is widespread at different levels of government, including local governments?
Okay, so
are there any barriers that need to be removed or overcome to make this a reality?
Okay, so that I don't all the time, I'll just be very quick on this so that so yes, to the issues of barriers, I think it's the mindset of governments. People have governance as some sort of social service or some sort of noble kind of service where I help the people, I help the people. But I feel like government really is organizing the people, and that's the mentality that has to happen in local government and state government and even the federal government. How do we organize people better? For example, from the local government, how do I increase my idea? How do I improve education? Oh, I need money to improve education. How do I make money? Oh, I need to improve what I sell, for example, what I export, for example. So that thought leads to the issue of organizing the people, and that what leads to become more efficient and then deploy services. So the biggest barrier to e-governance is politics, the politics of politicians, and the politics of how they money. Because you have places where there's no incentive for a local government chairman or a state government in some cases to talk to these people. You have places where the local governments are
especially gaining this trust at that level. Because I discovered that when we talk about these new technologies that are coming out now, like the Bitcoin and the rest, once at that level, the trust is lost, then the business in that level is down. No matter what, no matter what the ingenuity you may have as a businessman, but that particular business is gone at that level. So we need advocacy, and we need the participation of the NGOs in this area. So maybe that will come as a part of the communique. So thank you. That's my observation.
Okay, thank you so much, Stanley. Any other comments from the other side, from the cyber side? Okay, so we're gone.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Thank you. You know, just a little comment. Regarding. I know I'm not Nigerian, and I might be not familiar with the Nigerian system, but I think it's a common problem regarding the political party in power. What I've observed is that there's a lot of interference, and a lot of trying to dilute certain institutions, whereby institutions which are supposed to be run by professionals, but the political party in power tries to bring other, people who are termed not to be professional to carry out, maybe probably leadership, functions in those institutions. So in this case, we are having difficulties in Africa in general, where we have these not qualified personnel just because of their political party, which is in power. They are tasked to look after, for example, e-governance, cybersecurity systems, and so on. So my problem which I have with that is that, we as African states, we have to put the interest of the states first, rather than of individuals or political parties. I think that's the huge challenge which Africa is facing. And if we can we can call a spade and ensure that these political parties realize that it's about national interest. It's not about their political agenda. It's a difficult one. I don't know how you think about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a big program that goes beyond engineering. I was telling some of my colleagues during the break that when we were in school, when we were in secondary school, the class was split into two. Those who were very, very smart, they were asked to go and read science. And the others were asked to go and read arts and social sciences. We never knew that the art and the social sciences are going to be global. So I think that's part of the problem. Okay, so any other contribution on that side?
Okay. I'll just make a comment and then we'll go on.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Yes. There are policy issues. However, we always come back to the question of what is in it for us or what is in it for me. If you've been following the debates in the United States over the powers of the tech companies, 20 years ago, no one was talking about this. But today, the tech companies have become so influential that you can't do without them, you can't do with them, so you're stuck in the middle. I remember, and this is about a joke, but even in Afghanistan, the Taliban makes sure the network doesn't go down. If you remember the time they were kidnapping in the Niger Delta, the network needed to be up for the transaction to be processed because phone calls had to be made. So the reality is, it's dawning on politicians and policymakers that they can't run away from this. The only problem, and my colleague has rightly said, is who will benefit from the proceeds. That's where we have a problem now. Yeah. And you can see that in a number of the conversations. Oh, MTN must be listed on the Nigeria Stock Exchange. I mean, who cares? No, someone has seen it as a profitable venture and he wants a part of the proceeds. So I think gradually the entire system is accepting that technology has come to stay. However, how can I be the one who maximizes the proceeds from it? How can I be the one who takes advantage of the platform to promote my own propaganda? So it's not as if they don't know what's going on. The question now is, how do we make sure that the collective good is not sacrificed on personal interest? That's all. And like he says, that's the 100-pound gorilla in the room. Thank you.
Read those signals from your end. So we barely heard the last sentence.
Okay, I said, can you hear me clearly now?
Yes.
I said, how do we make sure that the collective good is not sacrificed on the altar of personal interest? Because the reality, certain people will say, if I'm not the one whose company is benefiting from it, then let it not work. But we are now in almost a cage where you can't do without the system. So you have to let it work somehow. But if you take off this, which political party is in office, like my learned colleague said, or whatever is the other primordial factors, whether he's for your tribesman or he's your friend, you take out all of those things and say, look, governance is our collective will in our collective interest. How do we make that work? Because if there is no power supply, everyone doesn't have power supply. If there is no broadband internet, everybody doesn't have it. It doesn't choose which political party that is affected or which part of the country that's affected. It is a global phenomenon. And I think, yes, there is a need for convergence and there is a need for people to say, we're not making progress in the way we should. Let's review and understand what we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, can I move on? So, in addition to what the areas that is, I think we feel that Nigeria has enough policy in the pipeline, beautiful policy, and not most time not being implemented. What I think we need to act on is in legislation and that to ensure that successive government follows this policy and a sanction or like punishment if you didn't follow it. Or if you have something like that is in the pipeline, most of the nation will really intend to achieve.
So that's a very good one. In addition, let me say this. It's important to say this, that the year 2020 actually, at national level, actually brought about, witnessed transformational change, particularly in the implementation of these numerous policies that we have, for two reasons. One, the good side of the COVID-19 pandemic was actually encouraged and forced government, particularly African governments, to embrace, e-governance. You get it? Digital governance through e-government. You get it? And not only that, globally, at the global level, which also filtered down to continental level and national level, is the call for decade of action as launched by United Nations Secretary General. You get it? In countries to fast track, achievement of sustainable development goals by year 2030, in the next 10 years. It's also trickling down. You get it? You could see a lot of, issues. For instance, at national level, Federal Executive Council meeting is being forced to be digital at the moment. You get it? Not only that, that in the health sector, you begin to see e-health, e-telemedicine programs that are coming up, contact tracing via apps and all of that. So this is actually fostering. People are beginning to see the need for them to embrace digital governance through e-governance.
That's interesting. I should go quickly to the next question.
This is a background also.
Yes, it is. I want to make a comment about policy. I think last probably 4 years ago, I don't know what the circumstances were. You just mentioned Kenya. And we studied Kenya's policy on information and communication. And we discovered that there's a single act in Kenya that regulates the entire sector. Single act. So when it comes to Nigeria, there's an NCC Act, there's NBC, there's maybe that, and they're conflicted.
That's true.
That's part of the kind of conflict.
Yes.
So I think part of the reason why there's so there's a lot of thought out there.
In addition to that,
that is in the single document.
Yeah. In addition to that, I remember we also even, which is what must have been discussed at the very, the need to review existing laws in the ICT sector. Could you believe a sector, an act like a wireless telegraphic act is still in existence? Yeah, and people are still utilizing it. Even the act itself is in conflict with Nigerian Telecommunication Act. Yeah. So the need for us again, and this is where national budget and planning comes in, the need to actually, as we see in other countries, there's a need to embrace review of acts partly every 5 years or every 2 years. This is not what we're not doing. And it's really, really affecting us, particularly in the ICT sector. It's a place where, you have emerging technologies and they are fast changing. Definition of broadband and all of that, we only reviewed that recently. So there's need for national planning. You get it to also see what they do today. You get it? And what are relevant stakeholders.
So let me move on to the next picture. This might be our last picture. So how prevalent are data breaches in cyber attacks on government agencies? If one occurs, what type of response is taken to reduce its impact? Is there a national emergency response team or similar to come to the rescue?
So I'll try to Mr. Laka on this one. Is the web services person?
There is.
You see, not necessarily this past 2 months.
One between developers, USCC is that in between to all MPs, private sectors on steps you need to cope that kind of thing. Like most government emails now, for example, they told staff that this is the protocol you must follow before you must say your password and this is the protocol you must follow. Anybody that wants to log into government emails, if you follow it, it stop them from logging in. You send an email to all government user, and you must follow the protocol to do this. If you didn't do it, last week you stop doing that. The most time, even before the usually pages of government websites, like the last time was one instance that some of them are sometimes. As of last years, you usually discover once or twice a year you see.
We had the rumor that CBN's website was we have people hacked, but CBN was not they were hacked. They were, but it was a national embarrassment. That was denied. But I think the truth of the matter is, you see, again, let's go back to the index. Yes, you see, the question is whether we have national emergency response. We do, but the biggest challenge is going back to e-governance index in lack human capital index. You get it? It's grossly low. They're grossly low there. Get it? How many cybersecurity experts do we have? Somebody just mentioned CPN, the website that was hacked. It was a national environment. Okay. So the issue is one, the awareness sensitization. I remember
at agency level, you get it. Nobody uses any email beyond .gov.ng to a large extent, you get it, which is provided currently by there's a mandate, there's a law. I was trying to find out whether there's actually a law that says all government employees must use, you get it, the .gov.ng domain, you get it, including emails and all of that. Nobody uses that at our own level because of the awareness level at Nigerian communities that nobody's really able to do other than nationalsite.gov.ng. Need for awareness, need for sensitization is very key to all of these things. You got how we conduct government operations and to want to get a little bit of that. So,
I'll be very short. So, for a result coming from you, it's all good and fine when you have goals and everything. But the operating environment matters. That's right. If you go to, I like classic government agencies with A, B, C. So if you move from the class A, that's the United Comstar, the FIRS, the CBNs, the national, so those are the class A. And then you come a little bit to the B and C, that's the ministries, and then the agencies, the supporting agencies that is where you go to an agency and you do not have internet for the ICT people to operate server. So those are the core issues that have to be resolved. How do we resolve this? We have a central body that takes care of government access and email. If I have an email as a government person, I've been in government since 2014, for example, and that's 6 years, and that's 6 years of corporate government. So what's good that email for me that I cannot refer to a correspondent that I did 6 years ago because it has limited capacity. So maybe I have like 500 MB. That can even handle my attachment. So this is sort of the issue, and that's why the government is, on looking at its work in these B and C agencies. So they are looking, but they're not making those kind of services. And those, and like I said, the .gov is very important for government to government services. Because you cannot use Gmail or Yahoo. You want to do document management, commitment, government. So I think it's something that we have to look out for in terms of communication. So Galaxy, for example, you make a service-wide route that says everybody should take care of, and then there is now SOT, it's a standard practice, and then it's SLE for the kind of service that you're going to give to all of us. Is that what is going to happen, or do we continue with the overhead methodology where the agency has to overhead? It's not enough. By the service. So I'm going to play a little bit of devil advocate to that. I think it's something that I'm sure the Ministry of Communication and Economy is actually thinking about it. How do we make sure that the service environment, is there so that we can be punished for non-compliance? Thank you.
I think that's a very good point. So we need to start. Yeah, so for example, I will give you all the number of chance to okay, so those of us who are done to the when you come where we are, you are also not learning. How will the ICT and all this challenge, how will it benefit the ordinary business? We just talked about the panel over there, the organization of the US, and how tech companies are being a force for everyone. How do you make it attractive for you to invest in a technology-driven atmosphere in Nigeria? It's not open, it's too close. So the challenges still remain. Just recently, the survival fund was launched on the .com. Yes.
I thought
it was 25 billion. It was quite, and it was launched on .com. They want to shut it down. And then you apply, they've been right. Imagine if that happened. Our data have been analyzed, our BVN, only God knows where it could end.
Sorry, let's comment on that. Okay. Now, like I said, that's politics. You have to not to cut you you have to, if you do a little bit of forensic, you find that there was a little bit of politics that happened where somebody did not talk to somebody to do the right thing, and maybe someone that came out from the private sector just went and doesn't exist in government and had to do it. Yeah. So, but and I'm sure that when the people in government notice this, they'll go to them and tell you, you don't do things like that. So that's what will probably happen with that. But the issue of private sector participation in governance, I think, as cost cutting, I think the Ministry of Communication should also can you get the private the Galactic Backers, for example, can they play the role of policy guide person to say, okay, business A provide this service at this level, this will be. Those are kind of we have. Is that the role of Galaxy or the minister? No, I think the role that would be the role of the ministry itself. For example, who does Galaxy be people? Should they be people for government, or should they get contractors from private sector and all of that?
So unfortunately, we have to stop here. This question is really engaged.
So, can I just come in and?
Let me just see one more. Yes.
Yeah, we are a bit late getting into the next session, and the speakers are eagerly waiting. So thank you very much to the whole panel. That is a very lively panel discussion we're having. I don't want it to end, but we have to move on. But there is going to be a link for the next one. So the earlier we switch to that link, the better.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry for
the interruption. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
I believe we are all back one by one.
I did have a loss because we had issues during lunch. So a particular batch had gone to the lounge briefly.
Okay, when are they coming back though?
In a moment.
In a moment.
I think we can start. I think to share. Yes, we can.
The next presentation is.
In the meantime, I think we can welcome Dr. Chimwe from South Africa. She just arrived.
Hi, everyone.
So she's saying hi.
Hello, Chinwe. Hello, Chinwe.
Hi.
Welcome. I was wondering
Thank you.
whether you would make it, and we're so glad that you could.
I had to, otherwise we could have been suing Ethiopian Airlines. Yeah, they had a bit of insurgents this morning. Yeah, people were protesting, so we woken up at about 5 and moved out of the hotel. So
Okay.
yeah, so we're moving to hotels and harassing people. But it's good to be here.
It's good to have you.
Okay, so let's, Dr. Shafi is having issues there. Okay. You see? Shafi is there.
It's better.
Oh, okay.
Are you conducting the you can go on and who is presenting first?
Okay. He is
who is into Shafi?
You can go ahead, Dr. Shafi.
So who's presenting now?
Okay.
Or maybe I can use one of my laptop, don't worry.
Okay.
It's fine.
Hello? Yes, Shafi, we can hear you. Hello. We can hear you. Hello? Dr. Shafi, we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
We can hear you. Okay. In the absence of...
Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Pardon?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh my God. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you, please.
Hello?
So I'm like literally the last person.
Anyway, consider where you're coming from.
Yeah.
If you have any internet on the flight, you could have joined.
I tried joining from the airport lounge yesterday, but I couldn't bring it here. Yeah. Because it wasn't an option.
Hello, maybe I can come in and read the bows, right? If maybe I can read some of the bows until you can get settled. Is it okay?
Yeah, I think that's it right there.
All right. So I want to greet everyone. Thank you very much, everyone that have come. I've been in the behind the scenes somehow, but I've been very, very blessed, and it's been a very amazing session we've had since morning. So I will just read, because of our time, I'll go straight and read the bio of the person that is going to be presenting. Although I'll also be presenting within this session, so maybe I'll happen to read my own bio too, if they... it's not a problem. I just have one short one there, so it won't take much time. All right, so I'm going to call on the doctor or Mr. I don't know, or engineer Abdul Basit Saeed Ahmad, Kaduna Polytechnic. So can we please have Dr. Abdul Basit Saeed Ahmad? Okay, so he's going to be looking at challenges and opportunities of e-procurement in construction industry. So Abdul Basit is a registered civil engineer with 15 years industry experience in aspects of designs, supervision, and project management. He has experience in design, construction of small dams as well as multi-story buildings. He holds an MSc in civil engineering, geotechnics from ABU Zaria, with interest in research solutions covering aspects of structural and geotechnical engineering, as well as construction materials. He obtained his BSc degree in civil engineering from the Federal University of Technology, Minna. Some of his past projects include: 1, consulting site engineer dualization of Katuri Badarawa Road in the ongoing Kaduna State urban remodeling. 2, project manager construction of Turawa Earth Dam in Kaduna State 2017. 3,
we've lost signals from the UK guys. I've said it repeatedly. I think the UK guys need our kind of internet.
Hello, can you hear me now?
We lost you. Hello.
Hello.
We're losing signals from Dr. Labisi.
This is Dr. Shafi speaking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dr. Shafi.
Okay, so I think I'm okay now. Sorry, I lost.
No problem.
When we switch over to the other room.
Yes. Okay, but we've had an introduction of the next speaker from Dr. Labisi, so I think we'll just open up the floor for him to go ahead.
So
hello, can you?
Yeah, welcome. You can share your slide.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
We can hear you.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. And I think let me just share my screen now.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think the share screen is disabled. Dr. Suleiman Yarima, you need to enable.
Okay, I'm trying to do that now. Just give me a moment.
Yes.
Oh, we can't hear you. So can you hear me now, please?
Yes, I can hear you.
I think I lost because I was just speaking and there was nobody responding, and I was wondering what was happening. Now I just got to see that the volume had gone off without me touching anything. Did I finish reading the bio before you lost?
I think we're satisfied with what you presented so far.
Okay, sorry about that. But I was just speaking and I was even saying that we should cheer him on to come, and nobody was responding. But I was like, what is happening? That's the e-governance we are talking about, so we can see the practical implication of e-governance. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So screen.
I think I cannot share my screen up to now. Hello. Oh.
All right. There's a share screen button down there.
Yeah, but it's disabled. It's disabled.
But it's like I'm disabled.
Okay, maybe you just present your
participants.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can just
so can I do that?
Yeah, just go ahead.
I can go ahead?
No,
Oh,
wait
okay.
a minute. Let me see if I can get to make him be able to share. I think there's a problem.
Okay.
I can't find the functionality that will allow him to, and that will impact the other speakers as well. So it's better we rectify that. I don't know, for some reason it has disappeared. That's Zoom for you. Yeah, I just can't find a way to
I
give him
have it
control.
on my own system.
Okay, you can make some other person co-host. So maybe
Yes,
those person will be able to.
Yeah, let me see if I can make. Ahmed, are you close to your system or?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I make you host. You're now host.
Me?
Yeah, I've made you host. Are you able to enable him to share? Enable other people share their screen?
Let me see how I can do that.
If you click on share screen, it should give you that option. It's just not giving me anything. You just select allow multiple people to share the screen.
Okay.
Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Okay, so click on that.
I've done that.
Okay, then give me back my hosting rights.
How do I do that?
You select me and say make host, admin SY, admin 2 SY, select that one, and then now you see more, and then make host. Yeah.
So, Dr. Abdulbasit, you can share the screen, let's see.
Oh, beautiful.
Okay, I just did that.
So please, Dr. Suleiman, don't forget to record.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for reminding me. Well, wait a minute. I need to do something. Okay, yeah, we can go on.
So I've shared my screen. Are you with me?
Yes.
We are with you.
Yes,
we can see.
Screen, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Affirmative.
Okay. Can I continue?
Please go ahead.
Affirmative.
Hello?
Yes, we're with you. We can hear
Okay,
you.
can I continue?
Yes.
Just go ahead. Well, we can't hear you.
Okay. So my outline presentation goes like this. The introduction, which will introduce us more to the challenges and opportunities of e-procurement in the construction industry. Likewise, what is the problem? That's to give us the statement of problem. What are the main challenges in deploying e-procurement in the construction industry? Likewise, the justification of the studies, like the aim and the research method, then the analysis of results from the research findings, and likewise the conclusions. The built environment and the infrastructural development. The infrastructural development of most developing economies are characterized by the deficiencies in gaps of such infrastructures of roads, transportation, communications, and then the industry, likewise housing. And most developing economies are being challenged by those infrastructure deficiencies. And the needed provision to make such infrastructure development by the construction industry to place such economies in the state of the developed economies is governed by the procurement processes. And the procurement processes of most developed economies the least developed economies are marked by practices that are sharp, backward, and mostly of corruption, bribery, and the rest. In the construction industry, the procurement practices is governed by the industry players, which involves the consultants, the construction managers, and likewise the government managers. But the procurement processes are marked by practices of shady practices, selective tendencies, abuses, bribery, corruption, etc., which all hamper the effective development in infrastructural needs of the country. In Nigeria, we know that government agencies are saddled with the responsibility of providing the needed infrastructural development for the development of the country. But the lack of prudent practices in the procurement industries has marred or become what I call it, backward in the provision of such infrastructure development. Likewise, it has been adjudged that the adoption of e-procurement can enhance the services of provision of services of goods services in supply of materials and labor in the construction industry, so as to enhance the processes of e-governance. Now, the prevalence of fraudulent practices in the supply chain of materials and labor hampers effective service delivery in the industry. But even though the industry has been fashioned in a way that there is checks and balances between the consultants and the construction managers, likewise the technical expertise, but the prevalence of sharp practices has hampered such service delivery. So the need for prudent management in the procurement processes with ensuring fiscal responsibility will strengthen such practices, and those practices can always be strengthened through the e-procurement services. So now, understanding the challenges and opportunities from the industry players on the adoption of the e-procurement as a tool for enhancing e-governance. Yes, the adoption of e-procurement in the construction industry can relatively or be a tool that can strengthen the construction processes, likewise deepening e-governance. So the aim of this work is to collect data from industry players, key industry players, on ways to adopt the e-procurement services as a way of enhancing the construction industry in developing economies. And also the objectives are to evaluate the challenges in the adoption of e-procurement in the construction industry, and also to present opportunities in the adoption of e-procurement for the construction industry in deepening e-governance. The main data source for this interview consists of the interviews collated from the professionals in the industry. These professionals include the consultants, the construction managers, and likewise the technical expertise. And such informations were transcribed, thus the interviews were transcribed, and the analysis were analyzed, and the content was suitable for investigations study. Likewise, this presents the structure for the organization, the roles for each of the respondents or the interviewees, and the project type that they were involved, and also the project location. Most of the players or the interviews that were the interviews or the respondents, some of them were having vast experiences in the industry. Some were having companies ranging from large staffs that have more than 20 staff, that's a large staff, and the medium and likewise small company. So the results were prepared and analyzed through data transcription, and then after reflection on the data, we use the appropriate method for the team identification and present the data. Likewise, the results were analyzed and being presented in this one, understanding the e-procurement in Nigeria. The industry players, we took tasks to see what level of knowledge of these industry players understood what is the adoption of e-procurement in Nigeria. Most of them understood e-procurement in these following terms. One, as the use of an electronic medium in the public procurement to obtain values of and goods and services in the construction industry. While other respondents showed that e-procurement should be a means or the use of computer and the internet to provide or procure construction works, which that's the in-depth of the knowledge from the respondents. Then the respondents also, the research also was able to see what are the challenges, or from them, what views do they have on the adoption challenges. Most of the interviewees never participated in a project where e-procurement was used in the procurement work. Because right now in the industry, even though that government has provided agencies that are generally used to be used for checks and balances, like the Bureau of Public Procurement and other agencies, but the current legislative provisions for procurement in the construction works have not enhanced or made it a legislative provision to enforce this type of procurement strategy. That's to procure goods and services using the e-procurement ways. And most of them lack the technical expertise to be considered, and this serves as a challenge in the adoption of the e-procurement services. Likewise, the status quo of bribery, corruption, kickbacks all pose a challenge in the current trend of the procurement construction industry, and such is the status quo. So for the paradigm, the attitudinal change or the needed paradigm shift for the changing of e-procurement, the current procurement services to an e-procurement will be a Herculean task. Likewise, from the analysis of data collected from the respondents, we show that there is an available opportunities for the most construction, most of construction professionals who are aware of this innovative route, that is the e-procurement route, because the e-procurement route will enhance the services of the services of materials delivery, business requisition and ordering, and likewise can pose a challenge to the sharp practices that is being currently engaged in the procurement services. And also, some of the respondents supported the use of e-procurement in the public procurement processes. And also, they've already understood that the use of e-procurement can further enhance or eliminate the corruption and wastages in the procurement processes in the construction industry. So now, the thematic findings goes like this. How realistic is the development of e-procurement in the procurement works? The participants or the respondent insisted that legislative backing must be enacted to support the deployment of e-procurement to implement this new strategy realistically. Because without the legislative backing, the deployment of e-procurement will still be in the books. And we can see it right now in the construction industry, where the public agencies, the Bureau for Public Agencies are there, and also we have desk offices that are supposed to check. But because of the prevalence of the bribery and corruptions, where all of the status quo, everybody benefits from that, then there is no legislative backing that will enforce the adoption of e-procurement. The selective tendencies and abuse by public officers will continue always. And this way, the adoption of e-procurement will eliminate selective application and abuse. And this way also, e-governance can be strengthened, because when business and services are being procured electronically, there will be approved suppliers, there will be approved contract procedures, and there will be checks and balances where everybody will be online or to see how all these things can are undertaken. So the way forward is the encouragement of e-channels in most government businesses. Because if the government does not encourage these channels, then most of the industry players will stick to the status quo. And this one will serve as a medium to enthrone e-public procurement in all public services, and which will bring the needed paradigm shift. So the conclusions, the purpose of this paper was to determine the challenges that hamper the adoption of e-procurement and opportunities in the adoption of e-procurement in the construction industry. And the paper reveals the following as challenges: inadequate technical expertise in this aspect, that's the adoption of e-procurement. Likewise, the prevalence of corruption and bribery. Likewise, the lack of commitment by the top management because they benefit from the present status quo. Likewise, we have the lack of compliance by most engineering firms, all because of the benefits being gotten from flaunting the rules and then the financial benefit. Likewise, the legislative backing, the needed legislative backing also hampers on the adoption of the e-procurement services. Then the study also reveals this as there are opportunities in the adoption of e-procurement. One, there will be increased transparency in government services and in the construction industry. And there will be reduction in wastages and the monster of corruption that bedevils most of the developing economies will be tackled or reduced to a barest minimum. And the procurement services will be strengthened, thereby ensuring enhanced delivery in goods and services. That means there will be efficiency, and likewise, other opportunities will be open. There will be more innovations, and there will be a blockchain. It's going to be like in a blockchain opportunities that we will have. So thank you for having me, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Basit Said, for that interesting research and a very informative report. Thank you so much. Do we leave the question till the end of the session, or does anyone want to ask any question from the presenter?
Yes.
So we leave the question.
I hope, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Are you?
Yeah, we can hear you, Shafi.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, this is the Shafi. So let me see this second chair for the session. Okay. Finally, I'm able to.
So you're welcome, Dr. Shafi.
Yes. So, Engineer Abdul Basit, you presented a very interesting paper.
Thank you.
Actually, it aligned correctly with the aim of this workshop, which is e-governance. And you highlighted very interesting findings related to sharp practices and corruption in the traditional procurement system. And you strike directly the nail by the head by proposing a secure e-government system that will be backed by policies in order to reduce these sharp practices. I think this paper is an excellent addition to all the contributions that we had this morning. So I don't know if audience, if you have any question, we can ask before we proceed to the next present.
Hello, my name is Ibrahim, and I'm actually the next presenter, but I saw something interesting and I would like to ask a question.
Okay.
Yes. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you, Ibrahim.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
In his conclusion, you could see he mentioned an opportunity for exploring innovation like blockchain. So I just want Dr. Abdul Basit to stress, why do you think blockchain is necessary to solve this sort of problem that you found?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Was my question clear?
No, please, can you
repeat the question?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, all right. So I said I found something interesting in your conclusion. You said part of what we identified is that there is an additional opportunity to explore more innovation like blockchain. So I want you to stress on why do you think blockchain is a possible solution to the problem you identified?
Okay. The blockchain technology, even though it's more not much relevant to the construction industry, but we are now talking about e-procurement, where it involves all professionals, right from the construction industry and the service providers, governments, and anybody that would come up on the platform to ensure that this procurement process is strengthening to enhance e-government. That's why it was like on one all opportunity and innovations. More innovations can be introduced or explored to see how we can enhance the e-procurement services in the construction industry. That's why the blockchain was mentioned in my presentation. But what was not that it was directly limited to blockchain aspects. No, it's for all players that will enhance the e-governance structure with relative to the construction industry.
I think that Dr. Labisi,
thank you very much.
Because we need to move to the next presenter. We are a little behind schedule.
All right. So, so thank you very much.
I think one question. Hello, Doc. Let's just entertain this. It's coming from Dr. Chime, and she hasn't been here for a while. So.
All right. Okay.
Maybe we can just take a single question from her.
Yeah, so my question is this: beyond the need for legislative backing, are there any interministerial bodies or national ICT bodies that are responsible for the implementation of e-procurement? Because I'm inclined to think that the part of the challenge here is that of having a stronger coordination and leadership to leverage local knowledge systems.
You've got
Hello?
that question right.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Recently, I think the government has now decided to earmark some sums to ensure that there is the needed e-procurement services in the construction industry. Because apart from the legislative backings that we need, there should be commitment from the government aspect, which definitely the government, I think large sums were some billions of naira. I just read over it that the president has approved that. So definitely we know the legislations, the legislative backings will go a long way in enhancing the e-procurement services. Likewise, the commitment from government too will also enhance the e-procurement service, because mostly government plays a large role in the construction industry. They play more, but permit me if I get you right, if I may say I've gotten you right. I hope, because I've not heard you well. Hello.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So back to you, Dr. Labisi. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for the questions, and thank you for the presentation. Our engineer, Abdul Basit, I think I called you doctor the other time, so
thank
don't
you,
mind.
thank you.
So, so thank you so much. So we call on the next person, which is Dr. Ibrahim Abdullahi, I guess, because the title is not put there. So I'll assume it's Dr. Ibrahim Abdullahi from Nile University of Nigeria. So enhancing business operations using blockchain technology in a trade.
Don't worry, I'm here. I will continue from where she stopped.
Okay, that's nice.
Yes. So Ibrahim Abdullahi from Nile University of Nigeria. will be presenting for us another paper titled Enhancing Business Operations Using Blockchain in Trade Finance Domain. Now I can see why Ibrahim was so interested in blockchain when the first presenter presented his paper. So Ibrahim is a graduate of computing, and he finished with first-class honors. He's very passionate about research and innovation. In recent years, he has worked with some organizations, mostly as an IT engineer, providing support for efficient maintenance and management of IT systems, including networking with IT services with the University of Leicester in the UK, where he graduated with a master's in advanced computing. He's an academic.
Most developed economies are the least developed economies are marked by.
Hello? Yes, and amazingly, it's not even coming from us.
Okay, it's not coming from here.
No, it's not.
Khalil, I think your noise is too much.
Abdulhamid.
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Can you repeat that again?
Okay. He's an academic involved in the industry, and his interest lies in research and development, as R&D, with the applications of management of emerging technologies in solving real-world problems. Some projects he has worked with include development of an online SIM card registration platform in Nigeria with the Nigerian Communication Commission, that's NCC. He also worked on another project building a cybersecurity maturity assessment tool for Nigeria with a research partner from DMU in the UK. Ibrahim is currently a lecturer at the software and IT department of Nile University. So permit me to welcome Ibrahim Abdullahi to present his paper. So Ibrahim, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope everyone is hearing me clearly. And I'm actually just Mr. Ibrahim, not a doctor yet, but maybe soon, inshallah. So it's nice to meet you. The conference, the workshop has been nice so far. I've noted some interesting things. So I'll go ahead and share my screen now and start my presentation. I believe I am loud and clear. Okay, so I will start by introducing myself. I'm Ibrahim, and I'm the presenter, and my co-authors are Aliyu from the Montfort University and Mr. Musa Muhammad from the Montfort University Cyber Technology Institute. And we worked on this project. I am the lead author, but at some point, all of these two people contributed really much to helping the project to be a success. However, this presentation is mostly not an academic style presentation, so please bear with me that this has turned into sort of a business solution rather than an academic solution. That is why this presentation will sound more like that. So that is why I would like to read the abstract before I go start the presentation. So studies and real-world applications have shown that e-governance provides transparency, productivity, and integrity in processes. Similarly, emerging technologies such as blockchain have also shown great promise in disrupting the way things are done by making them better, faster, and more efficient. The data structure of a blockchain is an ordered list of records linked using cryptography. And this makes it extremely difficult to alter its content without consensus by all the nodes, that is, the parties involved. Thus, this facilitates trust. This property of blockchain makes it adaptable to many use cases, as the centralization it offers means there is no central authority controlling activities. Blockchain also supports smart contracts, which is code that execute on the blockchain, and hence it is not alterable because blockchain is immutable. This study revealed how blockchain as a disruptive technology can enhance the processes of trade finance, more specifically in import-export. The processes in executing an import-export business operation were identified and mapped to the operation of feeding data called oracles to a smart contract on the blockchain. This was used to model and implement a proof of concept application which demonstrates a substitution to the letter of credit system used in trade finance. So can anyone confirm that I'm being heard loud and clear, please?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know of others, but I'm hearing you clearly.
All right. That's great. Thank you very much. So let's look at trade finance as a business domain itself. It is basically international trade that deals with the buying and selling, that is import and export between countries. Now, a majority of countries take this very important because it is a source of foreign income, and this is important to the economy. But however, how can one person from another country trust another person from another country? Well, there is a process called letter of credit, and this is an ancient process that facilitates trust between a buyer and a seller. It happens such that the bank or the financial institution of the buyer would guarantee to the seller that, okay, if these goods are provided, the bank certifies that they will pay for the goods. So, however, this process takes at least an average of 21 days, depending on which country and participants. So, next slide window. Someone said I should close the next slide window. Anyway, so the process is quite long. So we looked at how blockchain can be used to enhance this process. So now one of our questions is that secure and trustworthy e-governance, will it be a solution now? It's yes, because if we have a secure and trustworthy e-government solution, then we are limitless because of the things we can achieve. If there is a platform that governments can trust, people can trust, and business parties can trust, then of course we can do business with full trust. So first, because this is not a very technical conference or workshop, I would just like to break down the main core of this project, which is a blockchain. Now, what is blockchain? There is a lot of confusion about blockchain, knowing that because people just think it is cryptocurrency, it is Bitcoin, digital currency that we buy or sell or trade with. But it is not. Blockchain is simply the technology behind Bitcoin or cryptocurrency or whatever. So it's a technology on its own that could be used for other services, other innovations, and a lot of other things. Now, what is it really? It's a growing list of records, and this list of records are linked using cryptography. Now, the word cryptography is simply a mathematical function that change one value to another. We will see how this is achieved in a simple slide. So it is just like a database, but this database keeps growing based on the validation, the verification, and adding of valid data in something called blocks. So now the chain that it is created is what is called blockchain. Now, the hash is the key to a blockchain because it is a mathematical function which converts one value to another. Now, my name is Ibrahim, and I want to hide that name. I put it in a hashing algorithm, and the output hash is something unique that if someone doesn't know my name, he cannot actually verify that, okay, this is my name. And what I mean by this is that you cannot get back the input from the hash, but you can verify the input when you have the hash. So it serves as the unique fingerprint of a particular transaction or data or block in a blockchain. Now, this can be seen as a description of the blockchain. We have the genesis block, because to have a chain, you will have the first chain, right? The first block. So it is called the genesis. And a blockchain can contain data and a previous hash and a hash. Okay, let's start with saying a hash because it's the next blocks that will be having previous, that will be linking to previous hashes. So we can see that the hash is that the converted data, the hidden data, and then each block in the front will link to the previous hash. So that is why changing or altering the data in a blockchain is extremely difficult. Now, it also has a timestamp. At what point was that data added or was the block added? This is also not alterable. We cannot change it. So as transactions keep adding, the blockchain keeps growing. And the verification will have to be that each of these previous hashes will be checked. So how did we see that blockchain can enhance the traditional IT systems that we use? How can we know that? So we said that blockchain has different applications, but we focused on blockchain for business. And in blockchain for business, there are 4 properties that are important. And you can see them by the left in the vertical column. And it starts with a shared ledger. So we have BC and non-BC. These are just 4 properties compared against each other. And then in the intersection are the advantages blockchain has over non-blockchain systems. So the shared ledger, privacy services, trust, and smart contracts are the features why we saw that blockchain can offer services to trade finance that will enhance it. Now, against distributed databases, which is the first property in the non-BC section, okay, so they are not centralized. Distributed databases are not centralized because at any point in time, it is that database that we use, and we don't need to do any data validation of any correctness or anything for other individual blocks or data. So for shared ledger, it is an append-only distributed system of record shared across a business network. Now, the business network are all participants involved. Now, secondly, when we look at privacy services, for normal systems, we can have authentication like 2-factor authentication, like OTP and other things like that. However, in blockchain, we have secure, authenticated, and verifiable transaction within the permission business network. Now, looking forward, we have the normal systems having centralized admin. Even if you order from Amazon or whatever it is, Amazon have their database, their data center, where there is an admin that has an overall view of what is happening. There is actually that. And it doesn't have to be that another participant has a say before a data can be deleted, for example. In blockchain, it is not like that, so there is trust. Each business participant has the guarantee of sharing a common business process with the rest of the network. That means there is consensus. All parties must agree. At least if there is a business process that concerns me, then I have to agree before that business process can be deemed correct. So in terms of business logic, now, if a hacker easily accesses your server, he can change some of your business logics, and then that something can happen. However, if we have a blockchain, because of that chain of links that needs to be verified, it will be extremely difficult. And that is why smart contracts are code that, like, okay, digital contract. If you have a legal contract on paper and you have someone knowledgeable enough to change that legal contract into codes, okay, if this, if that, if that. Now, this is a very complex analogy because lawyers would always find, intelligence in programming can hardly depict legal terminologies and legal terms. However, if we have a simple business process that can be coded as a smart contract, then this can be achieved. So I don't want to go too technical, but however, this is the architecture of the system that we designed. So normal 3-tier systems will have the user tier, the application tier, and the database tier. But however, you can see that we added something called the blockchain tier. That is, so we have the user, then we have the web app, which handles the application, and then we have another third tier, or fourth rather, but it's in the third level here, going down. It has a node, and a node. And then inside that node, we can see we have a smart contract. That is the smart contract that is deployed. And this smart contract is replicated across all the nodes of the blockchain. And we have the transaction data and transaction hash. So this is where the linking to previous hashes all happens. And then we have a normal web server, and then we have a database. Because this comprises of two things. We have the blockchain, and we have the normal web application used as an e-commerce platform. So these participants in this particular setting are the exporter who upload a product he wants to sell, the importer who purchases that product, the custom that clear the product from source country and destination country, and then the shipping company that will ship the product, and then we added insurance company. There's actually an addition to quality control. So right now we're trying to convert this whole solution to the market, but we're trying to localize it, like in Nigeria, where we have problems of fraud. You buy something and then what is delivered is not what you want. So if we have a smart contract that establishes trust, and we have something like this with insurance and quality control, then that can at least be managed. So we use some tools to achieve our prototype, and it comprises of the blockchain itself, which we use an Ethereum. Ethereum is a type of blockchain network, and we use a virtual machine of Ethereum, and then the smart contract, of course, we wrote it in a language called Solidity. We compiled it and uploaded it to the blockchain. So we have the web application as well written in C#, ASP.NET, and an interface that allows the communication between the blockchain and the web app. So I will go ahead and very briefly just show you how the application works. So I will end this sharing and share again another screen. So what I'm trying to show here is an example of a blockchain environment, that is the Ethereum virtual machine. So we have blocks. Here we have blocks, and each of these blocks was a transaction and it was mined. Now there is no need to go to detail on what mining is and all that, because this is just a non-technical presentation, but all these things need to be verified before a blockchain is added. And then we have transactions as well. So here we can search. This is a contract. So at each point, I was trying to run the app before this presentation. That is why we can see up to 11 blocks. Here it says current block 11. So we can search by the unique hash of that transaction to see who called it and when. However, I hope this screen has been seen clearly. I'll just stop it and try to show the web application itself. So I'm trying to share the so yes, can everyone see the web app? And let's keep a record that we saw 11 blocks in the back end there of the transactions that were added. That was because I was testing, but now we'll try a simple transaction to see. So it says that, okay, we call it Bizlet. Like I said, we're turning this into a business platform. So we call it a business ledger. So it is blockchains and smart contracts to offer trust and reliability to import and export. You have to verify and agree and then track your transactions securely. So we'll go ahead and log in with an account. I'll just log in as a normal importer or exporter community platform. And then you can be an exporter by uploading a product, entering all these details, your country and whatever. So this is just a simple proof of concept. Excuse the fact that there is no aesthetics. It was just done to show that we can achieve a solution with this. So an exporter can do this, and an importer can just select a category of product. Let's say this product, and then you can see the details about the product. And before you do anything, there is an important part of it which says you have to confirm there are terms of the contract based on delivery dates and specification of these items, which will be verified by a quality control expert. And so it breaks down the price and everything. So if we were to pay anything without agreeing to this contract, and it says you have to agree to all contract terms, because in our smart contract, buyer, who's an importer, has a function that will verify if he is buying or not. So I will just go ahead and agree. I have changed all these things to just be just accept any value so that not to waste time. So I will just go ahead, and if I have agreed, all these details are there, then I can go ahead and pay. However, there is not something I did not do. This blockchain address, I will need to enter, which is a public-private key pair. Please excuse the technical terms. A public-private key pair are keys used in cryptography to make sure that the person that is sending a particular transaction is actually that person. So I will go ahead and enter a blockchain address, and I agreed. So this is what will give me access to say, okay, I am the one trying to, and this will change. This changes anytime you want to do a transaction. It will be sent to your wallet or something similar. So if you go ahead and pay, so there is an error here. However, let me wrap this up. Let me wrap this up by saying after this stage is done, you can come back home and you can search based on the transaction ID. Now I have entered a particular transaction earlier, so I will just go ahead and enter. So this is where you can track whatever is happening on the blockchain. It tells you, so for this particular transaction, there is no, for this particular thing we did, because of the error, there is no actual transaction that has happened between the buyer buying and all these other properties. So when all this checks out, it means all the parties involved, now we can see XXX, it means nobody has agreed, nobody has done anything. So while all of them will have an interface where they can send their details, their decision on the blockchain. So once it is 100% complete, then we have something called letter of ledger, a document that is directly generated from data on the blockchain. This is an example of it. This is an example of it showing the transaction hash and everything, which you've purchased it on at this time. At this time, it was insured in this country, and then once that is done, a transfer of funds will happen. However, let me just quickly show the page where a normal admin or a business participant like the shipping company or whatever can log in, and then after logging in, they can actually enter a decision. Okay, based on the role you can qualify or whatever. So each of them will have their unique details. But what is another thing that is important is the blockchain account address that they have to verify that it's them, and then the location. So once that is done, the product will qualify.
Please,
I might be running out of time, right?
Because
so that is just what the proof of concept tried to show. So we'll come back here. I've copied one of the transaction specific information, and we can actually verify each of them to see that, okay, these are the details. Now, this is a back end, but a user-friendly platform would have to be put in place for everyone. However, I will just go ahead and conclude because I'm running out of time, and I believe it has shown what I wanted to achieve. So in conclusion, the proof of concept showed the enhancement of IT systems in blockchain, as well as something called a letter of ledger. So if blockchain can instantly establish trust, then using that blockchain platform generates something like a physical document to show that the transaction has happened, then we can substitute letter of credit. That's the argument here. So in the future work, there has to be some sort of industry testing before it can be accepted, and the integration of other technologies like the Internet of Things. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and if you have any questions,
thank you very much.
Thank
Ibrahim,
you.
for
Thank
this
you, Dr.
wonderful-
Ibrahim.
It's actually just Ibrahim, but thank you for the doctor. Hopefully soon.
So we are actually very impressed with your presentation, and the presentation is also very much in line with the theme of the STAGA project, that is e-governance. Blockchain technology is being demonstrated here by your presentation to improve on trust during transactions. I just have two things that I would like to maybe put forward for you. Maybe you can think about it, or you can give a response later. The first thing is, as you rightly said, the blockchain technology is the technology behind the cryptocurrency, like Bitcoin. And we all know that the issue which many governments have with the cryptocurrencies has to do with the anonymity of individuals behind different accounts. And the second thing is loss of revenue, because, as you rightly pointed out, the third party is being eliminated in the transaction. And the third party here is the bank or financial institutions that regulate transactions in different countries and also charge and remit some revenue to the government. So that's why I think some of the government are a little bit skeptical about embracing and enacting cryptocurrencies into their financial institutions. So what do you want to say about these two things I pointed out? First, anonymity. Second, loss of revenue by different governments when the cryptocurrency is used.
Okay, thank you very much for that two questions. In the aspect of anonymity, actually in our paper we detail something. There is difference between public blockchain and private blockchain. So the public blockchain is what is used for the cryptocurrency, and that establishes, that supports anonymity. You can do it without being traced. However, for the business setting, we are using the blockchain with identity over anonymity. So we use private blockchain for business, and in that one particular one, it is permission. You have to be permission to be on the blockchain, and you have to be identified. So that is for that part. And then in terms of loss of revenue, well, if we look at it, yeah, that is the main reason why governments don't want to adopt blockchain. But I believe in things like smart contract and government policies, we can still factor in their interests without losing the opportunity that blockchain offers. And that is what I believe. So if, for example, you are going the export duty and whatever that you're going to pay in a country, all these fees will have to be added. Now, if you add government agency as a participant to a blockchain network, and this is their input in the smart contract, they have to be specified that, okay, this is the verified government agency that will have to input and add the fees that the government will charge. Then I believe you've solved that problem. So if we have that agreement within the business network, then all things like this can be incorporated. And in terms of banks, well, I think it's high time banks adopt the new way of digital currency, and they should find a way to be innovative. We cannot continue to live in the history of how banks used to operate, I believe. So I believe that every transaction has transaction fees as well in blockchain. That is how the digital currency people make their money. So if banks can be utilized somehow,
I think we take one more question, then we go to the next question. I'm expecting a question from Engineer Ahmed Sadiq, because he's a cryptography, blockchain expert as
well. Well, I'm not quite an expert when it comes to blockchain, but so looking at your interface, so I was wondering if that same application cannot be implemented without blockchain. So that means using the centralized authentication instead of the distributed one that we have in blockchain. And so in practical terms, what advantage does the distributed technology like blockchain has when it comes to contracts over a centralized one? Because that particular application showed us looks like something that can be done in a central manner.
Okay, thank you very much for that question.
The last question, right?
Okay. I'll just briefly give you the answer. So basically, the major advantage or difference between this system and normal system. However, this is just a proof of concept. It doesn't really show the workings of the system. But when we talk about smart contract, it is a digital contract that each node will have to agree between the terms that are accepted. And once we put it there, once we put it in the blockchain, because of the hashing and the cryptographic hashing that cannot be altered with, then we are guaranteed that what we have is what we get. And then this is what we can use to convince all business networks and parties to trust the same platform. For example, a government and a government, how can, if they all have technology experts and want to review a technology for both of them to use and accept, if it is agreed that nobody can change it, then I think it's an advantage over the normal way systems are implemented. So,
okay, thank you for your response.
The next person, we're heading back, we're going to the next presenter, and we'll be introducing her from this end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I permitted to introduce myself?
No, you're not.
Okay, I'll go ahead and introduce you. So we have the third paper coming on. Yes, so we have the third paper coming up. The title of the paper is Corporate Governance Regulations, E-Governance and Sustainability in Developing Economies, Fostering Global Consciousness. This paper will be presented by Dr. Olabisi Daudu from Ford University in Leicester, UK. Dr. Olabisi Daudu is a lecturer in accounting and finance at the Leicester Castle Business School, Ford University. Prior to her lecturership appointment at the university, she obtained a PhD in accounting from Durham University in UK. She is also a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants. In her capacity as a chartered accountant, Olabisi has worked in various engagements within the accountancy profession as a management accountant, corporate executive director in consultancy service in both private and public sectors. Dr. Olabisi's research focuses broadly on accounting, corporate governance, accountability, and management issues. Her peculiar interest has recently secured her a research grant in this respect. So, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you our next presenter, Dr. Olabisi. You're welcome, Ma, for your presentation, and the stage is yours now. You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone. In case you cannot hear me at any point, please let me know. I don't know why my mic keeps going.
Keep your eyes on your chat.
Okay, I hope I'll be able to do that. So I'm going to share my screen now. So okay. I hope everything goes well. Share. Now, can you see my screen? Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to move to my presentation. I'm going to try as much as possible to make it brief. I like to stay within the time that is given to me. So I'm going to thank everyone for their for his or her contribution. Seeing. Oh my God. is my mic keep going off? Okay, I've seen it. Thank you. I don't know. Please pray for it. I don't know why it keeps going off, and I'm not touching it. Okay. So can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can everyone hear me? You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes, we can. I can hear you. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go on.
Okay. So, all right. So that is it. I'm going to be looking at things from a little bit different perspective to what has been discussed since morning. I know it's going to be heavy on accounting. I don't know why I've taken it on again. So it keeps going on by itself and I'm not touching it. That's what we are discussing here today. So I'll just move to the slide so that I can go through it on time, and then, so because of all this technological issue. So I'm going to look at things from the corporate governance regulations side of issue, e-governance and sustainability in developing economies. We want to foster global consciousness here. So the main thing I'm looking at within this segment, introduction, key research questions, corporate governance. So international framework for corporate governance best practices, the OECD mainly, and then the 2020 United Nations e-governance survey. How does that apply to what we're discussing here today? And then we're looking at, this is a proposal, I must warn you, so you might not follow the regular format of giving findings and conclusion, but these are proposals and recommendations and things that we need to take forward. So what are the key issues for research fostering global consciousness within that space? So I'll look at the introduction. The main thing here is I'm going to look at how I want to get this out of the way. What is it? I need to be able to read my slide, and then this is in the way. Okay. Right. So I'm coming. Okay, I've removed it. Thank you. So the introduction looks at the OECD, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, Principles of Corporate Governance, 1999, revised in 2015, and other international principles. This provide best practice recommendation for companies in realization of the universal corporate governance reforms or innovation. So the OECD is the main
God. The mic is gone. Your mic is gone again.
She would see you because once her presentation is in her front, she can't see anything else. So she won't see or hear you.
Exactly.
Sorry. Why do I keep going off with my mic? I don't know why.
Continue, we can hear you.
Because I just discovered that this I don't know what is happening. It's not my internet, just something that I can't explain. So okay. Because I've already
Olabisi, can you watch your WhatsApp so that if it happens, I will just let you know through your WhatsApp. Can you simultaneously just be looking at it?
Okay, I'll just keep my phone near me so that I can have
access. If you can, I will just alert you. I'll send you a text.
Okay, all right. So sorry, it's gone off again. So what you're looking at today mainly, I think maybe is when I'm speaking, the mic just goes off by itself as I'm speaking, and just maybe is the volume. I need to reduce the volume or something. I don't know. Maybe the intensity is taking it up. So can you hear me, everyone? Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So we're looking at how this e-governance framework is being incorporated into best practices for please. I think there needs to be something else that needs to be done about this. So but the global regulation of companies and how this can foster corporate sustainability strategy for the regulator. Looking at it, and I'll then keep touching them because I just touched it now to bring it on. So I'll keep looking at my mic on my keyboard. Okay. These are the main research proposition regarding this. And then what we are looking at in essence is that to what extent do the global corporate governance regulations and then what are the implications of these interests for cybersecurity, corporate sustainability, and realizing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, specifically in developing African economies. So don't worry about my mic. I've devised a means. I'll keep touching it. I'll see when the light comes on my keyboard, and I'll keep touching it. So, but I'll quickly run through this so that I could avoid all this problem. So I know many people, the presenters since have morning, some of the presenters have looked at the issue of government and governance from the national government perspective mainly. What is Nigeria government doing? What is the government in other developing countries doing regarding this? I know we focused on this governance or this government as the provider and the major source of this to solve this problem. So, but what I'm going to push forward today So what I'm going to first start here today, why maybe I should go out and come in again because I don't understand what is happening here. So what I'm going to, let me reduce the volume of this, please, and see whether it will be better. Let me reduce the volume of my mic, and see if it's better. Just give me some minutes and then. I don't know why I'm having this problem. I'll see if this solves the problem if I reduce the volume. Okay, I hope this solves the problem. So let's see how I'm looking at companies. So I'm looking at corporations that de facto governments, right? I hope the volume is steady now. Is it okay from your end? Hello?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. You can continue, man.
Okay. So I'm looking at companies as de facto governments. So beyond all this issue of the government of the country needs. And what can this be? What are the implications for their own sustainability, and how can this impact on the realization of the SDGs? So let's look at the brief definition. Brief definition of corporate governance through the eye of international economic regulators. Corporate governance involves a set of relationship between a company's management, his board, his shareholders, and other stakeholders. That's one definition from the regulator, OECD. Then another one is corporate governance also provides structure through which the objectives of the company are set, and the means of attaining this objective and monitoring performance are determined. That's the definition provided by the main framework or the main regulator of these global principles, corporate governance principles. So to achieve The OECD, the principles of corporate governance, help policymakers evaluate
Chair, is it okay if we can move on to another speaker and then probably, you know, she can come in later because Suleiman.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I heard
it's becoming problematic to follow, you know.
Okay, so you are saying that we should skip this and then
take the next speaker. So next speaker is Dr. Chinwe. Is she around? Dr. Chinwe, is she around?
Yes, she's around.
She is in the venue, actually.
Yeah, she's here. It's muted.
Okay, so I'll go to the next speaker. Then later on we can continue with Dr. Olabisi if she's able to fix her technical issues. So the next paper, which is the fourth paper for this session, is titled "Do Public Health Services Provided over the Internet by Government Work? Evidence from Mom Connect in South Africa." That's the title of the paper. By Dr. Chinwe Igwe. I hope I pronounced this name correctly. Who happens to be a medical sociologist. Dr. Igwe,
no, go on another computer.
And an inspirational path.
Go to another.
She received her master's in development.
I'll admit you. Sorry, I'll admit you.
No, we cannot hear you. I think it's reading from his name.
Both from the University of WoSTEG in South Africa, where she currently lectures. She has taught sociology in health, social theory, and research methods at both undergraduate and graduate levels. He is currently the Vice President of the South African Sociological Association and a leading authority on African health, health systems, and development. He is the author of Kakistocracy and India's Hilarious Guide to Nigerian History. The title of this book itself is also hilarious. So her new book is still there on the blog, is coming, and it's titled New Perspectives on Access to Essential Medicine Beyond Medications and an Assets-Based Approach to Mental Health Promotion in Africa. It's set to be published in 2021. So, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to introduce to you Dr. Chinwe Igwe to take on the mantle of the presentation for today. So, Dr. Igwe, you are welcome. The stage is yours.
We might need Dr. Irema to show her presentation.
Exactly.
My presentation.
Do I need to show a presentation?
Yes.
All right. So, okay, I'll have to look for it in an email.
I have one on my laptop, but I don't know.
Can you send it by email?
Yeah, I can email you now.
Is it yes. Is it on,
I think, yeah, it will be faster for her to send it to you.
PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. Come back to me now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
All right, cool.
Very straight.
Cool. Tell me not to bother.
Oh, yes. Dr. Rima, we can handle that here.
Okay.
Yes. Dr. Shafi, you didn't note the fact that Dr. Chiwe flew in from South Africa this afternoon. I said you didn't note the fact that Dr. Chiwe flew in from South Africa this afternoon. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sending it randomly.
Okay.
That is more correct.
Are you connected with her? Yeah. Okay. You're connected?
I think it should be there now.
I haven't seen it.
Mom connects. Maybe you need to refresh.
You're sending back through Yahoo?
And your email, yeah. It should be there. Is it there?
Not yet.
Yeah, that's it.
So what I do? This is okay. That's about it.
Khalil, I've just forwarded it to your email.
Okay, we have it here.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, colleagues. So the title of my presentation today is the public health services provided over the internet by government. One, evidence from Mom Connect. And I do recall the moderator saying it was equally hilarious too. The first title I chose for this presentation was the effectiveness of e-health. But then because right now at the South African Sociological Association, we're currently looking at the fourth industrial revolution and the role of ICT, internet connectivity, and all of that. So I decided to use a fool's guide to it. I decided to go the dummy route. Because sometimes, since we have a lot of, we started forming working groups, particularly medical sociology, it becomes imperative that one actually stays away from using very disciplinary jargons. So I decided to simplify it. So my apologies for that. Now, before I delve into my introduction, and I want to give a brief of background to access to healthcare in South Africa. Now, prior to 1994, I'm not sure how many people here know this background, but South Africa was under the apartheid regime. And some of the challenges they had then was the fact that there was inequities in access to healthcare, particularly for Black Africans. Now, across provinces, there seems to be disparities. Now, this was before 1994, before the end of apartheid rule. There seems to be disparities in health outcomes for Black Africans as compared to other races in South Africa. So with the end of apartheid in 1994, the government decided that it was time to focus on previously marginalized groups. And part of the plan was to work towards universal access to healthcare. Sorry, sometimes I present without looking at the slide, but we can just flip. Sorry. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So part of, due to inequities in access to healthcare in South Africa, the government decided that there was a need for intervention. And part of the intervention was supposed to be focused on vulnerable populations. And just to contextualize, in South Africa, the vulnerable populations here would be disabled, Black African women, children, the elderly. Now, if you look at the hegemony in South Africa, or maybe the hierarchy, the racial hierarchy in South Africa, we have white men at the top of the food chain, we have white women, we have Indians or Asians, and then we have the colored men first, and then we have the Indian or Asian women first, and then we have the colored women, and then we have the Black African women. So at the end of apartheid, the government decided that there was a need to close inequities in access to healthcare. And not just that, there was also a need to make sure that the disparities in access to healthcare across and within provinces needed to be closed. And part of it was to ensure that a lot of people in non-urban areas had access to the internet in line with the WHO provisions. And that was actually what laid the background to More Connect. Now, what is More Connect? And what does More Connect mean to vulnerable women in South Africa? Now, just to recap, I did talk about the racial hierarchy in South Africa and the fact that Black African women are at the bottom of the food chain, they are at the bottom of the hierarchy. But much more importantly, when you look at health outcomes across races, you discover that the Black African woman is equally at the bottom of the food chain. I mean, they tend to have worse health outcomes compared to other races. Apart from that, unmarried women and divorcees tend to have better health outcomes compared to pregnant women. In line with this, in lieu of all of this, the South African government decided that it was important to introduce electronic e-health. Now, the e-health in South Africa is multifaceted in the sense that it wasn't just introduced to cater for pregnant women. Part of it was to use ICT to treat patients. Part of the broader goal was to use ICT in treating patients, and to use it for research purposes, for the education of medical students, and to track diseases and for general monitoring of public health. And More Connect happens to actually be one of them. Now, the implications of More Connect for access to maternal health care is the fact that 181,000 pregnant women died in South Africa between 1998 and between 1994 and 1998. And it became imperative that to introduce an intervention that would actually help in curtailing some of those mortalities. And studies have shown that most of these mortalities were avoidable. So the government of South Africa adopted the More Connect. And if you look at in terms of income disparities in South Africa, you notice that the whites tend to are at the top of the wealth quintile compared to colored Indians and Black Africans. And again, Black Africans in South Africa are at the bottom of the food chain, particularly women, and women in the rural areas. Now, when you look at the intersection of race, ethnicity, income, and maternal mortality, you realize that e-health was absolutely necessary. Now, what does access to healthcare mean to pregnant mothers in South Africa? It does mean that with the introduction of e-health, women who live in non-urban areas would actually be able to log onto the bigger health database. Then secondly, is someone talking?
No.
Then secondly, they would be able to get affordable healthcare. They would also be able to have healthcare available to them at every point in time. And not only that, they would also be able to have quality healthcare. Now, for this project, for More Connect in particular, access to maternal health care was measured by the number of antenatal care visits that the women had. And it wasn't just 1 or 2, it was about, I think the WHO makes provisions for about 4 or more maternal and antenatal care visits. So when you look at the number of antenatal care visits between 2008 and 2015, when Mom Connect was implemented, we looked at some of the constraints for the use of Mom Connect based on literature review was lack of knowledge about medical history. A lot of the women who signed up for Mom Connect did not know anything about their blood group, they didn't know anything about their medical history, they didn't know anything about the prognosis they had before they got pregnant. Now, some of the literature also indicated that there was a lack of knowledge about availability of healthcare services, because this is how Mom Connect works. You log into the system, you register with a cell phone, and then you accept the services, and then you have to keep sending messages daily to prompt engagement with the system. So part of the challenge there, as noted by literature, was also illiteracy, because a lot of the women there who got signed up in clinics couldn't continue because they weren't educated enough. Now, the other constraints to Mom Connect, as evidenced by literature, was also data breaches, privacy, trust, and security of user information. And all of these contributed to the reasons why a lot of women, particularly the educated one, as we will see later on, who are more likely to use Mom Connect compared to the illiterate ones. Studies have shown that in South Africa and Brazil collectively are susceptible or are vulnerable to data breaches. All right, so let me jump to null hypothesis. So for this paper, the null hypothesis I had was that most mothers opted out of antenatal care visits by skilled attendance, which was measured by 4+ antenatal care visits between 1998 and 2016 due to widening income gap, poverty, low access to medical cover, and user fees. Now, to provide context, between 1998 and 2016, by the way, Mom Connect was implemented in 2014. But we had to backdate the data based on the national survey to look at women who had given birth 5 years before the 1998 survey and women who had given birth 5 years before the 2016 survey. And then on the other hand, we also looked at women who had given birth 2 years before the 1998 survey and women who had given birth 2 years to the 2016, which coincides with the 2014 when Mom Connect was instituted, just to be able to measure the impact of Mom Connect. And so part of it was that if you look at the recent reports from South Africa, you notice that there is the widening, the income gaps keep widening. The poor keep getting poorer, and the rich keep getting richer, and there seems to be a huge divide between those who have and those who do not have. Hence, that informed my null hypothesis. And then there is also low access to medical cover. Studies have shown that only about 17% of people in South Africa have access to medical cover. And studies have also shown that user fees in South Africa can discourage pregnant women from using healthcare. Now, the alternative hypothesis was that most mothers opted out of antenatal care visits by skilled attendants, but chose hospital births with skilled attendants because of access to health information via email and the rise of digital health. Who's going to move my slide? Okay.
Yeah.
So the research design was for the quantitative analysis with inferential and descriptive statistics. The data source was data from Statistics South Africa, popularly originally known as the South African Demographic and Health Survey. And then part of the broader goal was to examine patterns and changes in antenatal care visits from 1998 to 2016. And I did mention earlier that access to maternal health care is measured here by 4+ antenatal care visits. Please go on. The sample for this particular survey was 3,036 mothers between the ages of 15 and 49 years. And it was mothers who had given birth between 2009 and 2016. That was 5 years before the first survey and 5 years before the second survey. And the results was being analyzed using bar charts, frequency tables, chi-square test of goodness, and population proportions. And in terms of data analysis and points, the number of antenatal visits across ages, residences, processes, educational levels, and wealth quantile for the years 1998 to 2006 were calculated. Now, let's look at the results. A chi-square analysis of data and Z-score test was conducted to ascertain whether the number of mothers with over 4+ antenatal care visits in the 1998 survey differ significantly from those of 2016 by age, educational level, province, residence, and wealth quintile. And the result was quite significant. An indication that the null hypothesis could be rejected in favor of the alternative hypothesis. Now, let's look at the breakdown of the results. In the year ending 2016, 3,036 mothers who had given birth 2 to 5 years before were asked how many times they went to clinics for antenatal care visits. The average response was 84%, and there seemed to have been only a 1% improvement in 4+, which is supposed to be like the median antenatal care visits from 1998, when it was 73.1%, to 2016, when it became 75+5%, which means that if between 1998 and 2016, that the only significant difference or the only significant improvement in access to maternal care visit was 1%, then I wouldn't know whether we would actually say that that was quite significant. But now, since the null hypothesis, the alternative hypothesis was accepted, it then means that the 1% that was noticed, the 1% significant improvement in antenatal care visits between 1998 and 2008 might be due to health information sharing, because as we see in the literature, some of the studies did show that using e-health did actually make it possible for pregnant women to share information with other women. And this was particularly popular among women in non-urban areas. A lot of women who registered for Mom Connect were able to receive information from the central database or from their local clinics, and then they shared it with other people. So to a very large extent, if we look at the data, even though there was only 1% increase in antenatal care visits, the survey actually shows that there was a significant improvement in the number of hospital births and the number of births by skilled attendants. And if you compare it to the 1998 survey data, you realize that in 1998, there seemed to be a lot of home births, and there seemed to be a lot of, the mortality rate was actually very high, and there was no form of information sharing. But with the implementation of Mom Connect, women were now able to share information with other people, particularly women whose pregnancies were low risk. Now, another thing about Mom Connect is the fact that Mom Connect is very, very affordable, and studies have shown that government did actually provide incentives to get mothers to use the platform, and particularly for those with low risk pregnancies. So the increase in the percentage of mothers who attended no antenatal care during their most recent pregnancy was 3.2% in 1998, but it now increased to 5.7% in 2016. Again, the flexibility of e-health. When you look at e-health or digital healthcare, it means that people are actually able to sit at their homes and make use of telehealth. They're actually able to sit at their homes and get services without necessarily having to drive there. So the transportation constraint doesn't actually come up. So when we look at the data here, the increase in the number of mothers who didn't go to the hospital, it does make sense to cautiously extrapolate the findings to the broader sample, to the broader population of women in South Africa. Right? I think it does make sense to also assume or to say that the introduction of digital healthcare to a very large extent did help in covering some of the transportation constraints that women had, and to a very large extent, it reflected in the number of women, an increase in the number of women who did not have any antenatal care visit. And also, another thing could be due to the fact that there was, with the implementation of e-health or digital healthcare, the women, pregnant women were actually able to get information. They would log into a system, or all they needed was just data to log into the system and be able to get into a central database, have their pregnancies registered, and actually get access to healthcare without necessarily living where they were. Please move on. Yeah. So results also showed that there was an increase in the number of antenatal care visits in rural areas between 1998, when it was 71.3% to 79.7% in 2016. So in terms of hierarchy in South Africa, I did mention that the individuals or pregnant women are considered a vulnerable population, number one. and individuals who reside in non-urban areas are equally considered the vulnerable population. So, and studies here have shown, the results did show that there seemed to have been an increase in the number of rural women who were able to access maternal care packages due to the institution of one between 1998 and 2016. Again, this could also be attributed to the implementation of Home Connect. And there seems to also be a decline in the number of antenatal care visits by mothers in urban areas from 1998 when it was 7.5% to 2016 when it became 73.2%. Now, these two results are came as a bit of a shock because one would have assumed that individuals who live in urban areas will be more likely to have access to data, or they will be more likely to use digital healthcare. But it turns out that due to the widening income inequalities in South Africa and the inequities in access to healthcare, that the pregnant women in non-urban areas were actually the ones who seem to have benefited more from Home Connect. Now, overall, there seems to have been an increase in visits by mothers from the middle, richer and the richest households in 2016, compared to 1998, when it was mostly poorer women. What this shows is that before this survey, prior to 1998, women in rural areas were more likely to have access, or poorer women who belong to the lowest income quintile, were more likely to benefit from free government healthcare services. But the 2016 survey did indicate that mothers from the middle wealth quintile and those in the highest, at the top of the hierarchy, were actually the ones who seem to have benefited more. And this came as a shock, although, and it contrasts the findings that women in rural areas, because they actually had more access compared to those in urban areas. The assumption has always been, of course, the evidence that women in rural areas tend to be poorer compared to those in urban areas, but this came as a shock. So the high proportion of 4+ antenatal care visits among white and Asian or Indian mothers across 1998 and 2016 compared to Black Africans from 1998, when it was 72.6% to 74% in 2016. Again, the results actually show disparities, widening disparities, even though to a very extent one could surmise or say that a lot of Black African women who live in non-urban areas were actually able to access reproductive healthcare services as a result of Home Connect. But it is quite evident to show that the disparities have been persistent in the sense that during the apartheid regime, the white mothers, Asians, and Indians and coloreds actually had more access to maternal health care compared to Black Africans. Now, 20 years, a couple of years later, even with the implementation of e-health that was actually supposed to increase access to health care, the Black African women are still at the bottom of the food chain. And to a very large extent, this sort of cast a shadow on all the gains that have been made by governments with regards to closing inequities in access to healthcare, particularly for women of color. Now, let's look at the little chart I made here. It's a comparison of the number of antenatal care visits and maternal care between 1998 and 2006. South Africa. It's the number of women who had no number of antenatal care visits was 3.1%, but by 2016 it increased to 5.7%. Again, this fits into the alternative hypothesis that the implementation of Home Connect enabled access to health information sharing, it enabled access to flexible healthcare, it enabled access to quality information. It also made healthcare more affordable to pregnant women. Hence, a lot of women would actually sit back at home and not have to go to clinics. Now, you look at the number of one visits, it increased between 1998 and 2.1%, when it was 1.8% to 2.1% in 2016. Again, the women who had only one visit increased in 2016. In 1998, it was small, but after the implementation of Home Connect in 2016, fewer women that went to clinic. Now, when the number of mothers who had between 2 and 3 antenatal care visits didn't quite change much between 1998 and 2016. But those who had 4+ antenatal care visits and in 1998 did change a little bit by 1%. And the number of unknown reduced, which means that with the implementation of Mom Connect, where a lot of women got into the database and it was actually able to keep track of women, which reduced the number of unknown women or unknown mothers with visits, or unknown mothers by at least 6%. Now, in terms of antenatal care visits by the skilled provider, it was higher in 1998, but it sort of reduced when in 1998 it was 95%, but by 2016 it reduced to 94%, just by 1%. And then the number of births attended by the skilled provider increased from 84% in the 1998 survey to 97%, which gives context to some of the results here that I've been discussing. Now, they reduced the reduction in the number of women who had 4+ antenatal care visits. Those actually give context to the number of births attended by a skilled provider, because even though the number of women who attended clinics reduced, the number of those who actually went to a professional to have their birth and those who went to the hospital increased. So, to a very large extent, some of the aims of Mom Connect was to enhance access to those in areas where there were no physical clinics. And if we look at the results from the survey, we'll discover that it helped in achieving that. Please flip to the discussions. So overall, there seems to have been an increase in the number of antenatal care visits among vulnerable populations. Look at rural women, Black African women, poor provinces. Now, to give context to the poor provinces, healthcare in South Africa is a little bit complicated. So in terms of the provinces with the highest number of, the highest number of access, we look at Gauteng, then we look at the KwaZulu-Natal province, and then we look at the Western Cape. But with the implementation of Mom Connect, poor provinces like Mpumalanga and Limpopo and Northwest actually did have access, increased access. And then there also seem to have been overall significant positive improvements which were linked to educational and digital healthcare policy. Now, with the implementation of Mom Connect, the government also implemented a no-fee policy in most of the poor regions to make sure that literacy rates increase. As we saw earlier, the literature review revealed that illiteracy was a major constraint to the use of digital healthcare. So at the time Mom Connect was being implemented, the government ensured that most of the poor provinces like Mpumalanga and Limpopo and the Free State did have a no-fee policy. And there seems to have been a strong evidence or correlation between an increase in the use of e-health or digital healthcare in the rural areas and the implementation of the no-fee policy. And also, there seems to be strong evidence of pre-existing inequality in patterns of antenatal care visits, because if you look at the political economy of South Africa, you notice that Black African women or women from vulnerable populations have been at the lowest of have been at the lowest hierarchy. But despite the implementation of Mom Connect, which was actually supposed to serve this population, we discovered that the women in the highest income quintile seem to have had more access. Even though they didn't have access before, they had a better health outcome. But with the implementation of Mom Connect, it actually pushed them further up compared to Black African women and other vulnerable populations who never had access. And then when you look at access to 4+ antenatal care visits was equally patterned along, apart from income line, it was patterned along the educational and racial lines in 2016, which was a far cry from what it was in 1998. In 1998, women from very poor backgrounds and women from rural areas did actually have more access compared from wealthy women. But in 2016, we did notice that there seemed to have been an increase in women, I think women with higher age or college education did have more access compared to other women. In 1998, women with secondary education had higher access compared to others. But by 2016, with the increasing literacy rates in South Africa and the higher cell phone penetration and internet connectivity, a lot of educated mothers could actually sit back and enjoy flexible healthcare without necessarily going out, which is what's shown here. Please go down. So and the research, the data generated questions for future research. And the part of the question is, to what extent has improvement in reproductive, maternal health, and educational policies improved health outcomes among Black African women? To give context, I didn't talk about racial hierarchies in South Africa. I talked about the political economy of South Africa and widening income gaps in South Africa. And if you look at results from Mom Connect or results from this particular study, you would notice that despite the introduction of government interventions or policy imperatives that are actually enabled to move Black African women up and improve their health outcomes, the Black African women are still at the food chain, which is why I intentionally remove race from the categorization of the data effect. Because already the Black African women are at the bottom of the food chain, and despite improvement in the implementation of e-health, they still seem to be at the bottom of the food chain, which seems like an existential issue for South Africa. Then the second question would be, to what extent has the introduction of the ideal clinic monitoring framework improved access to healthcare and essential medicines in South Africa? Because from literature review, I gathered that the ideal clinic monitoring framework was introduced at about the same time Mom Connect was introduced. So now, without necessarily separating those both, I am inclined to think that the ideal clinic monitoring framework, to a very large extent, did contribute to the success of Mom Connect beyond other broader contributors or determinants. So the broader implications would be to have a more nuanced sociological perspective on intersectionality and perceptions of access to digital healthcare. Why? For two reasons. Because if you look at the, let me see, I need to look at data now, I need to look at raw data now. So the healthcare industry has had the highest per capita data breach costs. Example, in South Africa in 2005 alone, it was pegged at around $1.7 million. And the top three causes of data breaches in healthcare have been attributed to criminal attacks, human error, and system glitches. So companies in South Africa tend to have the highest proportion of human error data breaches, with South Africa and Brazil having the highest estimated probability of occurrence, which could discourage the use of digital healthcare. And the literature review indicated a slight decline in ANC by skilled break attendance, which might be related to income gaps and all that. Now, the bigger question thus becomes, if South Africa already has a pattern of data breaches, which could be attributed to human error, what is the future of digital healthcare in South Africa? Because because beyond internet penetration, the bigger issue here is that of trust, is that of privacy, and also the protection of user information. So I believe that these are the bigger questions for South Africa to answer. And part of the reason why e-health has been effective in South Africa has been because of legislations and the involvement of all stakeholders. Mom Connect was enforced or was implemented across all provinces in South Africa, and it was done through efforts from the National Health Information Systems Committee, the Medical Research Council, and the National Department of Health. So to a very large extent, one would say rather cautiously that part of the reason why Mom Connect has been very effective till date has been because of some of these determinants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chinwe Igwe, for this wonderful presentation. I'm sitting here listening to every word that comes from this presentation, and it's a very interesting one. it wouldn't have come at a better time, especially we have the pandemic situation now. Here in Qatar, we have seen how e-health and telemedicine helps in treating and handling this pandemic, because the virus is a very infectious virus, and even doctors and medical personnel, they are afraid to come and visit patients that are infected or that are suspect. Therefore, a lot of them resulted into communicating with patients via the telemedicine and e-health, which gives a lot of access to many patients. So when you read through the presentation, I'm just so captivated to the topic, especially that it came at a very good time. So the e-health has been implemented in the form of Mom Connect in South Africa, as you rightly presented. With the data that you presented shows that vulnerable communities and poor people at the lower ladder and rural areas were able to have access to medical and pregnant women as well that are not very close to the hospitals were able to have access through the e-health, which is an interesting topic, especially if you connect this topic with the title of the project we are handling right now. So it's a very interesting one, and I would like to know more about it later. So I will quickly give the audience flow to also say something, especially that I know many people will have something to say. So if you have anything to say related to accessibility of e-health via Mom Connect as presented by Dr. Chinwe.
I have a question for Dr. Chinwe.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just a very basic question. I'm just curious about what kind of technology do they use in rural areas to access this type of health services? Because when I think of rural areas, I think to relate them with poverty and lack of access to very good devices, very maybe poor internet connection, probably not being able to operate smartphones or tablets very well, and might just be having basic feature phones. So what type, are you aware of the type of technology that that's prevalent there, and how they connect to these services mainly and use these services?
Yes, I did actually use a Mom Connect when I was pregnant in 2018.
Sorry? you did actually what?
I did use Mom Connect when I was pregnant in 2018.
Okay.
It was part of an ethnographic study we had just implemented at the time. So, and it came when I was part of a new working group, which was a subcommittee of the monitoring monitoring and validation group for Mom Connect. So I wanted to see how it works. So how it works is that all you need is just access to WhatsApp and the cell phone. It does not necessarily have to be a smartphone. Any cell phone at all. What happens is that if you do not have access to WhatsApp, the government actually subsidizes for SMS. So you don't necessarily need to have data or anything. They just send you a message. But now, what happened was that when they noticed that women from the higher wealth quintile started using it, that was when they introduced WhatsApp. So for those women, the concept becomes important and acceptance. So it becomes based on their ability to text back or to engage. So once the engagement ends on their part, right, which is also part of safeguarding their rights too, then the messages stop. But for women in the rural area, the SMSs keep coming in and it's subsidized by the government. And one thing about the government of South Africa is that they're very good at subsidies. They're very good at welfare and all of that. So sometimes they provide incentives for these women just to ensure that they keep coming. So they send SMS, and between 2014 in all 12 languages in South Africa. But when, again, they noticed that more educated women were now using it, they made it only English and Afrikaans. So it's now only available in English. But the government did introduce the no-fee policy to ensure that the literacy, as the literacy rate was improving, the Money was growing alongside it. So if you wanted to have access to the free pets, because if you're registered on the Money database, you can actually give birth free of charge in the government hospital, as long as your name is on the database and you register in the first 20 weeks of your pregnancy. Part of the other thing that also happens with Money is that women with low-risk pregnancies are more likely to use it compared to women with high risk. Now, the other thing is when you register on Money, it actually does help you keep track of the risks involved in your pregnancy. So I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, you have answered my question, and I'm amazed as to how such a very useful service is being implemented with just SMS and social media. You know, because we think of really. I was picturing something really very sophisticated with with videos and what have you, and stuff like the type of things that we have here. Anything that the government is going to give you is really going to be very catchy, very flashy, and have lots of features and videos and what have you. So thanks. Yes, you did answer my question.
Okay, so who is the next person?
Dr. Mohammed Al-Kali is here. He was absent during the panel.
I'm also raising up my hand. I think I have a question.
Yes, Yusuf Idris.
Yes, I have a question. Can I?
Dr. Mohammed Al-Kali.
Okay, Dr. Mohammed Al-Kali, my brother, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. I got interested in what she was saying with respect to the question that the woman asked with respect to infrastructural support. Like here in Nigeria, the National Security in particular, we are working on what we call legislation. Now, because we have issues with broadband penetration, generally, we have some areas probably the urban areas, then on south places like the rural areas where there is no connectivity in terms of fiber. Now, with satellite support, communication satellite support, you have footprints in those places. So now what the angle, our way of going through this is to go to those primary health cares in those villages that do not have internet, that do not have this called footprint, satellite footprint. You can have a doctor somewhere in that rural hospital consulting with a doctor in Abuja remotely. That's the telemedicine aspect. But the only thing now is that rural woman shouldn't have access to her phone, but she can go to that center. So it's a video interaction where the specialist in Abuja sits down, probably from National Federal Medical Center. Actually, we have some specific hospitals. Federal Medical Center, OBA, National Hospital, Federal Medical Center, and some hospitals, and it's regional kind of. So, e-healthcare services, but the difference with what she's saying is a bit different.
And I think I should just say this.
In your case, probably the individual sits at home, interact directly.
And they don't necessarily need to check into the hospital.
Don't necessarily need to check into the hospital.
Yeah, just they put your ID, and you must know that South Africa has database. Once your ID is in there, your ID is there.
Actually, like the case of South Africa, their broadband penetration is far and
yeah, that's also a factor too.
But
beyond that, South Africa seems to have a stronger coordination, leadership leverage, and that's what the Nigeria doesn't have.
Yes, like in the case of Nigeria, we actually started this program sometimes that's around 2009. And what we did was to meet for 6 months. I was expected in hospitals and in health agencies, parastatals to own it, but they are kind of dragging feet owning it.
So it has to be coordination because
Yeah.
I know South Africa has a very strong bureaucratic body. They follow up with leadership and provincial government, the national government, the Department of Health, the Medical Research Council. They've got a lot of stakeholders in it, and then they have external evaluators. So anything goes wrong, someone needs to schedule.
Okay. So I think that's about it. Maybe you might just take one more question before the rules of dance and the picture session. Then you close.
Khalil, can you please tell us who the guest that just spoke is, for those who don't know who he is?
Okay. Okay, I can. Okay. Where is it? Just a moment. Welcome, sir. So I think Dr. Oladisi just said she's ready to complete her presentation. So we will just briefly take the remaining presentation from her, and then we can close for the day. So Dr. Oladisi, you can share your screen and then present.
This goes back to what I was saying in my presentation about continuity plan. So she had a backup plan. Now she can continue with the presentation.
I'm trying to get my. So is everyone see my slides now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so it's okay now. Right, good. Thank you. All right. So thank you for that. I will just run through these because we've overrun our time. And I just want to say this is the practical effect of consequence of having, even when we have connection, what about the access to it or be able to use the appropriate hardware or the appropriate equipment? So these are things that we need to think about. It's not just about, I hope you can hear me. I hope everyone can hear me. So it's not just about having access to and talking about the e-governance. It has to be available and it has to be accessible to everyone that needs to use it. So I have a backup now equipment. That's why I can come on to even continue with my presentation. So like I said, these are the things I'm going to look through in this presentation. So I'm going to look at the key research question, corporate governance, from the perspective of the global regulators. Then the internal framework for corporate governance best practices. I'm going to look at this. Then I'll move on to see what the 2020 United Nations e-governance survey says about the e-governance and the access to this by developing economies. And then the methodology and what the key issues for research is or are. So those are the things I'm going to look at basically in this. So like I was saying, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, and its principle, the principle for corporate governance, presents the major framework for corporations around the globe to be able to have the best practices that they require for corporate governance and for the reforms. So this study investigates the e-governance in global corporate governance regulation and how this relates to enhancing corporate sustainability in developing countries. I think one of the key things we are looking at today is sustainable development goals, right? The the Global Sustainable Development Goals. So how does this relate in broadly to e-governance, and how does how do the private sectors come into these discussions? So to achieve this, the study examines the extent to which the e-governance is recognized in the recommendation for corporate governance reform to companies in developing economies, and what this is the implication of this for their corporate sustainability strategy. So the research questions mainly will be: to what extent do the global corporate governance regulations incorporate e-governance policies? And what are the implications of these interests for cybersecurity, corporate sustainability, and realizing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in developing African economies? So let's look at the definition of corporate governance from the eye of the economic regulators. So we are going to look at mainly the OECD definition. What does OECD expect companies that are invested in developing economies to do, or are broadly around the globe? What are the expectations of corporate governance? So mainly from the definition of OECD, corporate governance involves a set of relationships between a company's management, its board, its shareholders, and other stakeholders. Then secondly, corporate governance also provides the structure through which the objectives of the company are set and the means of attaining those objectives and monitoring performance are determined. So those are the broad definition of corporate governance provided by the OECD. So what is the main thing we are looking at, and what is the interest within this? Sorry, I hope everyone is still here with me. Right. So
yes, Doctor, I can hear you.
Okay, so what are the main things that we're looking at within this framework? So International Framework for Corporate Governance Best Practices, the OECD, like we've mentioned, many of us have, or many of the presenters have mentioned OECD. So what is the implication of OECD for corporate governance? We are looking at it from the corporation side of things, the accounting side of things. So the OECD Principle for Corporate Governance was first published in 1999. The principles have since become the international benchmark for companies, and in 2015 it was majorly updated or revised through this summit, the G20 Leaders Summit. So the principles of corporate governance from the G20 OECD principles help policymakers evaluate and improve the legal, regulatory, and institutional framework for corporate governance with a view to supporting economic efficiency, sustainable growth, and financial stability. That's what some of the main agenda of these principles of corporate governance are. Then the revised edition contains the result of the second review of the principle conducted in 2014 and 15. The basis of the review was the 2004 versions of the principle, which embraced the shared understanding that a high level of transparency, note the key words here, that the OECD expects companies to achieve. There should be a high level of transparency, accountability, board oversight, and respect for the right of shareholders, and the role of key stakeholders is part of the foundation of the well-functioning corporate governance system. So note here that we are looking at best practices, and we are looking at well-functioning or efficiency. So note the word well-functioning. So what is the purpose of the OECD Principle for Corporate Governance? The principles are intended to help policymakers evaluate and improve the legal, regulatory, and institutional framework for corporate governance with a view to support economic efficiency, sustainable growth, and also this will reflect in the realization of the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the financial stability. And this is primarily achieved by providing shareholders, board members, and executives, as well as financial intermediaries and service providers, with the right incentive, not the word that is bolded here, right incentives to perform their roles within a framework of checks and balances. And what are we looking at today? We are looking at secure, and then we are looking at trustworthy. Those are the things that can foster checks and balances, which the OECD expects companies to achieve. on the basis of the principle, it is the role of government, semi-government, or private sector. Know this, because most of the discussant today have focused on government and government and government. The OECD recognized that the private sector has a major role to play in fostering best practices in around the globe, and this is highlighted within the framework, which is provided for best practices to companies. Private sector initiative to assess the quality.
We're happy to be in Africa.
Economic, legal, and cultural differences. So note here that this has to take into consideration. Can you all still hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
this has to take into consideration country-specific economic, legal, and cultural differences. So these are things that companies that are invested in developing economies also need to take into consideration. And what are we talking about there? We are looking at expectations of the OECD principles. What are the expectations of the OECD principles to cooperation broadly, for them to be able to achieve, after achieving these best practices, they need to have this expectation that will be the outcome, what they are expected to be able to achieve from abiding by these best practices. That is why they are called best practices. The principles recognize the interests of employees and other stakeholders and their important role in contributing to the long-term success. And what are we talking about today? We are talking about
That's happened again.
Yeah, not it.
Leicester. What's happening, Leicester?
It's not Leicester, it's actually outskirts of Leicester.
No, that's UK. It's a village. In my village, there's internet connection.
Can you prove it, Khalil, that there is internet connection in your village?
Yeah, it's. But Nigeria is beating us. Nigeria has been so clear.
Well, I'll tell you what's going on. There's the internet has been affected by COVID, actually.
That must be a new study.
Yep.
Okay, I think we just need to read a brief of Dr. Alkali has stepped out. Okay, I think time is not really on our side. It's past 5.
She may not be aware that she's off. I don't know.
The presentation was very interesting. Oh yeah, it really was about that corporate governance.
Let me find out what's happening.
Okay.
Maybe we just read the bio and ask. Okay, it's about I don't know. But it's on phone. Yes. But the only thing about this, he was here, so we're about to. Okay.
Hello. What?
Just so let me use this opportunity
to read out the bio of Dr. Muhammad Alkali,
Can you get back in?
who was the one that asked the question after
Can you see us? Can you see
Dr.
everything?
Chinwe's presentation of it. So Dr. Alkali is the head of Standard Infrastructure Company, which is a subsidiary of the National Standards as the he graduated from Shakespeare as well. And before becoming the MD of he was the technical assistant to the executive director of the services directorate of National Standards. He has his doctorate degree in applied science biased in markets from Q through this to Q tech.
Happen again.
Yeah.
I think it's my connection that is just giving me so much problem today. Can everyone see me now?
I think you need to come back to Nigeria.
I don't know why my connection. But I'm not the only one here in the UK. Maybe I'm missing home. Sorry. Okay, so let's get back. I was just talking. I didn't even realize that the connection was already gone. So, okay, I'm not going to take much time, so it should be quick. Is everyone seeing my screen now? Is everyone can see?
Yes, you can go ahead. We can see.
Okay. I'm just trying to get to where I stopped so that I don't take an extra time. Okay. So I think I'll leave it like this so that I can be able to see the presentation panel and see when I'm off. So just bear with me. I should just be like this because I need to be able to see that I've gone off. I use it as full screen. Okay. So what am I talking about? Like let me enlarge this because of my eyesight. So is it okay now? Is it okay like this?
Yep. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, let me just go on with it like this so that I'll know when I'm off from you guys. Sorry about that. I think it's just this. This thing does not want me to present it today, but I'm going to do it. So the quality of corporate governance do affect the cost for corporation to access capital for growth, and the confidence, and not the word confidence because we are looking at the word trust today. So look at the confidence with which those that provide capital, those capital providers, directly or indirectly can participate and share in their value creation. So those are the things that OECD expect from companies. The principles are not binding and do not aim at detailed prescription for national legislation. So there is some level of flexibility here for companies to be able to flex their framework or their engagement in a way that will relate to their context and also help them to maximize their or to realize their goals. Rather, they seek to identify objectives and suggest various means of achieving them. To remain competitive in a changing world, which is really very, very important at this time when the world has really changed dramatically, corporations must innovate and adapt their corporate governance principles so that they can meet new demands and grasp new opportunities. Those are the expectations of the OECD. But let's look beyond the OECD and look at the 2020 United Nations e-governance survey. So we've looked at OECD, which provides the framework for best practices and also expectations regarding this. What are companies expected to be able to achieve through this and in the context where they are invested? But let's look at the survey from 2020 United Nations e-governance. As the COVID-19 pandemic forces lockdown, most countries and municipalities are pursuing digital government strategies, many with innovative initiatives, but vast number of people still do not have access to online services. Can you see now? The best practices are expected on the one hand. On the other hand, there's a survey that's telling us that at this time that COVID-19 came in and has changed things dramatically, still a large majority of people still don't have access to digital governance strategy. Many with innovative initiative, but vast number of people do not have access to online services, according to the 2020 edition of the United Nations e-governance survey released then at that time when this was published. The 2020 ranking of the 193 UN member states in terms of digital governments, capturing the scope and quality of online services, status of telecommunication infrastructure, and existing human capacity is led by Denmark, and this shows this survey and this data. So the Republic of Korea, Denmark led this, and then followed by the Republic of Korea, Estonia, followed by the Finland. So this is on the website for 2020 United Nations e-governance survey. So if you need to familiarize yourself more with it, that will be there. So I'm not going to go through everything, just at the ranking of these countries in terms of their e-governance performance. So among the least developed countries, Bhutan and Bangladesh and Cambodia have become leaders in digital government development, advancing from the middle to the high e-government development index, EGDI. Groups in 2020, Mauritania and Seychelles and South Africa are leading the e-governance ranking in Africa. Overall, 65% of the member states are the high and very high EGDI level. So these are just an overview of the survey of the 2020 United Nations e-governance regarding access to pursuing digital governance, access to innovative ideas, and also access to facilities regarding digital governance. So let's look further beyond that. I said the pandemic has renewed and anchored the role of digital government, both in its conventional delivery of digital services, as well as new innovative efforts in managing the crisis. Say Mr. Liu Zemi, UN Under Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. Yet, let's look at this yet. It's very important to us in our discussions and how we go forward with this discussion and what we do with it. Yes, despite the gains and major investments in e-government by many countries, the digital divide persists. 7 out of 8 countries with low scores are in Africa and belong to the least developed countries group. The regional average index scores for countries in Africa are almost 1/3 lower than the world average EGDI. So note that result of those surveys. As you move on today from here, note that in your different parastatals and different engagement and further promotion of this e-governance and trustworthy access to digital facilities. Alongside these trends, the COVID-19 pandemic has reinvigorated the roles of digital government and its conventional delivery of public services and in ensuring business continuity. You can see the impact that COVID-19 has had on these goals and agenda. This study mainly is, like I said, is a proposal and is going to build a policy framework. That's what the intention is about. So it's going to build on policy, pursuing policy framework, enhancing policy making, and maybe redesigning the agenda for best practices in corporations regarding what the actual need of companies should be. This will include mainly qualitative research approach, and we are looking mainly at documentary analysis of the global recommendation for good corporate governance. So what this is going to do mainly, I'm just going to go through it so that I can be able to summarize this, is that we're going to look at the major recommendation by the principal regulators, international, transnational, and other key regulators of companies. We are going to look at their recommendations and best practices for companies, and they also are going to take this forward and look at what the companies have within their strategies, in their corporate reporting, corporate agenda, in terms of sustainability, how this is affected, or how this, what implication is it for e-governance, or how they capture e-governance in their strategy design, if at all they do, and also look forward at what is the relationship. Can we derive a relationship between companies, regulation, their sustainability, and then taking this beyond that and seeing what this can mean for companies staying in business for a foreseeable period or as long as they want. So what does this mean for sustainability? So this also, I'm proposing to have maybe an interview or focus group, mainly for company regulators or policymakers like the Financial Reporting Council the Securities and Exchange Commission, Nigerian Stock Exchange, to ask their opinion, how they factor in e-governance into their strategy planning as they regulate companies. Is it important? Is it something that they've come to understand? Or what is the impact on these best practices that are recommended for companies? Very important, because companies are de facto governments especially in developing economy. They act as a de facto, or they are de facto government. They act as government, or because most of us are focused on governance today in our discussion, we forget that there's something like corporate governance also is part of governance, and these are things that we also need to factor into when we talk about government and e-governance, and who are the people that should provide these facilities. So what are the key issues for research in fostering global consciousness? So that's why we are discussing here today that this needs to be part of the best practices and needs to be incorporated into the policy, agenda, and strategies of company, because the COVID-19 has come and is changed the world in a very dramatic way. And I tell you that foreign direct investment will largely be impacted by availability of a trustworthy and secure system that companies can operate in, especially when most businesses have gone virtually now. Most people now engage in e-commerce. It will be very important for company sustainability, for investments, and for development to attract investors and development from within the developing economy. So what do we look at from here, from the research perspective and from the theoretical framework? Institutional theory, corporate social responsibility and sustainability issue. So I'm not going to take you much into all these theoretical and conceptual issues. Corporate governance is enshrined in its institutional context. So when we are now looking at what impact will availability of a secure and trustworthy system have on the economy of a country, we should remember that corporations are invested within this institutional framing, within this institutional context, and they are impacted by it. That's the argument of institutional theory, that corporate governance are impacted, their efficiency, their sustainability are impacted by their institutional context and the environment in which they are instituted. So the focus of the firm as a pivotal actor in initiating socially desirable behavior on the part of business has been institutionalized into the way of conceptualizing and studying corporate social responsibility. So many of us know and we're familiar with corporate social responsibility, and that is one way of companies saying that they are responsible, they are providing as a citizen, responsible citizen for their society. Those are one way that companies do that. Most of the literature has treated the social element as a black box, as a set of external requirements which are translated into instrumental and business case rationale for social engagement by company. So what this is saying mainly is that most people or most companies see corporate social responsibility as they are into it in terms of philanthropy. That's one aspect of corporate social responsibility, which is very predominant in the developing economy. So they feel like, okay, we want to secure our license to operate in terms of legitimacy, so we engage in corporate social responsibility. However, businesses that engage in sustainable development strategies are thinking about the long term and how global realities will affect the need for or relevance of their product or services. So what we are now arguing for here is that beyond the philanthropic aspect of corporate social responsibility, in terms of e-governance and companies participating in this will be a more integral aspect of the activities, because it's going to, in the next few years now, or even from now, is going to strongly impact on their sustainability. It's going to strongly impact on how accountable they can be. Because if companies can be in a context that are not secure, not trustworthy, just imagine what that can be for them in terms of accountability. A recurring theme in CSR debate is its grounding in the voluntary behavior of company. So from the perspective, the traditional perspective of CSR has been that this is voluntary. Companies can do it. Companies can engage in it if they like. if they don't like. So, for example, this research describes CSR in terms of practices that improve the workplace and benefit society in ways that go above and beyond what companies are legally required to do. So those are one of the definition of corporate social responsibility. So, but companies engaging in e-governance now and contributing to it, we go beyond just CSR, we go beyond voluntary behavior of company, is we are going to look at how this can enhance or ensure or guarantee their sustainability, and then what can company strategy do about it in order to remain sustainable or to remain in business in the coming years. So this is Sustainable Development Goals Report 2020, the 15-year global effort to improve the lives of people everywhere through the achievement of the 17 Sustainable Development Goal by 2030 was already off track by the end of 2019. Can you see this? This is already off track by the year 2019. The aim of the Sustainable Development Goals report 2020 is the one that highlighted this. So right from 2019, we've lost track of what we are expected to achieve by 2030. And now, in only a short period of time, the COVID-19 pandemic has unleashed an unprecedented crisis, causing further disruption to the Sustainable Development Goal progress, with the worst, poorest, and most vulnerable affected the most, according to a new report released today by the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. So what are the companies as de facto governments, especially those that are invested in developing countries? That's what we are asking now. What are the roles of companies now? Are they going to continue in the business as usual and be thinking that engaging in e-governance is a corporate social responsibility, is voluntary, they can either do it or not? We need to be able to foster these debates beyond those traditional streams. Economic perspectives from these private sectors and sustainable development goals. How do we relate this to private sector and companies or corporations? Financial inclusivity. Research suggests that achieving the sustainable development goals can open up market opportunities worth $12 trillion in the 4 largest sectors that represent 60% of real economy: food and agriculture, cities, energy and materials, and health and well-being. This is the research that showed this. So what are these to companies and what are these to governments of developing economies? This is in a way for them to foster financial inclusivity in this concept. Inclusive social development encompasses a wide range of issues, including but not limited to poverty eradication, the reduction of inequalities, employment generation, the promotion of cooperatives, family, the role of civil society, older persons are aging, youth, disability, and indigenous people. So what are the roles of the private sector in fostering this inclusive social development? We can see that the Sustainable Development Goals has gone off track from 2019 survey. It's gone off track what it's supposed to achieve in the 2030. And how is this going to be achieved? By just focusing on the government of countries alone. Sustained economic growth. The United Nations recognizes that sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth is crucial in achieving the 2030 agenda, with employment creation and social development as pillars of healthy growth in the world economy. So sustained economic growth is important for this achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So the question here that have been asked by research, and is still something that we need to continue to ask, is how is the private sector currently engaging with the Sustainable Development Goals in these sectors? What are the key areas of opportunities in which companies can foster long-term values in support of sustainable development? And what transformations are needed to enhance the contribution of the public sector? Some of the transformation that is needed to enhance the contribution of public sector, and also how they can engage with the Sustainable Development Goal, can be through providing the secure and also the trustworthy system and the contents within which they themselves can operate. So research aim and expected contribution. By fulfilling this aim, we intend to, or I intend to explore e-governance and the significance to corporate governance regulation in developing countries. You need to relate or to be able to merge the e-governance policies with corporate governance, especially regulation and best practices, to evaluate the extent to which e-governance or cybersecurity are considered within the international recommendation or international framework for corporations in terms of best practices in developing countries, because we've seen in the previous in the analysis that I've had before now that is more than only corporate social responsibility. It goes beyond that. It's going to be part of best practices. That's what we are proposing or advocating for in this research engagement, to examine if and how corporations within the developing countries identify or capture e-governance or cybersecurity within their overall corporate sustainability strategy, to develop the theoretical case for a linkage between the corporate sustainability and cybersecurity or e-governance, to propose possible policy design in e-governance towards corporate sustainability and economic development in achieving the universal SDGs within developing African countries. So e-governance, like we've asked, this is the end of this, but I'm going to take you through what is it that we want to take home from here today. E-governance, cooperation, and sustainability. A CSR, is it a corporate social responsibility?
So let me see, you have 5 minutes. Can you round up?
Yes, I'm rounding up. This is my last
5
slide.
minutes, please.
This is my last slide, don't worry.
Okay.
Okay. A CSR or is it a CSR issue or a corporate accountability case? So is it something that companies will do voluntarily or will do whether they like, or is it something that they need to incorporate into their corporate accountability framework? Corporations have been acquiring increasing power. I know many of us, Engineer Oli, in his presentation, recognize the impacts and the effects that corporations can have especially in developing economy. In certain cases, even more power than some states. Corporations have even more power than some states without engaging in the achievement of the common good. A key aspect of corporate social responsibility, however, has to do with a growing scrutiny of the role of private corporations in public spheres over the last 2 decades. Interest in CSR has been sparked by questions around the impact of corporations on indigenous people, working conditions in developing countries, the environment, and political campaign in developed democracy. So the focus and the agenda of corporations being responsible citizen has to change, and that's the proposition here. It has to change beyond voluntary or whether they want to do it or not. It has to focus on their own sustainability and how they can engender the sustainability of what they need, the things that they need to achieve. So the accountability of sustainability problems, how do companies guarantee their answerability if they are not invested in a context that allow them to perform optimally? That's one question we need to ask them. What are the strategy implications of e-governance for corporations in developing African countries towards sustainability? What are the private sector role in e-governance issues, social responsibility or best practices in accountability? What are the global corporate regulatory framework interests for e-governance? Because I don't think there's a relationship. We have been able to define the relationship between this now in terms of policy design or policy. So this is just to just gear us on. Let's make the world a more responsible, sustaining, and sustainable place for everyone. So that's the end of my presentation. So thank you, everyone, and thank you for bearing with the connection and infrastructural issue that we have experienced with my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I think we are almost, we have to just round up. I think the next thing, the agenda should be a closing remark. Votes of thanks and the closing remark. Yes, just keep it. special thanks to the Montfort University, Leicester, UK. And I mean, that's through the Department of Cyber Technology Institute and down to Dr. Suleiman Yabima for hosting us, for making this come to reality. And then I have special thanks to PACE Initiative, an NGO, Microscale Embedded Limited, a company based in Abuja, Nigeria, Kima's Care Charity, Ministry of Finance, Nigerian Satellite Communications Limited, and all our guests abroad. Special thanks to Lee, Dr. What do you call it again? I want to get his name. I want to be sure I mentioned him. Sorry. Oli. Oh no, not Oli. Oli is there. I've mentioned Oli. I want to mention Dr. Henry Mumbi. I hope I'm pronouncing the name right. Is it Mumbai or Mumbi?
Mumbi, that's fine. Mumbi, you're all right. You're all right. Thank you. Thank you.
So it's a pleasure having you all.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We wish every one of those who came down here, everybody who came down here, a very safe return. Sorry, I forgot to mention Dr. Chinwe, who flew in from South Africa. She came in today. And then a very, very great thanks to her. I wish you all a very safe trip to your various destinations, except if Dr. Yerima has anything to say.
Yes, I have a lot of thanks to give to everybody, but I'm going to just encapsulate everyone into everyone and say big thank you. To the people who have presented here today, I know how much I pushed you within a very short time. You turned around everything very quickly. It's unheard of in conferences, but we were short of time. We just had to do it. So thank you very much for responding, coming on here today, giving us wonderful presentations. We had a fantastic panel discussion. I couldn't get enough of it. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time. There are many technical issues. I was behind the scenes here, grappling with so many of them. You have no idea. So I'm so glad that at least we've been able to get to this extent. This is the first of its kind in Nigeria, in Africa, and indeed the world. So I challenge anyone to find a workshop like WoSTEG. Hopefully we'll grow into conference one day. One other thing before I go, I asked a question during my presentation. Can someone give me an answer?
Yeah.
Up?
Can you repeat the question?
So I said there was a breach on the there was a breach on the Quebec province government database, whereby they were able to access that database with just one was just the password and username. So I said, what is the remedy for that? What could have prevented it?
I wanted to answer it because I'm telling you, you can have anything, you can do anything, but these people, they are going to they can break in whatever you do, because probably that organization had all the connections, had all the security, but still these people can break in.
Yeah, so nation state. Someone has the answer on the tip of a fingertip, on the tip of a tongue, but is not confident enough to say it. And you are
okay. I'll just say it. I typed earlier on. It's multi-factor authentication.
Yes,
you can't just.
Yes. Thank you, Oli. It's multi-factor authentication, and Olabisi was about to say it, but she wasn't confident enough to say it. Yes,
I was
yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the audience.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for the wonderful presentation. I could not have enough of it. So of them, they were so wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. We look forward to seeing the audience next year, because we look forward to making Sega continue.
Yes, next week we have Lusaka happening. So watch out for the YouTube link. By this time next week, we'll be doing the same thing in Lusaka. Some of you might, there is a request for some presentations to be repeated, but we'll see about availability of people and their willingness to do that. That's how much people have enjoyed your presentations, so much so that they want you to even present it in the Lusaka edition. So that's all from me. Safe journey back to wherever you're going back. Hope to see you again very soon, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. God bless you.
And Dr. Chinwe, safe journey back to safe journey.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chinwe. Thank you, LRBC.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Engineer Only Right. Thank you so much. Thank you. So are we to go off now or to stay on?
If you want to take picture, you can stay on.
How will you take picture virtually?
You make a print screen on your own this thing.
Okay, I think this one has a print screen.
If you print
so
screen
if I print the screen
with the backgrounds, all is still here, so you can take a print screen of your.
Yeah, it's good to take.
Let me see.
Okay, so I do print screen, right? Okay.
Yep. I'm gonna have to bump off the people without backgrounds. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I need to change the view.
Maybe I've done print screen. Let me be sure, because this computer is not not 2020 compliant.
What's that? What's not 2020 compliant?
I said maybe my computer. I say I've done print screen. This one that is going on and off.
Okay. Well, I think we might just capture screen from recording then.
Okay, anyone.
Oli, see you next time.
Okay, see you. Really
what time is it in New Zealand now?
Morning.
What time
really
is it in New Zealand?
Okay, yes.
What time is it in New Zealand at the moment?
Oh, it's 5:40 a.m.
Wow, so you've been up all night.
That means you've been up throughout the night.
Yeah,
so that's very kind of you.
Yeah.
You've stayed all through. Really, really impressed. I'm really impressed. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. It was good.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
thank you so much.
There were technical challenges, but
Yeah, really. At least that's one of the things I expect when you do things virtual.
Yeah, exactly. When coming online, especially.
Yeah. You can. There's no way you can totally avoid those things.
Okay, see you guys.